During a base race, both teams just kind of like throw down. They're on opposite sides of the map, and they just say, we're going to kill your Nexus first.
We never decide we're going to base race before a game. It just comes during the game. When a base race happens, it's an exciting moment, but it's a very risky moment.
Is this going to be a base race? Copenhagen Wolves are going to go in towards it. Cyanide to come back to defend it, so they have one man back there.
Base race is really successful for us because we have done it so many times that we know when to do it.
Vision on the map and understanding where your opponents are and saying, well, let's push, let's push.
This would be a very close base race.
They're going to go on towards the Nexus. There's a lot of damage coming out there. It's against Authorities. He's taking it. Wow!
Okay, they want to base race against Kyle. We're like, okay, go for it. It's our last chance.
Some people call it a cheesy tactic because it's not exactly a fair way of defeating your opponents.
I think that backdooring or base racing is not really a cheap tactic.
It's more a guerrilla tactic.
Peke with that backdoor action wins the game.
At the end of the day, it's the Nexus going down that counts.
Everyone thinks I'm gonna backdoor, but I don't even try to do it.
Welcome to the European LCS, everyone, and happy Easter. We saw some great matches yesterday with the Spanish armada of Giants winning over Gambit just like in week 1. SK triumphing over the Wolves, AAA getting back in the race with a win versus Dragonborns, and Fnatic adding some shine to that #1 spot in the standings. Today, the Copenhagen Wolves get 2 more chances to climb in the rankings as they take on Gambit and Against All Authority. And Giants and Dragonborns take each other on for a much-needed win, and SK battles Gambit in our first match of the day. Plus, we'll be telling you how you can vote to send your favorite League Championship Series player to the All-Star game later in the show. But first, let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. While Jims is pushing the mid lane, taking 2 turrets, Giants end up getting engaged upon by Gambit and trade 1 death for 3 kills.
He's not safe here either. He will be forced to flash away. Can they chase in? Giants are not stopping just yet. Here we go, flash over from Genja. He goes in towards Morden. He uses a cleanse. He's still chasing on Edward.
Giants start Baron only to get attacked by Gambit. However, Giants pick up 4 kills for 1 death as well as Baron. This gives them the lead and eventually the game.
He actually dives in towards Extermin, doesn't get more than 1. Samek's now chasing into Edward. He's missed pretty much everything. Last seconds Onions, and here comes Jimbo from the side.
Up 1-3, Fnatic engage on a team fight near Dragon that results in 4 kills and a giant lead.
Yeah, but Soaz has leaped in.
Soaz going in there. Virtual actually he's going to get knocked up here by Cyanide. True Shot Barrage comes across, but Zed absolutely melted in the middle of it. Twisted Fate will throw down Destiny to keep that vision up there. Soaz jumping, not sure in the direction he would have really liked, but Yellow Star flashes in for the kill. Freddy is going to repel. Xpeke is pushing in towards Corralius. There was a flash on the top side used as well, but a double kill will come down for Twisted Fate.
Another team fight breaks out around AAA's blue buff, and even though Against All Authority pick up the first kill of the fight, Fnatic picks up 4 kills as well as the Baron.
Here comes Jarvan from the side, trading on towards Nono, but the flip comes out. Here comes Varus from the side. The True Shot Barrage comes in as well. Virtual not going to be surviving that one. Corralius has his ultimate running here, but can he get away now that Soaz comes in as well? Gets a slowdown. Cyanide going further. There is Soaz. And now Slayer being chased down by a little Lulu here, who's not scared of getting in there. And there is another one for Enrated.
Great moment in the Ocelot-Bjergsen matchup as Ari and Nasus go all in on Orianna, but Shen comes in to save the day, and Bjergsen secures the kill on her Q-bot.
Bjergsen picks up the kill, 2-0 Copenhagen Wolves.
The Wolves enhance their lead by picking off 2 after grouping at the mid-turret.
Right here, Irelia is coming in from behind. She'll be here soon, but it's 2-0 so far. Svenskeren is alive, Bjergsen's alive. They found just 2 for free. Ocelot almost gets a combo off the test.
Down in kills, but up in spirits, SK knocks at the Wolves base and charge in for the win.
A bunch of pain, double kill. They find Shen. They're going to try to find the test as well. They do pick up that kill. A nice stun from Kevin, and that is 3 kills for nothing. SK now pushing in.
Great start for Dragonborns as Shushay teleports to drop an early ward, and they catch first blood.
AA will not know that that is ward and sit around and wait. The thing is, they got to surround Corralius. Will they go for the light binding? It doesn't hit, but it hits Nono. Is that going to be enough damage? Rex removes it. He does pick up first blood.
Dragonborns are up in kills, but Against All Authority is in hot pursuit, and Freddy 1-2-2 on Diana single-handedly gets them back in the game.
Picked up now for Diana. They're now Yamato cannon in the front, has to flash over the wall. They're going to chase this one down. Freddy, he's going to find a double kill here for Diana.
The Baron fight at 45 minutes in is deciding as Nono picks up a quadra kill on his beloved Ezreal, and AAA picks up the objective and can push for the win.
3 kills for 1 right there. A triple kill coming out from No. Yes, yes, he cries, and where will he find another kill? Looks like he already killed some dragons. Now he's going to kill Baron Nashor.
That was yesterday. Now it's time to meet our casters for the first matchup today, Quickshot and Freak. So Freak, how are you enjoying the European side of the LCS?
Well, Shocks, call me McDonald's because I'm loving it. Yeah, that really happened. All right, Quickshot, let's take a look at yesterday's games. Giants. Giants reclaimed their title of Giant Killers by taking down Gambit in a huge upset. Fnatic proved that they are still the #1 team with a crushing victory against All Authority.
I hate that you do that. The last 2 games of the day swung back and forth and were very exciting to watch. SK Gaming fended off the hungry Wolves while Against All Authority channeled their dragon-killing powers to take down the Dragonborns.
And that leads us directly to the standings. So let's check out exactly what they looked like after yesterday's matches. Well, Fnatic, Gambit, SK, and EG still exactly the same order in top 4.
There's been a little bit of shuffling around in the bottom 4 teams, with the Wolves dropping a spot and the Giants claiming an additional position, but all 4 teams are still in that unsafe relegation zone.
And of course, we also saw some North American games last night. The standings didn't actually move, but we did have some surprising wins. So make sure you guys check those out. As always, you can see those games on lolesports.com in addition to the standings, the schedule, and more.
I like the way you say LOL Esports.
Me too. That's good. LOL Esports. That way we can all just type in the URL properly.
And don't forget, top left-hand corner, there's a little drop-down. You can see NA, you can see EU. The schedule's a little different this weekend. Once we wrap up here, there's going to be some more NA matches, and it's a pretty stacked weekend as far as the states are concerned.
It really is overall. And now let's actually take a look at today's matchups here in EU. First of all, SK Gaming is up against Gambit. If SK can manage to secure a victory here, they'll be knocking on Gambit's door for 2nd place. But if Gambit win, they push SK down closer to 4th. Second to that, Copenhagen Wolves against All Authority. If Wolves win... Stop laughing at me. If Wolves win this matchup, they will reclaim 5th place, while AAA are fighting to hold their position in the standings.
Third game of the day, Dragonborns versus Giants. If the Dragonborns win this matchup, they simply move up, tie up the scoreboard with the Giants. However, if the Giants win, they take 6th position regardless of the AAA Wolves result. And finally, the last game of the day, Gambit versus Copenhagen Wolves. This is going to be the 2nd time that these 2 teams will have met, and with the losses that both teams suffered yesterday, they are both hungry and looking for that win.
So that's what we have in store for today. But before we begin, we want to hear from you guys. Let's send it over to Shocks for our Twitter question of the day.
Thank you. As always, want to hear your input on today's events and, of course, the League of Legends Championship Series as a whole. So first off, the Twitter question for you today is, if you could choose one North American team to compete in the European LCS, which team would it be and why? Tweet your answer at LOLesports, #LCS to let us know what you think. As always, we'll respond to your tweets later in the show. Now, over the last couple of weeks, SK Gaming has shown both great performances and some inconsistencies. Can they pull out a win against Alex Ish and his squad? SK Gaming versus Gambit is our first match of the day after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 7 of the European LCS. Now, first off today, it is SK Gaming versus Gambit. Now, Gambit are in the top 2 right now, and it's up to teams like SK to dethrone them.
And for this particular matchup, both SK and Gambit are both tied for wins. There's only a number of losses that are separating them. This game doesn't determine who's going to be second or third. The positions will remain the same, but of course it is going to determine all of the matches going forward. And because of the win ratios, how many wins they have, how many losses they have, SK and Evil Geniuses, who are a spot below them, are fairly safe for at least a number of games to come. And of course Gambit are 2-0 against SK at the moment.
Yeah, and we'll see if the track records hold true, but let's take a closer look at these two teams. For SK, we do have Kevin, Hercubot, Ocelot, Candy Panda, and Nif. Same lineup all season.
Yeah, and of course for Gambit, Darian, Diamond Prox, Alexish, Genja, and Edward.
Now these teams are full of all-stars, but for this match, let's focus on the mid lane. SK Gaming's Ocelot and Gambit's Alexish.
Yeah, of course. For Ocelot, for SK, the man we've picked him out is based on his last few performances against Alexish. He's felt the pressure. He's been experimenting with champions. He has used Jarvan. He used Zed. He used Ari yesterday for the first time, I believe, in EU. He's still trying to find that stable form. And yesterday, he was looking good. He didn't get caught out. He didn't fall behind. And that's definitely going to be key for this matchup.
Yeah, but of course, he's against very stiff competition in Alexish's mid lane as well, though.
Now, Alex, of course, so well known for his aggressive assassin-type champions. Yesterday, he actually did play Twisted Fate, I believe it was, against the Giants, if memory serves. Diana against Twisted Fate, correct. So he played Diana, had the auto-attack issue, I recall now. Fell a little bit behind. The team was looking a little bit shaky. So we'll see how he plays. He is an incredibly strong mid laner, you know, mechanically so well, you know, well sound, so good in that role. And it's just going to see what he's going to pick to play against Ocelot, who's a little unpredictable at the moment. You don't really know what card he's going to pull out.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because these guys just so strong, and Alex, of course, the great assassin player, has a just really strong impact on the game. Now, this matchup is going to be top caliber as always, and it's going to be really interesting. But once they get past their mutual respect, how are they planning on taking each other down? Let's take a look.
Gambit is really strong. We will have to focus on managing the lanes well. Then we can go into the team fights strong.
СК одна из сильнейших команд Европы. Ну, именно Европы, потому что в Европе не так много сильных команд. С ними всегда интересно играть.
I think to take Alexish out of the game, we will have to do something fancy. We will think about it a lot. But hopefully we come up with something and beat him.
Ocelot is trying to play aggressive all the time, so you can exploit his weaknesses. It becomes predictable, and you can just like try and kill him if he goes that much aggressive.
If we don't hesitate, if we play our game, I think we can beat them. They are not unbeatable. They are humans too, you know, they are not machines.
Not machines they are indeed, unless they play Mecha Kha'Zix or Blitzcrank.
Well, we'll see what champions they play. It's really good to actually hear both Alexish and Ocelot actually talking. You know, Alex was saying Ocelot's kind of predictable. He's very aggressive. He does like to jump forward. So we know that that's his play style, and we can counter it. And Ocelot right at the end, they're not machines. They're not unbeatable. And Giants proved it yesterday.
Exactly. They were giant killers. They took them down. And you've got to wonder if Gambit's a team that goes on tilt sometimes. And I don't know myself all that well. I know teams like CLG and TSM tend to do that a little bit over on the North American side of things. And that can always be a really big factor. I mean, we've seen Ocelot, win or loss, there is a very strong emotion on that man's face.
Yeah.
And they could be tears of happiness or tears of not as much happiness. But certainly, like, you know, again, SK is a team also that can really take a victory to feet and snowball off of it.
Yeah, and in this particular setup, Gambit are definitely the favorites. I think that even with their performance yesterday, many people are still going to feel that they're simply too well-rounded, too well-practiced, and they know how to exploit the holes of SK Gaming. You heard Alex saying, look, we know what Ocelot does, and we think we know what SK do. So SK, they're going to need to find some way to handle that early game aggression from Gambit and get into their own rhythm, get into their own swing of things to pick up this victory.
Absolutely. And I actually got a little bit of time to talk to Gambit's Edward before the game, and I kept asking him, what is your strategy for this game? And he finally told me. He said, we're going to pick 5 champions, we're going to kill some turrets, we're going to kill some minions, and then if we're lucky, we're going to kill some champions. So, and he said like very vehemently, like we actually don't have strategies. We just pick things and go.
In-depth strategy there, and also it ties up with what you were saying yesterday. It's all about the kills.
It is all about the kills. It's the only thing that matters is champion kills.
So we'll see what happens with this particular game right now. You can see that Thresh and Nasus have already been banned out. And interestingly, in terms of the champion pools, there is some overlapping between them. Kevin and Darian have both been playing a fair amount of Shen throughout the course of the event. Ocelot and Alexish. Ocelot recently picking up Zed. Alex, of course, playing Kassadin. We haven't really seen Ocelot and Kassadin all that much, but Diana is another pick that they have both played to varying levels of success. So we'll see exactly what does get picked and banned throughout the course of the next few.
Well, right off the bat, they are targeting the heck out of Hercubot, though. Nasus and Volibear both dropped out. Meanwhile, everyone is very surprised that Thresh is banned against Edward. It's not like he plays it well or anything.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. I don't quite understand that ban. But interestingly, what Gambit have done is they haven't banned out Job in the 4th yet. Now, we've seen Hercubot playing Nasus and playing very well with Nasus. Volibear, not so much. Volibear was more sort of Diamond Prox's preferred jungler, as it were. But yesterday and for previous weeks, Hercubot's Jarvan has been very, very good. Ocelot fiddled with it in the middle lane, but it didn't really work out for him all that well.
And of course, as we get the final ban in there for SK against Gambit, those are pretty much the 3 bans I would expect to see against Gambit, like literally every game, unless you wanted to first pick one of those 3.
Yeah, so true. You know, it's just really, really powerful champions. The fact they can... The effect that they will have on a game, if given to the right players, is very, very powerful. And like we were saying, Shen, just one of those hotly contested picks, most likely going to be given to Kevin in that top lane. He's had some very, very solid performances on Shen throughout the course of the season. But if anybody's going to know how to play against Shen and how to deal with him, it is going to be Darian. He's been arguably one of the strongest Shen players, I would say, probably with Kevin and with Wicked in the top lane with that ninja all season long.
And right off the bat, you're actually seeing them choose what has a good chance of being that top lane counter lane. And they're looking at Elise right now. Of course, Misfortune is pretty much the champion that Genja plays every day, so no real surprise there. And we'll see what the pick ends up being for the top lane counter.
Yeah, and you know what's another interesting thing about the supports? They're not really going to overlap all too much with the exception of something like the Lulu. You know, Lulu pick is one that Edward really likes running and is a big favorite, a big fan of. Candy Panda also enjoys playing Caitlyn, so we may see something like a Caitlyn Lulu being locked in here, allowing maybe the jungler or mid laner for the last picks. A couple of different choices, but Elise and Misfortune, we've seen Elise in many, many roles, and it's one of the powers that she has. Can go top, can go mid, can go jungle, can go support, as you know, Crepo has actually been using from Evil Geniuses. So not guaranteed to be top lane, but the possibility is definitely there because she's so incredibly strong in that particular role. And exactly like you said, Genja and Misfortune, she's got a very, very good KDA with her. Let's actually pull that one up. If you want to get all the statistics, it is, of course, on lolesports.com. Played 6 games, won 6 times, a KDA of 8.4. So I think Genja knows how to play with the redhead.
A little bit of a flawless Misfortune. And actually, who was one of the first ones to bring it out back, I want to say at IM Kiev as well, that and AD Kennen, where people were like, oh, yeah, by the way, this is a champion that exists as competitive. And now, a little bit over a year later, it's obviously clearly back and no one's surprised by the pick anymore. So, you know, again, a lot of great choices right there. The interesting thing as well, though, is now that they've shown Graves Sona as the counter lane, I kind of want to point out, though, that Gambit have gotten to counterpick the top lane. And again, if they wait on Alex's pick here, they get to counterpick mid as well.
It's one of the benefits of being on the red side or purple side is that you do have that option to react to it. Sona and Graves, it's a fairly tanky lane. You know, that True Grip passive from Graves is going to give him a good stack of both armor and magic resistance, going to play into his favor, and the sustain that Sona is going to be putting out will be helpful. So I see a fairly defensive lineup so far with both Sona and Shen, but Gambit, they think the horse is amazing.
The horse is amazing. If you give it a lick, it tastes like raisins. You gotta love that champion. Now, we've seen AP Master Yi. Yeah, okay, that might have been a troll. But we've seen AP Yi picked back at IPL 5 to decent effect, actually, but he's not showing it yet.
I believe Alex actually got a pentakill with him in that particular event. So, has used it well. Not going to be picked here. Hecarim,
not yet.
Not yet. Good point. Good point. Hecarim, a jungler that, you know, once you've removed some of these other sort of top-tier junglers, Nasus, Volibear have already been banned out. Kayle could have been in the jungle. Elise could have been in the jungle as well. Jarvan in the 4th is the only real, if I dare say, top-tier jungler at the moment, and Hecarim that's still there. Now, Hecarim was used a lot in the opening weeks of the NA LCS. We haven't seen too much of him here. Morden was playing him from Giants. I remember him playing twice in one particular weekend, did a lot of split pushing with him, picked up a lot of lane tacks, and effectively used him as a split pusher, became one of the most farm champions in the game, but didn't have a very big impact on the team fights. He was focused on the split pushing mentality. Gambit, they can split push, but we know they prefer to play aggressive. They prefer to be in your face. And I'm just thinking of the combination of that ultimate from Hecarim, the Onslaught of Shadows, plus a wild growth.
Oh, yeah.
I think that is a terrifying, terrifying combo. And, of course, SK have rounded up their lineup.
Yeah, they've grabbed up Ahri, and they've grabbed up the Jarvan, which you said about 7 times so far in Champ Select. Like, hey, he's probably going to play Jarvan.
It's Hercubot's go-to jungler right now.
Probably going to play Jarvan. Did, in fact, the Lulu out there as well. So, unless it's like top Jarvan, like you've got the SK lineup right here. The top Shen is there, again, counterpicked by the Elise. It's Gambit's turn to show their mid laner as well. So they've gotten pretty much dibs on counterpicking every single lane. Let's see what he puts up against Ahri.
Now, the SK lineup at the moment, though, you know, we've seen Ahri's the second time. We've seen it yesterday from Ocelot as well. Played it very well. Edwards all smiles while he's talking about the pick. Let's see what he wants to troll us with today. Maybe Easter egg Timo. But there's not a lot of, you know, obvious synergies here from the SK lineup. They've got some good defensive abilities, they've got some good offensive abilities, and they've got a fair amount of tankiness when you consider the you know, True Grit from Graves, the auras from Sona. You've got Shen that's quite beefy, you've got Jarvan that's quite beefy. So it's going to come down to the individual plays. Somebody's going to have to make a play happen, and the rest of the team's going to roll around the rest of it. So SK, good mixture of everything. But I want to see how they want to play this matchup up, because Jarvan yesterday from Copenhagen Wolves gave them a tough time. Svenskeren had a very good game.
Yeah, you're right, where SK has a lot of initiation themselves. And the thing that I always have to think about when you see a split pusher like Shen, right, and we saw how well it worked for Against All Authority yesterday, is basically you have to deal with split push in some way. You either have someone who heads up fights better and can leave, and go support your team when Shen ults out, or you go all in and you fight 5-on-4s repeatedly. And you mentioned it, Hecarim Lulu, like that's kind of what I think Gambit's gonna have to key off of here. So again, we're getting into this game. You've seen the lineups up on screen. I don't think there's gonna be any lane swaps here. The lanes are all pretty obvious. And what you're seeing now are SK Gaming in third, knocking on top 2, and we'll see if Gambit opens the door for them.
Yeah, they're trying to get closer and closer, and you know, SK, they're fairly comfortable at the moment, but Evil Geniuses have had a bye weekend, so you know, EG are going to be sitting back, watching these games, looking at what they can pick and decide to do. But the one thing that I do want to point out is that synergy of the Elise and the Kassadin. It's two sort of assassin-type champions that can burst down somebody very, very quickly and very effectively.
Yeah.
And when we've seen Fnatic dealing with split pushing from, I think it was SK as well, actually, they would literally camp the Singe that was split pushing, and they used a Zed and a Kassadin combination. And they would just jump on him, kill him, blow him up, and carry on chasing the entire time, over and over and over again. So you couldn't split push because they simply assassinated you. And I feel like this may be something similar. If SK do try to do some form of split pushing with that Shen, I imagine Gambit will try to respond in a similar sort of fashion. You know, send those assassins there, pick up that kill, and then immediately come back to the rest of your team.
And of course, they do have a good amount of crowd control. Every single member on that team can do at least something to knock someone down. We're getting our way through the load screen. Of course, you do see SK on your screen right here. It is on them to make all the moves. Now you're seeing Gambit. Once again, the load screen is there. You're seeing just these beautiful splash arts handcrafted by the Riot artists. I mean, there's the Sona in the top right. You've got a Lulu barely off screen.
I want to jump in there very, very quickly, because about a year ago when Edward was playing Sona almost exclusively, this Muse Sona skin had a little bit of a graphic update whereby Edward's face was imprinted onto the image. And every time Edward got a 3-man or a 4-man crescendo, that image with his face on the Muse Sona was plastered everywhere. So I can no longer look at that splash art without seeing Edward's face in it. It's been destroyed or improved. Depends on your viewpoint.
I'm going to go ahead and say I'm glad I've never seen that image. Edward's a phenomenal player. I'm happy about that, but I'm glad I have never seen that Photoshop before.
It is a little scary to say the least, but we are into game. SK versus Gambit.
Sorry, I talked over you, but you said it's a little scary, as is Edward's Sona.
Yes, very true.
As is Nif's Sona.
But it is, of course, Nif playing Sona for at least the European LCS. He's been one of the top Sona players, if not the best Sona player. I'm thinking back to like weeks 2, 3, and 4, where he would just hit so many huge crescendos. But SK, they've decided to go very, very aggressive here. They've stacked up as 5. Darien has no idea where they are.
Hecarim spotted him, though.
And Hecarim will have vision, I think. I think he's got vision of it. It looks like
he definitely
Gambit are
saw
reacting.
That. He definitely saw it. So Darien's running very, very far away. SK trying to be sneaky and lurking around. They're pinging the brush they're going into, which is the one right above Wraiths. They group up together and then try to pin their way down. But, of course, Gambit are like, yeah, peace, we're going to be out of this one. Edward knows he's safe. Look how far in he gets to ward. He gets to ward the Wraith Brush because he knows no one is there to stop him, so it's a safe one.
Yeah, completely safe. His positioning is great. Knowing where the opponents are means that he obviously gains the advantage without losing anything. Getting a lot of deep vision wards here as well in terms of the SK Gaming jungle. So this is going to give them so much information on Hercubot's clear times, on his positioning, and they're even going to be cheeky enough and steal those double golems and the Wraiths.
Because SK doesn't know a lot about Gambit, they only know that, okay, we took control over the Wraith camp. They actually put the same wards down on the Wraith Brush. But Gambit, because they actually know that they are safe, they literally know where SK have gone, they actually get to take more away from the jungle. They'll trade red buffs, but Gambit gets more out of this one.
This is, well, they almost catch him to Darien there, but now this is something that screams to me of something that Crepo was saying yesterday on the analysis decks, when he was talking about how teams need to react to what is going on. You can plan and plan and plan and plan, but if something doesn't go to strategy, then, you know, all of a sudden you simply need to react to your opponents. Gambit Gaming played very defensively there. They covered all of the entrances to their river, and when they seen SK going in, they went, oh, let's go steal your opponent's jungle, where it was very clear that SK had a game plan. They knew where they wanted to go, they knew where they wanted to ward, and it just didn't pay off. They didn't catch anybody, but they did steal a little bit of jungle, albeit not as much.
Yeah, you're seeing a small 1,500 gold lead right here for Gambit. Actually, about 200 gold now for Gambit. But you're seeing the junglers kind of square off and go to their normal place. Hercubot just grabbed blue buff. Diamond, of course, in the exact same place. Level 3, I believe, on both of them here. So no major differences. We're just seeing the lanes kind of square off. Of course, SK have gone for 2-on-1 against Cassidy, though. That's going to be a little bit rough for Alex.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to shut him down. You know, Cassidy champion, you do not want to give any sort of leeway or any sort of control in a lane. The fact that their lane swap has happened, though, it's actually hurting SK for the time being because Ocelot is a little further behind. He's been zoned a little bit more effectively by Edward's Lulu, and you can see now that with this massive creep wave here, Diamond Prox is trying to set up to deny him as much golden experience as possible. And Ocelot's aware of it, but they're going into the top lane.
Yeah, they look for the repel there from Darien to make it completely safe. Ocelot forced to flash away from Diamond, so still level 1. He will miss another just multiple minion waves here, and that long lane just gave him so much room to zone him out. Ocelot still at 0 minions. That is rough for him.
Now, Alex, it's just hit level 3, who lands a good charm onto Diamond Prox, but because he has no levels, no other abilities to work with.
Diamond, they find Diamond in the top. He's been ignited. A lot of damage on him. First blood going over to Kevin. Great second dive right there. So, Ocelot with the safety, it's worth it overall.
Yeah, really well played. Good coordinated dive up there in the top lane. So, SK Gaming, they do balance out these lanes somewhat, giving first blood to Shen. However, Ocelot in the middle is just being so negatively impacted. He's just hit level 2 at 4 minutes on the clock and gotten 2 creeps. He started with Charm because they were anticipating a fight in the jungle. He wasn't able to farm or deal any damage at all with that Orb of Deception, and that is what's putting him so far behind. So good zoning by Gambit, but good coordinated dive. I just wanted to remind everybody, this is patch 3.04, so the Demacian standard no longer gives the aura buff to your teammates when that flag goes down from Jarvan.
Yeah, the turret, though, damage increase not here, and to correct Crepo from yesterday, it does not deal more damage to minions, only champions. He nods in wholehearted agreement and says, thank you, Freak, for correcting me. And of course, now we're just kind of going back over the lanes. Kevin had used a red elixir here, level 4 versus level 3. So he's got an experience and gold advantage very clearly, up 16 minions. We'll see if he can keep making Darien's life miserable.
It's definitely going to help him out as well, because that's a matchup that's quite difficult for Shen in many cases against an Elise. The fact that it's percentage damage, and she can pretty much deal with the movements and the shields that Shen offers. You know, can get through the taunt, can repel onto him, carry on chasing down in spider form. So it's very good that he has that gold. Until he spends the money, however, the advantage isn't going to be there. Now they're going to go aggressive onto Alex. The knockup misses.
He does land this slow, though, at least a little bit. The charm goes off. Nice dodge there by Alex. He's going to get away from this one. Doesn't even land the Orb of Deception either. So Alex with his boots and a flask is going to survive for now.
So exactly like we were saying at the beginning, it is going to be standard lanes for the time being, albeit in different positions. So we're going to see your standard AD carry support against one another, which is a matchup we don't see all that often anymore. You know, so often the lane swaps and the push meta, as it were, of just getting towers as quickly as possible is the favor. But both of these combos, while they can push waves relatively quickly, they're not the fastest wave clearers that we've seen from the AD carry supports. Diamond Proxy's got the speed boost up and he's going in on Nif.
He's going to look for it. Knocks back Candy Panda a little bit. The counter gank is here from Hercubot. Will he go in? Does not want to actually push in onto Edward. So they don't get much out of that one. Just a little bit of damage into Candy Panda and not a lot of counterattack.
Such great positioning from Hercubot. He sort of sniffed that gank a little bit, was just cleared his Wraith camp out and was setting up, you know, towards that mid lane. But just the presence was enough to scare Diamond Prox away and move them a little further back. So very good play and even, but he's going in.
He got the knockup onto Genja. Genja must flash away from this. Ignite is on as well. The Candy Panda gets the kill pickup. Nif helping quite a lot as well, but now Diamond is here. Candy Panda has to use Barrier. He's still alive. Will they find a kill out of this one? Well, Diamond certainly will, and now he's going to look for Nif. Will he have what he needs? Looks like not much more, but a 1-for-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade kill does go on to Diamond Prox, which is very good. But of course, the fact that the AD carry of Graves picked up that first kill in the mid lane, he now has a BF sword to back up that Doran's blade. It is such a big damage advantage for him. Genja does tend to build something like a double Bloodthirster on his Misfortune. We'll see if he goes that route this time as well. He just wants to get the scaling off of his ultimate.
And we'll see how that ends up panning out in the team fights and what kind of route he wants to go for. You can always look for single target damage up, but with auto attacks instead. Hecarim steals away. He saw that Hercubot was there farming out the mid lane, defending the turret, so he got a free steal onto the Wraiths. Now we, of course, see the junglers go back to their own territory here. Hercubot getting his Lizard buff for himself. You can see 31 to 37. The junglers are pretty close in terms of farm. And of course, the Frenchman should have Smite available and takes that one out pretty cleanly.
Yeah, is he going to manage just to secure that and get away to safety? And I just want to go back to that Misfortune comment again. Genja yesterday, when he was playing Ashe, he almost relied on his volleys in team fights more than his auto attacks. He didn't get stuck in quite as much. And it could be a symptom of playing so much Misfortune where you rely so heavily on your bullet time and positioning in team fights to get a good channel on your ultimate. And that is really what helps secure you those advantages. So we'll see how he decides to play this one out. He's already got that Vamp Scepter and he gets a small CS advantage over Candy Panda. But other than a couple of ganks, it's just been a lot of farming as Alex gets caught by a taunt.
He does land some nice damage off of the charm right there. Nice pickup. I want to point out that Edward had just placed a pink ward in his basically lizard camp brush, the one right by the lane. He's actually looking to counter ward any possible site that SK is looking for, but of course nothing is there. Which makes me think Diamond might be looking for something in the mid lane. Of course, Diamond does find Nif, though. A lot of damage on him. Pops the ult as well. Look at the burst damage there. Edward secures the kill, 2-2. Ult goes off as well, but does not quite find Candy Panda.
Solo.
Yeah, he was looking for that one. Did put out a lot of damage there, but Candy Panda did get away. Edward, though, he's trying to zone him out. Problem is, Hercubot is there. Must flash away, because that is a very angry Demacian Prince. Candy Panda did get slowed. The Glitter Lance did land, but he survived.
If Edward was only playing AP, he may have been able to pick up that kill, but he secures one more for himself in the mid lane. Could this be the first of many for Edward? It's not uncommon to see him racking up a huge kill score. I believe he's got a 6.4 KDA, if I recall correctly. So, pretty good. You know, not too bad for that support player. Now, Ocelot's done very, very well for himself in this bottom lane. He was so far behind for those opening minutes. He's managed to pull himself up, even in CS, with Alexich's Kassadin, and it's just going to even out the power balance. But in terms of assassination potential, you've always got to favor Kassadin because he is coming in from the side, and the charm so well timed from Ocelot. If Kassadin continued, he would have eaten it.
And the funny thing is, Alex, I think, could tell that Ocelot knew he was there because of when he turned around, he said, oh, he'll see me in the brush, and then juked back expecting the charm. It was a really nice move. Alex now forced to last hit under turret. Now, Kassadin actually last hits really well under turret when his W is active. It's enough to always meet the breakpoint for turret hits a melee twice, turret hits a ranged one once. You always meet the breakpoint for that. And so he's actually keeping up pretty well, 51-45. Kassadin actually surviving. Darien gets aggressed on here by Kevin. Nice stun on the backside, though. And Elise actually, I think, gets the better of that trade somewhat. So Kevin's forced to sustain a bit more now.
Darien did use his Ignite, though. So if Kevin had stuck around and continued fighting, he was going to go in there. So remember, it's not available if Diamond Prox comes in for this gank. But he did walk straight over Kevin's ward. So Kevin is well aware of it. You can see a number of pings on the minimap. He's pretty much saying, look, I know that the horse is here. And I'm confident enough for the time being. Hercubot's already roaming around in anticipation of either the gank or to set up a gank of his own. So we'll see how Gambit set this one up. But up in the top lane, it does look like that Jarvan's gone in. And we'll see if we can get up there.
Oh, the flash from Darien keeps him alive for a little bit. The Ignite, though, picks up the kill. Kevin, nice grab right there. We were watching how the slightly unfortunate ward from Edward could not see the one that SK had put down. But just a straight-up duel. Nice pickup there, or 2v1, I should say. Alex Ich now in the bottom. Does take damage in a duel against Ocelot. These guys are still trading back and forth overall. Not a lot of movement lane to lane, but Hercubot's definitely putting his pressure on the map. Now Diamond forced to defend this turret 1 versus 2, and SK are not going for a kill there.
No, low damage ping, as you see, Ocelot is dropped by Alex. If he decides to go in aggressive, he may actually be able to pick up the kill, but SK are trying to set one up on Diamond.
Yeah, they land the taunt, a lot of damage there, but the turret just putting out a little bit too much pressure for these guys. SK are not going to find the kill there. Oh, the go in from Alex! Will he get the damage he needs? It's so very close, and they are going to trade. Nice. It's interesting. I don't know if it's better for anyone in particular, but it's kill for a kill.
I'm pretty sure that Alex, I think he ate a charm. I'm not sure because he seemed to just stop once he landed under the turret. SK Candy Pan in the mid lane is putting a lot of aggression onto Genja, but it's not affecting his farming just yet. But yeah, in the bottom lane there, you know, you've seen Alex, he used that Rift Walk in, landed his Ignite, the Null Sphere, and then all of a sudden just sort of stood there. So I don't know if he was resigned to the fact that he was going down or what exactly happened. But a trade 1-for-1. Even, I suppose, seeing as though they're both 1-1 right now.
Yeah, and of course you just saw right there a wave clear coming out from Genja, making sure he doesn't take too many missed minions, and of course he's going for the Wolf Camp right now. So certainly looks like he's practicing for the for his match later today.
See if we can take out the Copenhagen Wolf, the Wolf Camp throughout the course of the matchup. So we do have a very brief momentary pause. We'll find out what the source is of that, but this game is extremely even and extremely close right now. 4-3 on kills. There's only 400 gold that separates them. And it's literally just spot on. I mean, there's nothing to differentiate these guys right now.
Apparently it was just a very momentary pause. Hercubot paused and said, hey guys, are you ready? I was just kidding. Everyone's fine. So back into the game. You can see it on their screens right here. And they are still going toe-to-toe. Of course, you're seeing SKO, but the ult comes in from Hecarim looking for the damage onto Nif. And that is a pretty painful one right there. The Sona might go down. Yes, it does. The Wild Growth even part of that one. We get the instant replay. And that is Diamond picking up the kill. So, nice grab there from Gambit. The reinitiation, very, very strong.
Yeah, really, really strong engagement. Only Freak can commentate from looking at a player's point of view on the matchup. And I believe that was Nif's point of view as well, if I recall correctly. So nevertheless, the fact that they picked up that kill allows them to move down towards the Dragon. They have the numbers advantage. They know that SK aren't in a position to really defend or challenge for this one. And they have the vision advantage in the area as well. So a free, uncontested Dragon gives them timing, gives them control, and a momentary gold lead at this moment in the game.
That was definitely a great setup right there going in. Actually, Alex Bigger to go in and looks to Ocelot, and he's got him down to half health already. Ocelot might need some MR, but Hercubot is around. Can he bait the kill? Ocelot goes for the ult, and actually no, forces Alex to run away from this one. Can Ocelot get one more charm? He will not. A little bit low on mana and maybe the cooldown as well. So Hercubot now going to stick around in this lane. Definitely see that Ocelot is forced to run away. Does not have much magic resist to his name, so that is a painful situation. You fight a Kassadin.
Yeah, the amount of damage that Kassadin puts down is just so high. And once that Null Sphere is at max rank, and you can see that even with the dashes from Ari, was unable to actually chase Alex Ich's Kassadin. Tried to get in range. Unfortunately, just went a little bit wide with that Orb of Deception and couldn't even get in range for the Foxfire to go off. So, you know, good play from Alex Ich in positioning. He did get away from the counter gank even after eating the charm at the beginning. But for the time being, he's relatively safe. Now, Diamond Prox sniffing the middle lane. Tower goes down. He knocks Nif back. He doesn't have that Onslaught of Shadows available for that CC. So, unfortunately, cannot continue that gank pressure.
Even though SK is right up to the turret, they couldn't quite get the kill out of it. So we're going to see Genja go back to the base. Hercubot grabbing his buffs one more time throughout the map. This is going to be his golem, it seems. And it's interesting because we're not seeing the sort of standard AP mid players get their own blue buffs, because you're seeing them basically sit at the bottom lane and not leave, and the junglers over and over and over again just grab them for themselves.
Yeah, it's different to what we usually see in terms of that play, especially when you consider how much Ari and Castanen can benefit from. Candypan is going to try steal. Collateral damage comes out, but it is a little late because the burst damage from Riftwalk was too high. They had full vision of it. They knew it was going down, and you could sort of feel that Gambit were aware of the presence, because they did pull it back into their towards the grass, the bush area, to deny as much vision as possible.
Yeah.
And the fact that those blue buffs have been denied, and the fact that, you know, Alex had a little bit of a stronger start, he hit some items before Ocelot did, means he's got a 20 CS lead right now in this bottom lane. He's also had a little bit, Ocelot's had to deal with a little bit more gank pressure from his opponents.
That's true.
What that's meant is that up in their top lane, Kevin's Shen has managed to go 2-0 against his lane opponent, also thanks to some help from the SK team. So it's a clear focus that SK want to try and detract from Elisa's farm and focus on feeding Shen, whereas Gambit are trying to focus on Ocelot and his Ari a little bit more.
And of course that plays in, and it makes so much sense too, because SK's game plan is about Kevin split pushing, and they're making Kevin get ahead here. And of course, Gambit wants to get in and fight a real team fight. Hercubot is looking for the bottom lane here.
He's looking for it, but he's standing right on top of a ward. So he's unaware that his opponents can see him. Once these minions get down, they may actually be able to do so. But once that ward gets positioned, his vision will be revealed. And you can see Hercubot immediately goes, oh, I forgot when I do that, they can see me. And he starts to walk away. But Ocelot is going to get caught out here.
Alex finds a nice opening there. Ocelot does not land the charm. Alex Ish is in a pretty good spot. He's trying to run away. No, he goes in onto Ocelot, but he's been Demacia and ulted. And now it's a silence on a Hercubot. Jarvan's not in a great place.
Yeah,
Shen'll comes by as well. They're going to try to go back on in. He flashes forward. He just forces Castanen to run away. Actually, the Cocoon stops Shen from showing up, so it's still a 2-on-2. There's the onslaught of shadows, and that is the kill picked up. Alex Itch getting the credit onto that one. That is a 1-0.
So well played there from Gambit. Not only did they go back in, Alex almost went 1v1 with Ocelot, but it's not done yet. Edward's getting closer to Hercubot, and you know, if anyone's going to go aggressive, Edward's the man to do it. You have to give props to Darian there, interrupting the Stand United from Kevin. I think he popped his flash and took turret damage just to shut Shen down. You can see Summoner Spell is blown, and the fact that Shen could not, you know, pitch up to that battle in the bottom lane meant that SK lost the eventual trade 1-0.
And of course, there's a really, really good re-engage. Alex rift walked forward, flashed as soon as he saw the Cataclysm come out, and then still managed to get back into the fight to pick up the kill. The mechanics there on that Castanen play are very strong, but a duel up in the top lane. Darian getting dropped very, very low, but lands Cocoon onto Kevin and starts running away. Can Kevin do anything here? Of course, Darian's flash is down from that prior engagement, so no, it's Genja walking to the top lane. That ward just times out. Kevin's gonna go back to farming.
Yep, Count farming Shen. Who would have guessed? You know,
weird, right?
He's just doing the best that he can to work towards that Warmog. He's already got that Giant's Belt, Ruby Crystal, and the Rejuvenation Bead in his back pocket, so he shouldn't be too far away from securing that. I just want to see what Genja's going to be building next. He has his first Bloodthirster completed. He started with 6% lifesteal coins. Alex thinks he can take this one. Does he have enough damage?
He's certainly looking for it. He's playing like he does. The taunt comes in. That's going to be so much damage on Alex's Ripwalk is still down. Will it be enough? There's a force pose as well. Kevin, oh, he does pick up the kill first, but Alex does go down afterwards.
So Alex trading again underneath the turret. He had enough damage to pick up the kill, but a very, very good taunt from Kevin with the damage reduction and the CC that offered. Bought, I think, 2 more turret hits onto Alex, which would have been the difference between life and death. So a good taunt managed to at least, you know, give him 1 in reply or 1 back, but I'm going to have to see if Alex keeps doing that throughout the game, because he cannot afford to just keep dying every time he tries to dive and pick up a kill.
It's true, you end up losing out on a lot of experience when you're not farming minions and whatnot. Ocelot pushing out the bottom lane in response, and of course, no one is there to clean up those minions that get pushed out. So you're seeing what happens when, you dive like that. Genja's being run to the bottom lane right here to try to pick that up. Alex Itch with home guard boots trying to do the same, so Genja turns around, using Strat to get back to the mid lane. But let's recap so far, guys. This game is pretty much neck and neck. We're 19 minutes in. Gambit have pulled a narrow 1-kill lead. They've got +1 Dragon as well, but the turrets are equal. And you're seeing different styles anyway from these teams, so gold is not even the most important,
factor.
Tool of who's winning. There you go. Thank you, factor.
And interesting about that as well, you know, the fact that it's 1 tower to 1, 5 kills to 6. For anybody that did watch any of the NA games last night, there was one particular matchup where at 18 minutes on the clock, I believe 6 towers had been killed already for 0 deaths. it was just tower. It was like a tower defense game is what ended up happening. They traded
like tower offense game.
Whoa! And it was just back and forth tower killing. That is all they did over and over and over before finally First Blood came. So this is a matchup that is somewhat similar, but in the opposite respect. There's not been a lot of pushing, but Hercubot's found.
Speaking of pushing, he's been pushed right down 6 feet under, and SK Gaming timed all their aggression right around the Dragon respawn. They are there. And this will be SK's turn at an unanswered Dragon. They do have Kevin's ultimate available. I would be surprised to see Gambit go in.
Now, there is some vision here, and Gambit are going to channel. There's the onslaught.
And he gets it. The steal comes out for Diamond. Who's going to be doing what now? And it's the Shen ult coming by. Nif is low, forced to flash away. And Elise is right there, takes a crescendo. The Diamond might go down first. They do pick him up. The horse is dead this time. Darian, now they're going for spiders. So many creatures going down, and the jungle is being wiped out.
So they traded 2 for Dragon in that particular engagement, but the reason the Dragon got started in the first place was because Genja went down. So at the end of it, 1 for 3. In terms of gold, it still holds that sort of 2k difference, but what a smite steal there from Darian, using that onslaught of shadows to come in. And I think it just caught Hercubot by surprise. His smite is still available. He literally started singing that horse was amazing and forgot to press his summoner spell. Unfortunately, you cannot afford to do that. You can see the gold at the moment they're on screen, and it's pretty good numbers for both of these teams.
Only, what, yeah, 1,800 separates right now. Alex Ich looking for the push onto Ocelot. The Riftwalk is going to be available. Here comes the sounds, the burst damage, the ignite. You are a very, very dead guy right there. Ocelot just falls immediately. Candy Panda here on cleanup duty, but Alex has the mana to escape. Will he have the damage? Look at that Riftwalk, though. It has a slow. His Riftwalk stacks are at 0, actually, so it's only a 200 mana cost. And he goes back in onto Candy Panda, lands the slow, but no one's coming to support him. Candy's really going in on this one. Finally out of mana now. Alex, he's not going to get anywhere near him.
Alex is playing very, very aggressive. Now, that's not something new to everybody, but that particular engagement, that seemed like calculated aggression. The 2 previous dives that we've seen under the turret, less so in terms of calculated, because he died in both of those situations. Genja and Edward able to pick up the turret in the mid lane, and these 2 sort of beefy, tanky, warmog-wearing ninja spider people fighting in the top lane, but Hecarim wants to join the party. We'll see how quickly he can get there. He does have his ultimate available. Kevin's in trouble.
Yeah, they put the ignite on. He's still going for the turret dive right there. Goes back in human form to put some damage on Huss turret aggro as well, and Diamond goes in. He's going to look for 300 gold right here. Kevin tries to flash away, but he's still getting caught up here. The shield is on, but here comes Hercubot. He stops him up. There's the Messi standard. Oh! Darian flashes forward. Will he have the damage? Kevin's still alive. The stun doesn't deal any damage, but he does pick up the kill. They trade back and forth. Nif picks that one up, but Ocelot is now into the fray against Diamond. But Alex Ich shows up. They find the kill right there. Hercubot does not want to go into this one. Alex is a pretty damaging guy. Jumps over the wall, but so does Candy Panda. Forced to flash away. Candy Panda flashes in. The burst comes out. Alex is still alive. Can they pick up Diamond? He's at 211 health. Can Hercubot chase this one down? He's getting outrun, but Sona hates him up. The EQ is going to be up just now. He flashes, but he misses. He goes the wrong way. Diamond, now he's charging. He's going to get out.
What a crazy fight. They end up trading 2 for 1. Genja completely left alone in the bottom lane. He picks up the inner turret. Alex Ich and Edward will probably be able to pick up the mid inner turret as well if they stick around. A huge, huge, huge fight there. At the end of it all, Nif managed to pick up the kill onto Darian, who went so deep. But they did manage to secure that kill. Plus 2 towers. Gambit are ecstatic with that trade.
That was a very, very good one. And we just talked about an 1,800 gold lead. Well, now it's about 4,000, 4,500 even. So that lead has ballooned up quite a bit. A lot of helium, apparently, or strong lungs from Gambit, because you're seeing them get better and better in this game. Kevin now on the bottom lane to push out. He's got a long way to go. 2,000
gold difference between Ocelot and Alex Ich there in their mid lane champions, or in this particular matchup, it was the bottom lane. But with those towers going down, Gambit have just opened up this map, and you can see by the vision, look at how many wards they have placed all over the mid to bottom half of that map, because there's no towers to defend. So the previous time that Gambit went super aggressive towards that tower and, you know, towards that fight, it was a little risky. It'll be a little safer now because they have so much more vision, and they pick up another unanswered tower kill off the back of that particular engagement.
And that's so rare to see as well. He's 2 and 4 on Elise, and no one was there to stop him. Darian actually picked up a Tear of the Goddess, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen that on Elise, but both his Qs and his auto attacks apply single target spells. So Muramana would do actually a lot of damage.
So we'll see if he does decide to go that route. He always has the potential of going for Seraphs and going for the shield.
True.
But we've had discussions about the shield and varying levels of success. So we'll see what Darren does like to build. He does try. Actually, you know what? Gambit in general do tend to build, itemize their way. They don't necessarily go to norms. Alex trying to pick a fight. Oh, Darian's actually Cocoon Candy.
He does land the stun right there. The ult coming out completely whiffs from Nif. And look at the burst coming out, the damage output from Genja. The entire team down to half health. Alex might want to go for something here. Kevin being knocked around. He gets the slowdown as well. Who's going to be the target here? Darian is still in this this fight right there. Kevin taking a bunch of pain. He does go down. Genja finds that, and Darian actually survives as well. The wild growth from Lulu keeping him alive. Gambit's going to run away with a 1-for-0.
1-for-0, but they managed to get the tankiest target down. Kevin joined the party a little bit late there, obviously because of the stand united, and once the rest of his team was falling behind, he was pretty much playing a meat shield. He wanted to tank as much damage as possible to buy time for his carries to escape. Unfortunately, the combined efforts of all the slows and, CC that Gambit could stick to him meant he did eventually go down in that trade. So again, 1-for-0. Gambit coming out just a little bit ahead, and they've extended that gold lead now to 6,000 gold, which is now a significant number. Now it's starting to show dividends in terms of itemization.
It definitely is right here, and I just kind of want to point out, though, I'm looking at the various parts of the game. Of course, we see Gambit winning and winning and winning in these team fights. That SK, though, Edward is, he gets it though. Nice pick up there by Edward. But SK are still trying to play the split push game. I want to point to Kevin's items. He's starting on a wit's end. He's still trying to be able to duel against Darian and delay the game out.
We'll see if that's actually going to be a possibility, because Chain Vest and the Tear of the Goddess for Darian's Elise. I want to see what he itemizes. If he goes for something like a Sunfire Cape, he can counter push quite effectively. Dragon has respawned. Edwin is a little bit out of position, so this is going to be a 4 versus 5 by the time Genja gets here with Strut. Can they steal another Dragon?
Oh, no, it's going to be actually picked up by Ocelot. He gets it, and they find Diamond. That horse is taking so much damage. The shield is on as well. Nip taking a bunch of punishment. They trade 1-for-1. Where's it going to go to next? SK still 4 strong. Darian in the mix. Run away from Alex. The ult comes out. Bullet time dropping Ocelot low. He flashes out of that one. Hercubot's in the mix as well. The knockup from Lulu. He keeps Genja alive. Edward's in the mix as well. Candy Panda taking a bunch of damage. He's going to go down. Alex Itch finds another kill. That's them getting cleaned up right now. SK is going to fall over, and only Hercubot is alive.
Gambit have put on their dancing shoes because they were all over the place in that fight. They were in and out and in and out and two-stepping left and right to dodge every bit of damage that SK Gaming were putting down, and that is why they come out of the fight 4-for-0. Every single piece of kiting ability that was possible was used, and you can see in the middle lane, Alex is just pushing towards the inhibitor turrets.
And they are, and you're seeing how much pressure they have. Still 12 seconds left on most of the respawns here. Nif and Hercubot cannot defend the turret by themselves. Darian and Alex are going to take that one down. Will they go for the inhibitor? They've got 3 seconds still, and Alex, of course, he's got Rift Walk, so he's like, Sona, okay.
This is Alex Itch. He's going to stay as aggressive as possible because that's what he's been doing the whole time. Edward is positioning some wards for Baron, so you can expect Gambit maybe to start thinking towards that objective in the next couple of minutes. But again, we pointed out during that fight that Ocelot actually got the last hit on the Dragon. Smite was still available for Hercubot. He's missing those smites. That's a second Dragon engagement that we've seen go a little awry as far as his, last hitting smite is concerned. SK immediately rushing Baron. They could sense as well, this is the next point of contention.
I think Hercubot's just charging it up. It's like Mega Man. He doesn't want to fire that smite. He wants to keep it channeled and charged and charged and charged so he can super smite the Baron at the end and steal it away. We'll see if that ends up happening.
Doesn't it deal more damage the less time it's used?
Yeah, sure.
This is a joke, people. Please don't take that seriously.
It wasn't even a good joke. I'm sorry. That's -1 point to me. But SK are grouping up around Baron. They do realize this might be their biggest objective to go for right now. Gambit in SK's jungle right here, spotted by a couple of minions, so that's still helping SK with vision, even if wards aren't so much. Of course, once again, Edward has an Oracles, and he's sweeping them out pretty successfully.
So,
Darian, yeah?
Genja has built a Guardian Angel.
Genja has built the Guardian Angel, so he is just being as durable as possible and trying to make sure that they are going to be safe in this team fight, and he doesn't go down to Assassins, and they're now starting on Baron. But they just swept the ward, so SK knows about this.
So we'll see how SK can react. You actually see Kevin is recalling for the time being, so he may want to just pick up some items and stand united in. The ultimate is available. Darren is just off screen. He has picked the fight, though.
They have found Elise right there. Edward is nearby as well. Can they pick up Darian? He's been ulted by Lulu. They're going for him right now, and the rest of Gambit are going to turn around. The pony is there. Darian is still alive as well. They picked up 2 kills so far. Ocelot trying to run towards the back, but Alex Itch is right on top of them. Darian and Diamond both low on health, but still not dying. Ocelot trying to to run. The shield there from Alex. He's going to pick up another kill. Only 2 still alive for SK. Herkybot now the focus, and he is going to be running and running and running. The rappel is there, though. They find their 4th kill of the fight, and now it is Kevin. Kevin alone right here, getting chased down by the AD carry and support. Been exhausted as well, but he is still trying to escape from this fight. The slows are there. We see Alex coming from the side. He's been silenced as well. Flashes away. The silence comes out, and Alex picks up the ace. Everyone on SK is gone right now.
Everyone on SK is dead. The rest of Gambit are going to take down this middle inhibitor. There's fairly 20 to 30 seconds. They might be able to get the top lane turret down. That bullet time from Genja was so well placed. It removed Nif and Candy Panda from the fight entirely. And the fact that Graves was dead so early on in the engagement meant they lost all of that damage. The Bloodthirster, the Phantom Dancer, the Last Whisper was not there.
Oh
and they
my
just blew
gosh.
up again.
It just exploded Candy Panda right there. They're diving now into the base. Nif is not going to be in a good shape. Well, he actually will surround this one. Diamond was not able to dive into the fountain. As tanky as he is, the Fountain Laser tends to be a bit strong. And the, of course, Nexus turrets are going down. This could be the game-winning push here for Gambit. There are 3 members of SK to defend, but looks like they're not going to even try. Gambit are going to take this victory and continue to stay in 2nd place here in the EU LCS. Congratulations there to the Russians.
GG to Gambit. That was a very, very good game, but you have to give credit to SK. Comparison to previous performances, they really stepped up their game here. They had a very strong early game. They traded back and forth, and it was really just that 1 or 2 team fights that swung Gambit's favor that allowed them to pull ahead and cement that lead.
It's always been the thing that Gambit was best at, is whether they have weird lanes or not, no matter what happens early game, they just have this uncanny ability to team fight perfectly. Whether it was the Dragon Steel that made it, you know, it wasn't the best fight for them, but they got the Dragon Steel and kept themselves in the game. Whether it was Alex Itch just finding kills all the time in just various side lanes, 1v1, 1v2, no problem. But that one Dragon fight where they just cleaned house 4 for 1, that was a big moment.
I completely agree, and the kiting ability was so well. So, well played to Gambit. They pick up another victory, and they bounce back from their loss from yesterday.
Yeah, that's it for us. Let's hand it over to the analyst desk. They've got things to say about this game.
Thanks a lot, guys. So I'm here once again with Jason and Crepo. Thanks for joining us once again on your weekend off, which has turned out to be a busy weekend nonetheless.
Yep.
So talk us through the game then. I mean, Gambit looked very, very solid there. Where were the key points for you?
I think it all revolved around the lane swap and a little about the early game. You can see SK had a plan. They wanted to find somebody in the red jungle for Gambit Gaming, but they didn't find. Gambit reacted really well. Got double camps level 1. Both Wraiths and double Golems took the red buff away, went into blue buff. Good thing for SK is that they had 2 people mid, which allowed them to still secure the 2nd buff for their jungler. But there, from that moment onwards, it started snowballing a little, because if you 2v1 somebody mid, you can't deny them XP. Not easy. Like, it's really hard to deny XP because it's such a short lane.
Yeah.
Which ended up leading to Kassadin getting most of the XP, some of the CS. But if you look at bottom, they 2v1 the Ahri from Ocelot, and they denied him XP initially, pushed him on a tower. And when he was about to get all that sweet XP, Diamond came in, tried to gank him, obviously, but it still forced him out of the lane. He missed like an entire wave there, or more than half a wave at least. And then later on, when Kassadin hit level 4, he switched it back to bottom. He was almost level 5 when Ocelot was all like 4.5, which led to an XP disadvantage. Once Kassadin hit 6, Ocelot is still level 5, and that's where like Kassadin really wins the matchup a lot harder because he has his ulti. And he snowballed that XP advantage even more, and at the end, like, Kassadin was 2 levels ahead, and then he started roaming, and yeah, he just picked up kills. Even if he died for them, it's fine. He got a kill, he got his items, his benchmark items. They went into team fighting, and he kept cleaning up every fight.
So we talked a little bit about that during the game, this whole, you know, Alex going in there, trading kill for kill with Shen in the top lane, did it a couple of times. That actually worked, in your opinion, in his favor.
I mean, you could say that going for the kill and dying is bad, and you miss out on creeps, but in some of those cases, he was so close to killing him and jumping back out. Yeah. On bottom, for example, he jumped in, he maybe misclicked his flash, or he over-expected his damage, or something didn't go as planned. But I think his initial plan was jump in, QE ignite, jump out, and then cool guys don't look at explosions, just walk away. But it maybe misfired, but he still went for 1 kill. He knew he had the kill, and he knew he might get out, and that's worth it for a Kassadin.
And there was one point in the game we were talking about where you actually had Kassadin versus or Alex Itch versus Ocelot in the bottom lane, and you were saying he has an advantage, and because of that, he was able to afford some wards. Can you kind of walk us through what you talked to us about?
Yeah, because at that point he was level 11, I believe, and Ocelot was level 9, and you could see Ocelot even sharing XP with Jarvan just to get back in the game. And Alex knew he was ahead, and he knew the only way for SK to come back in the game was babysit bot lane at that point, because Darien was doing fine, he warded everything up. So Alex actually invested some money in wards, warded both sides and then a lane ward, so he was good from river, and he was good from lane ganks, and he just toyed with the Jarvan over and over. He just kept him sitting in the bush, went forward. Jarvan's like, I'm going to gank now. Okay, he goes backwards, back and forth again, and he just drew all the aggro to bot lane, which freed up Darien on top, getting a little stronger, and they pushed mid as well, and then Gambit did a really good job, even if they were in a bad situation, stalling people and letting them chase them through the jungle. We saw Diamond Prox keep Graves and Jarvan busy for so long, which allowed Lulu and MF in mid lane to just push 2 towers down or 1 tower. And it was just, Gambit was a lot more cohesive, and they were split pushing when they had to, grouping up when they had to. They had some really good smite steals as well, and they were solid, really solid.
And you mentioned Darien during that little conversation right there, and we saw him in the early game. He got ganked when he was level 2. And he got kind of shut down there. But you were saying you think if that gank didn't happen, he would have pretty much won his lane easily, because that's what SK's saving grace was, in my opinion. He had a 3-0 Kevin up there.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he would have won the lane convincingly, but he wouldn't be under so much pressure. And I think that he's a really aggressive laner, so they did really well in shutting him down early. But sadly enough, it came down to the picks. Like Kassadin with levels up on Ocelot will just completely win that lane, and I think that's where it snowballed the most.
What did you think about the whole Ahri pick in there? I mean, obviously they'd saved that Kassadin until last. Is Ahri a safe pick in that scenario?
I mean, I am no mid laner, so I don't pretend to know everything. And
but you used to play middle, right?
Yeah, but my knowledge is so terribly outdated. I played before the lovely days of Bruiser's mid. I actually played AP versus AP, and I didn't have to worry about any Zeds one-shotting me, exactly. But yeah, I think coming up to level 6, they do fine against each other, and it's a good idea to lane swap your 2v1 for mid to shut down the Kassadin, but it doesn't work if your Ahri gets shut down harder and then you match them up again, you know? That's what Gambit did. They played around with the information they had really well. They say, okay, they're 2v1ing me, I'll take the XP, and with my XP advantage, I'll go bottom. If you make sure you deny him harder, I will win that lane on my own, because that was how it happened. He had a full level up, later 2 levels up, and it was really solid by Gambit. Really good counter lane swaps, really good reaction on what was happening, and they played really solid.
So MVP then, who's your thoughts for this one? I mean, it's kind of an easier
obvious
one today.
Definitely Alex, but he couldn't do it without support for his team, because I think the gank early on Ocelot, even though it was obvious and he dodged it, he lost XP there. Alex got XP ahead in mid, and I think that's what snowballed it.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, for joining us. We'll be back, obviously, a little bit later, but for now, we're going to head over with Shox, who's with Alex H from Gambit.
Thank you, Alex. First off, congratulations on being MVP. Now, the picks and ban phase in the game for the game was really long. People have said before that maybe picks and bans is where you guys gone wrong in the past. Is that why you've taken so much attention to it?
So we pretty knew that what we're going to ban. Like we kind of knew our picks, but last pick was kind of tough decision because there are a lot of heroes that can be played in that matchup. So we decided that Kassadin will be the most safe and stable pick for us, and that, the game went well. And the other picks were kind of obvious. We're playing that heroes except maybe Hecarim, but he's getting nerfed, so who cares?
So Ocelot chose not to go up against you in that lane. Did that in the end turn out better for you?
So we expected that. So I really expected that it will be something like Ahri will go against Alice and Shen will be trying 1 versus 2, because in that case they would have really big chance of winning all the lanes. But Shen went against Alice, that is in the equal matchup, and Ahri can't do anything 1 versus 2. So it went really fine for us. He got denied really hard, and then we swapped the lane, and they didn't try to chase us in swapping. So they just stayed 2 versus 2 mid, and even our mid was a bit behind. I got huge edge because of the level and because of the counter matchup, and I could easily snowball my lane. So Jarvan had to come to lane a lot, but he couldn't do anything. And finally we killed with Diamond 2 versus 2 with Shen ultimate.
So no walkover here, and yesterday, of course, the loss against Giants. Would you say that the playing field has evened here in EU, and you guys might need to step it up to get to that top 2?
It's when I was speaking with Genja, and he said, it's even everyone can do all these guys can do 200 creeps in 20 minutes. So all the guys are kind of like good players. So it depends, like maybe a bit some kind of team play or game understanding. But in that game, we like played against some kind like our losses. It was some kind like lose to TPA or CLG. It was almost the same. Like we go into them and we die. So it was just like bad played from us and good plays from them. Their pick was really awesome.
Going up against Copenhagen Wolves later, what are your thoughts going into that one? They're looking really strong.
So I got some thoughts about that, but I won't tell it. I think it should be fine. But Copenhagen Wolves are training a lot and they increased a lot. They're a really good team at the moment.
Thank you very much, Alex. Now, before we get into our break, just to remind you of our Twitter question. If you could choose one North American team to compete in the European LCS, which team would it be and why? Tweet it at LOL eSports, hashtag LCS, the same if you may have any questions for our casters or Crepo, of course. Now, AAA sits just above the Copenhagen Wolves in the standings, but the pack are hunting for Nono and that 5th place spot. Against All Authority versus Copenhagen Wolves, coming up next.
Welcome back to the analysis desk here for day 2 of week 7 here at the LCS EU. Joining me is Jason Kaplan and our special guest, Crepo. First of all, Crepo, Snoopy posted something on Twitter yesterday, and the community have been bugging me all day yesterday and today. Can you tell us anything about that?
I can't tell much about it. I'm really not in a position. That's up to Snoopy. All I can tell you is that you just need a little more space right now, and I really don't want to comment more on that.
Okay, well then we can go straight into other questions. On Reddit, we did put a thread up. You can probably get your questions in the last second. Yep. But we'll go into the first one. Frog even replied to it saying he likes this question. I know. And it's from Leftover Name, which I think that's a good nickname. And it says, has EG experimented with the banner of command item at all?
Actually, Froggen brought that up in our team discussion a few times. We once built it just to troll and we're like, hey guys, I'm split pushing, but I'm not in lane. Look what I'm doing. So basically, if you don't know what it does, banner of command buffs a creep, makes it a little stronger, and I think you get all the gold from it as well once it kills a creep. Freak doesn't know, I'm asking him, but he's like, oh, thank you, Freak, for your valuable input. But yeah, basically, it's a counter to split push. But you can't send it into the lane where somebody else is split pushing because they'll just kill the creep. But you can make it like a hidden split push because it starts and people will not notice it unless it's too late. I think it could be an option, but I just think we as a team need to understand split pushing better and just deal with it better. And for me, I think my knowledge about team fights and team comps is decent, but when it comes to split pushing, I don't think I can like pinpoint and judge really well what the entire effect of a split push will be long term and short term. So I think I just need to improve there myself, and our team is in general as well. Because if we have to relate or go for an item to solve issues with team split pushing, then there's still a core issue that it hasn't been solved yet. So.
Well, to take that question one step further real quick before we go into the next, we've seen Froggen play Twist of Fate before, and he seems to love the split push. He's always in other lanes pushing that lane. What if you went like Banner of Command, which I believe gives ability power, and then also Captain Boots? Would that be like some ridiculous split push strategy?
Well, making the minions quicker doesn't necessarily improve your split push, because generally you want to stack a wave slowly and then push that big wave in. However, like you can use the Banner of Command, but then I think if you want to spend gold on TF to split push, you might rush a Lich Bane rather and actually hit those towers once you get there. And you want mobility on yourself as well. The creeps, not so much. But yeah, it could be an option. I think we need to like look into the TF a little more. Just generally get more aware of what split pushing does, what the weaknesses are, because obviously every strategy has its weaknesses, and if you can catch people before they can start split pushing and shut them down in lane, sometimes you see that they focus on some Chens or they shut down TFs early as well. There's counters to everything. You just got to improve, play better.
So next question then, Karma obviously has had a remake. What do you think to her right now?
Played her once. I think as always with
Did you win?
No, didn't win the game, but I won the mental warfare. That was it. I hope. No, I think she's gonna be stronger as an AP carry again than as a support. Happens a lot when they do the supports, but I think fundamentally she got changed into a movement speed, because people don't really value the movement speed the shield gives. I played her one game, and you don't really get it for the shield value, just get it for the steroid movement speed, because you can really speed up people in key exchanges. Get away from a gank, do a gank, send a Hecarim in lane, speed him up again. Like this short movement speed burst can catch people off guard, and then the feather on the W is pretty strong. And I don't know what to max just yet. I just looked into her once. I think she can be viable in some stuff, but I wouldn't run her as support just yet. I'll just wait until some crazy dude figures out an OP build, and then I'll gladly copy that one.
Thanks a lot, guys, for answering the questions. Don't forget you can get them in on Reddit and on Twitter as well, at LOL eSports, using the hashtag LCS. So, time for the second game of today. Let's throw it over to our casters again, Freak and Quickshot.
Hey everybody, welcome to the commentary desk, and of course we do have an awesome game for you guys. It's our second match of the day. Again, Copenhagen Wolves against All Authority, and these two teams have fought each other 3 times already.
Wolves are currently up 2-1, and they managed to secure their very first win of the season against All Authority.
Ah, you've joined me.
I have joined you. You've pulled me to the dark side. And of course, you have to remember that was the first pentakill of the League of Legends Championship Series ever. It was Bjergsen that picked it up. It was in his second week back, all the way back in Super Week in week 4. So against All Authority, they did pick up a win yesterday against Dragonborns, which is definitely going to help their confidence, especially because of how they picked up that win. They were behind, and they managed to pull themselves back in. So, you know, everybody in the lower ranked teams are still within reach of one another, and it's definitely going to be a very important game for these two teams.
And of course, when you think about it, you've got, you know, these lineups are still close, though. These teams are are just, 1 or 2 games apart, each one of them really. And it is so important to pick up wins there in these bottom 4.
Yeah, it's definitely important. Like we were saying, yesterday's games, yesterday's victories, it helps these teams. Copenhagen Wolves, of course, they have had a loss yesterday. So it's going to affect their mental state and the fact that they're playing Gambit later today. There's a lot of preparation that goes into it. And we keep talking about how when you've got 3 games to play against 2 different teams, how do you prioritize your practice? Where have they focused the most? And have the Copenhagen Wolves prepared enough for Against All Authority?
So actually, I talked to them at lunch today and asked them, what are you planning for AAA? And they said, actually, nothing really special. Big shock, we're going to ban Sona.
Who would have guessed?
Right? Like, Corellius not playing Sona. I mean, we saw it actually, Dragonborns let him do that. And they lost yesterday. And so AA don't want to make that mistake themselves. But, that's, of course, one of the things that happens. We'll see, of course, what else they plan out for this game. But let's take a look at the lineup for this match. The Copenhagen Wolves, Nie Godbro, Svenskeren, Bjergsen, Vitesse, and, of course, Deficio.
And for Against All Authority, it is, of course, Freddy122, Virtual, Schleyer, Nono, and Corellius.
So let's talk about this game's featured matchup quick shot. It's going to be the man in the middle for the Wolves, Bjergsen.
We have to talk about him. He has been playing a number of assassins, focusing on Zed, Karzin, Karzix, Kassadin, of course. He's managed to pick up the pentakill playing as Syndra. Last weekend, he showed he can split push, and the fact that he is so strong, he's pulling attention away from his teammates. What that means is players like the Tess and Godbro are allowed to excel in their lanes, and we've seen that in the Tess's performances, how it's spiked in recent weeks.
And of course, we have to look at Against All Authority as well, and we need to talk about Virtual. He was instrumental in their comeback victory against Dragonborns.
Yeah, he was virtually unkillable as Shen yesterday, and again, it was the split push that he was providing that allowed Against All Authority to get back into that matchup. In this particular game, he's going to need to do something very similar to what they did against the Dragonborns, because the Copenhagen Wolves laning phase is particularly strong. He needs to apply pressure, and he needs to get in there with his junglers, the Shen, the J4, the Volibear, etc., to try and pick up some kills.
And we'll see, of course, if that can happen. And, even Nono could appreciate some pressure from him as well. So if we take a step back, we have to, we can see that AAA had to respect Fnatic's authority in their first game, but Virtual and Co did manage to smite the Dragonborns. Now let's see if they can also take out the Wolf Camp.
I really like AAA as a team. They're really cool guys, and they're really talented as well.
Well, I expect AAA to get back into their old shape. They've been a bit rusty here the last few weeks. I think we can all agree on that. But if they can actually keep the mood up and the motivation up, they're going to come back strong. Otherwise, not too sure.
The most dangerous player on AAA right now that we have to watch out for is Nono. Because when Nono gets on a roll, he's really dangerous. So we have to watch out for that. We have to keep him shut down and keep some focus on him in team fights.
I just don't care. I just want to play well, and people will recognize us if we play well.
All right, we'll see if they can get that recognition. Of course, we are ready to get into this game. These guys are eager to prove themselves, basically. This match means 5th place for both of these guys, and well, it's going to be a close match, of course.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a close match. It's a very important game as well. We talk about these bottom 4 teams and how every single win and loss puts you one step closer to either safety, making it into the playoff games, or into those relegation spots down in the bottom 2. So it's definitely something that these two teams are watching out for. And it was great to hear the Tess actually saying, look, the #1 player that we're afraid of is Nono. And every single team, for the most part, has been a little bit more focused on the likes of Freddy and Schleyer and their lane swaps. And the Tess is, one of the lead carries there for Copenhagen Wolves, saying we're actually afraid of Nono. We want to, we're probably going to put some focus there. So we might see some bottom lane ganks coming out of Svenskeren.
Yeah, as we saw last game, really, the teams had different focuses. Again, referring to SK versus Gambit. SK tried really hard to make sure that Kevin was ahead of Darian one-on-one and could win those duels, and you saw the exact same thing where they were trying to make sure that Ari could not have much of an impact, and they actually got Alex Itch snowballed. So we'll see again what Virtual and what Svenskeren do in this game to get their teams ahead. The bans are coming through. A shocking ban on Sona, of course, is there. Karthus being dropped away, and the Jarvan and Thresh banned out against Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, so nothing too surprising right now. We've seen Thresh ban out against Deficio a good couple of times, so he must be practicing and playing it a lot in solo queue. Karthus targeted at Freddy, and a number of just very specific players here. Karthus and Elise both being removed from Freddy, Zed being taken away from Bjergsen. So it's going to limit some of that split pushing power that you can get get from the likes of Zed, which we've seen last weekend in Lille, France. And I want to see how Against All Authority are going to, first of all, protect Nono, because, you know, we've already heard there's going to be some focus. In addition, how they're going to handle these lane swaps. They always move champions around, move players around, and you know, try to pick a composition or pick a lane matchup that most favors them.
And one thing I think is really interesting about the Against All Authority lineup, and you just mentioned lane matchups and swaps and whatnot, is that they basically interchange Freddy and Schleia. Like, he actually said in the interview, it's like, yeah, we each played different champions. Like, I've got a good Diana, his Kayle is not so much. So, you know, we end up just sort of taking the lanes that are good. We both play mid and top. It's not really a big deal. And so they end up kind of moving themselves around based on matchup and not even about their predetermined lanes.
Yeah, and I really like that approach to the game. It's very dynamic, it's very fluid, and it allows you to put what you feel is the strongest, you know, foot forward. And for Against All Authority, that's also part of the reason that they haven't been able to find an identity. They haven't been able to find a composition or a setup that really works for them. So, you know, we'll see what they decide to do now. We'll see if they're going to keep doing those splits and those changes and things like that. Kha'Zix was locked in for the Copenhagen Wolves. That's most likely going to be in the hands of Bjergsen. We've been seeing him play those assassin champions over and over and over, and I wouldn't be surprised to seeing him doing it again.
Well, it's interesting because we look at this right now, and of course, Kha'Zix being there right after Zed was banned, but Against All Authority have actually taken both Shen and Volibear. So they've grabbed the Volibear jungle. I would have thought them might have been virtual Shen, but no, it's going to be Freddy, basically blind picking top lane Shen.
So it is going to probably be a matchup that he's going to be quite comfortable with. I imagine we may even see like the swaps. Maybe Shen going to go for the 1v2 or something similar. The options are there for him. Nasus is available for selection if Svenskeren wants to take him in the jungle. It has been, you know, those top tier jungles that we've been talking about, and you see J4 being banned out means he's not going to go back to his, you know, tried and trusted lane. If Lulu does get locked in, that's sort of been Deficio's fallback champion. He's been playing a lot of Lulu in terms of this matchup, and the wave clear that you've got from that Glitter Lance and from the Piercing Arrow are very, very strong. Varus, Lulu, Caitlyn, Lulu are sort of the push lane champions,
they're the
as
best
it
at
were.
it. Yeah, and actually I asked the Wolves about Varus during lunch because we've seen it so often from the test, and he said, yeah, he's just the best AD carry. Like, I'm surprised more teams aren't running him over and over again. And he says it's mostly just from the ultimate, that the amount of crowd control you get out of that, the impact it has in team fights, you just can't get anywhere else. Of course, you've got the global Ash arrow, but this one hits multiple targets for the root. And he said, yeah, I just want Varus every single time. There's no reason not to pick him up. And we don't see all the teams prioritize it like the test does.
Well, it's really good to hear that because it's been doing very well for him. Now, Alistair being locked in for Against All Authority, we have to touch on this because this was the bottom lane that was run for Against All Authority yesterday against Fnatic. It was the Alistair-Ezreal combination, if I recall correctly. And it didn't work at all that well. They did put them in the mid lane. I read some information from Corellius yesterday saying that the original plan was for the combination of AAA to invade and steal the blue buff of Fnatic and then apply lots of pressure and counter juggling with Alistair. But because they fell behind literally in the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game, they didn't steal the blue buff. They weren't able to put that aggression and that pressure on the map, meant that it didn't work out. So we'll see if they've learned from the mistakes of yesterday and make the cow work.
Well, let's see what happens. They're looking at a couple more champions here. Singed being looked at. And, you know, certainly Against All Authority have a very tanky lineup right now and not the most damage, to be honest.
No, there's not a lot to back it up. It's literally a matter of if Nono gets jumped on, then the rest of the DPS is going to fall apart. They do still have one more lane to pick, so we'll see what they decide to go for there. Godbro has secured his Singed. You mentioned it a moment ago. It has been locked in. Again, this is 3.04, so the ultimate reducing or making immune to crowd control, reduced crowd control here is gone. All right, so even with Insanity Potion running, Singed has a little weaker than he has been in previous weeks, and Svenskeren is going to his roots, I actually should say, because Xin Xiao was the jungler that he was playing with and playing very successfully with when Copenhagen will start to pick up some of their first wins.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can, of course, sort of resume that success. You know, they're now 6-3 in their last 9 games. Certainly, they lost SK. Broke their streak a little bit, but still, of course, a very, very strong team. Against All Authority on a bit of an upturn themselves. And so with the Diana being grabbed here for Against All Authority, again, these guys are fighting for position in the standings. Wolves actually said they'd prefer to play Evil Geniuses in the playoffs over SK, saying that they just know the team a little bit better. So
Wolves have a fairly good track record against Evil Geniuses as well, as it can be said. I mean, these two teams now, Against All Authority, 6-11 in 5th place. Copenhagen Wolves 6-12 in 7th place. So a win or a loss is definitely going to affect those percentages and shuffle this bottom 4 around again. So, it's very, very important to pick up a win here and try to get yourself closer to that sort of break point, that 50% win-loss, because it's a difficult target to reach when you're 6-11 or 6-12.
Oh, absolutely. And these guys want to make sure they stay in the playoffs and have the chance, or at least an extra chance, to play in the next season, or the second half of the season, I should say. We are in the load screen. You're seeing them up on your screen right here. Now you're seeing the Wolves. And again, this game does mean a heck of a lot. We're running down to the last 3.5 weeks of the season. Yeah, 3.5 weeks. This is now the second to last day, or third to last game on week number 7. Next week, we're going to have 12 matches, which is going to be very, very important. And you have to feel that this is now the time to step up. This is the time when you have to really accept responsibility for every single victory and do the best that you can to avoid those relegation positions. We noticed that the last pickup there was on Diana for Freddy, and I want to see if they're going to do a lane swap here, because the fact that Diana's going to be in this game tells me that he's probably going to be going up against Bjergsen's Kha'Zix, and that's going to be a very, very aggressive lane. Yeah. Both champions being melee, both champions having ranged farming abilities with fairly good clear times. It's going to be very aggressive from very early on. This will be really, really interesting overall. These teams are very heavily melee as well, which will be all kinds of fun for the matchup. I remember it was mentioned by Crepo yesterday, actually, that when you had two teams running heavy melee teams, that it was early game advantages that would determine who would win, because all they can do is jump in there and start fighting, and well, whoever's got more gold tends to win those encounters. So the teams are kind of spreading around. You saw Against All Authority run down to the bottom half of the map, ward up the Tribe Rush, and then going back into the jungle again as the Wolves kind of do a similar thing of warding out the Wraiths. And here they go. Again, an aggressive ward. They ward the Wraiths. Against All Authority want to see a heck of a lot about the Wolves jungle. Yeah, Against All Authority stacked up as 5, moved as a solid unit. They had the cow in there as well in case of any form of aggression. They've got some fairly good early vision down, so they'll be fully aware of what the Copenhagen Wolves are doing in their jungle, and trying to keep tabs on Svenskeren and Xin Zhao, because it is a very, very strong early game ganker. Equal, if not on par with Volibear's ganks. They need to get in range, and lock you down. The benefit that Xin Zhao has is he has a dash. The Audacious Charge, you click on your target once in range and you land it. Volibear needs to run through minions, through a wave, but luckily Virtual has picked up that flash, so we'll see if he does try for any of those flash flippity-floppities as we've been seeing in recent weeks. So to point out one thing real quick, Nono is actually leeching experience from Virtual in the jungle. You can see he's at about 1/3 of a level right now while helping out with killing off the Wolves right there. So Bjergsen actually already into a fight with Freddy. Freddy wins that one out a little bit. Bjergsen already forced to run some potions here, but you're just seeing them run through the jungle now. Virtual, he's got his blue buff. He's going to go around the jungle right here. And there's another fight in mid lane. Freddy very, very smart with his first level, starting out with that Pale Cascade. Going to give himself a fairly, it's a smallish shield. It's only 60 HP, but that 60 HP shield plus the fact that it deals damage, which each of those little explosive balls means he is trading more efficiently than, with Bjergsen. The one benefit that Bjergsen does have is he does have that sustain from his Void Missiles when he eventually, or Void Spikes, when he does actually start, shooting them in range of minions. So if he can keep himself relatively healthy, that could definitely help and pay out. And we have seen some lane swap nonsense. Yes, so right now, Corelli's getting flipped into the turret, taking a lot of damage there, down to half health already. But it's Singe stuck in a 1 versus 2 where they've got Shen on the other side for Against All Authority. So those are going to be interesting matchups to watch, because both AD carries will be in a pretty good place and get a lot of farm. But Shen and Singe are both going to be a little bit under the weather for most of this game. Yeah, that's so true now. If anybody's going to know how to play Singe, it will be Godbro. Played 5 times this season, 3 wins with an average KDA of 4.9. But Schleyer, he just missed the taunt. We'll see if Svenskeren wants to jump in there. This is a 3 versus 2. Copenhagen Wolves have the numbers advantage and a minion advantage. Are they brave enough to go under the turret? No, you're just seeing Virtual really try to defend his teammate right now, knowing that there is an ability for pressure. Bjergsen, though, finds Freddy. A lot of damage available there. Isolated Q deals quite a bit. And Freddy is forced to run away despite the Ignite. But now it's the picture taking a bunch of damage with a red buff. Kill it. Yes, it will. Schley picks it up with Ignite, and now Virtual is running healing, and it's not going to be enough. The passive will not keep him from going down, and the Wolves will answer back with a kill of their own. The bottom turret just taking damage. That one's not going to be a lot of pressure, but still, 1-for-1 up top.
Yeah, they trade 1-for-1. The kill landing onto Shen is so important for that 1v2 lane, the lane that is, trying to be shut down, trying to be denied. You can see the Test and Svenskeren pushing past the turret, killing the creep wave, and that just denies all of that experience and all of that gold from your lane opponent. So Slayer is being pushed further and further behind. Luckily, though, that first blood is going to help him out a little bit, although he's invested that gold into an Elixir of Fortitude. So he's literally picked up an item that's going to give him a temporary boost of power, but it doesn't translate into a mid-game victory because, of course, it'll run out eventually.
And we'll see what happens with that, though. Of course, Shleia's got to have a nice boost of power there. We'll see if they keep ganking for him. They did a second ago. Virtual is running back to the top-hand side of the map, and it's going to be a 3-on-2 again, though, as Svenskeren is showing up again, trying to keep Schleia under wraps right here. Slows him down, knocks him into the air as well. Here comes Virtual. They're going to find the Test. He's going to barrier bait that one, though, and Schleia could be going down here. Deficio picks that one up, and now it's Virtual with his passive still on cooldown, stuck in a 1 versus 2. He will not kill Svenskeren. Now 3-1 for the Copenhagen Wolves.
So well played from Copenhagen Wolves, realizing that pressure was there. Even after drinking the Elixir of Fortitude, Shen still went down. I have to question Schleier and Virtual's, play there. They knew that was a 3 versus 2. They knew that they didn't have their summoner spells or the passive of Volley Bear available, but they still went in. And they were hoping the battle would have been closer to the tower, but not having that tower damage landing means the Copenhagen Wolves come out on top. So 3-1 right now. That's additional kills landing on the Test. Once he goes back to spend some of that money, he's definitely going to be very, very happy.
And I want to point out that the top turret is about to go down right here, picked up by the Wolves, but the one on the bottom is still above or about at half health right here. So Godbro has done a very good job of defending his turret. Of course, Svenskeren, with all his pressure in the top lane, got a bunch of damage to the turret himself. But you're seeing a lot of pressure. They're trying to push Godbro down, and he's still got 2 potions, so he is not really being restrained here in this lane. Bjergsen, again, fighting against Freddy, 38-29, actually a lead here for the Wolves as well.
Yeah, so in the mid lane, that CS advantage definitely working out in their favor. And just talking about Godbro in the bottom lane, he's got that CS advantage. He's about to hit level 6. So even though he has potions available, once that Insanity potions there, he's going to be even more secure in this lane. He's just going to be able to pop that ultimate, regen up a bunch of mana and HP. And it's on about a 1.5 minute cooldown, so that's almost always going to be available. We're going to see the rest of Copenhagen Wolves moving towards Dragon at 6 minutes. This would be probably the earliest Dragon of the weekend that we have seen, and they have a huge numbers advantage. They took the top lane turret down, they had the duo in the mid lane, and the junglers moved up here as well. So a free, uncontested Dragon for the Copenhagen Wolves, and a very good early game for the Wolves.
Smite comes out there. Blue team does pick up the Dragon kill. You're seeing them go back to their own lanes. And of course, the Wolves are going for a 2-man group at the bottom side now. With that turret gone, they're trying to make sure that bottom turret for themselves stays alive. Bjergsen is just in farm duty right now, and yeah, I just gotta say, everything that's happened here in the early game is great for the Wolves. We're 7 minutes in, and they are up over, or actually about 2,000 gold.
Yeah, just a tiny bit over that. As little as difference at the moment. But Bilgewater Cutlass has already been completed there for the Tess as Varus. So he's got that a little bit on-hit slow, some life steal. And it's just a very good position for them. He's going to make up some of that difference in CS because of the amount of time they spent focusing onto Schleier's Shen and the tower. It did result in a small CS deficit, but that was going to balance itself out and even up very quickly. What do Against All Authority need to do now to pull themselves back into this matchup? It's not so far gone that it's over, but you definitely feel they need to make some sort of focused, concerted effort to get themselves back in this game.
I don't know what lane they want to go for necessarily, because it'll be hard to gank almost any of them. But that said, they've got a team full of crowd control. They've got a Diana who can roam. She has wave clear just like Kha'Zix does. She can go down there, pile in on top of Volibear. They've got Shen, who I guess doesn't have an ulti yet, but again, he's got crowd control in his lane. They've got Alistair's got crowd control in the lane. They could just force a lane down, I think, and move in for some pressure there. Svenskeren waiting for his own blue buff, respawns right then. He's going to grab that one. And basically all you're just seeing right here is that the Wolves are making more moves. They're the aggressive ones, and they're capitalizing on really good pushes.
And they are doing very well in that regard. We'll see if they can continue to do so, because it appears as though they're signaling a little bit of a slowdown in the pace of the matchup. You can see they just want to start farming up the CS and trying to push some of the other lanes. Freddy, 1-2-2, has that blue buff available, realizes that Godbro is quite overextended. Ghost and Insanity Potion is available, so if they go aggressive on him, he's going to be able to pop both of those and try run to safety. And you could see that Svenskeren was already positioning for the potential engage, that if something did break out, then we're going to go onto the members of Against All Authority. but nothing comes of that one, and they just ward up the red buff, probably setting themselves up for a steal, and they've got a fairly good team for, you know, just jumping in there as well. Karzik, Sinjao diving in, Singed throwing there as well, and then if anybody goes low, you just got Wild Growth to bring them right back into it.
Absolutely. We've seen Lulu just do so much in team fights this weekend so far. They're going to go in right now. It's going to be Schley trying to taunt away. Godbro does not want to stop this one, though. The damage out there from Sinjao is great. The knockup and the ult. Godbro picks up the kill now 4-1. The Wolves are just relentless here.
Yeah, they're literally camping the top lane. Whichever champion is in the top lane, that's who they go for. That's who they want to fight. They have managed to pick up yet another kill, applying pressure onto that top inner turret, while Nono and Corralius taking a little bit of poke from this bottom lane. They are still trying their best to take it down, but unfortunately, it's not yielded any results. And something I was thinking about as well was the Hail of Arrows, how it reduces healing. But let's see, the E from Varus, it's going to be very effective against the likes of Alistair and Volibear. You can see Corralius was setting up in that bottom, and they've gone and...
Oh, the damage on Nono is so incredibly strong. The exhaust, but the barrier is there as well. He runs so far forward that the Lulu comes off. The test is alive. Will he still go down? Schley is looking for it. He's not going to find it. The Lulu keeping him alive, but now Bjergsen's stuck in a 1 versus 2. That's going to be the damage they need. He actually tries to get away at the last second, but he's still going to go down. So the answer is back, but 5-2, still the lead for the Wolves.
They're going to need to do more of that for Against All Authority if they want to close this gold gap and close the kill gap. But a successful gank nonetheless. Going to give the kill or the gold over to Volibear, help him out in that jungle just a little bit. He's a tiny bit behind in CS, but as long as he can keep picking up more. Godbro actually thinking about going in for that fight, but he didn't have his ultimate available, so wisely, I think, backs off before taking any damage. And I don't think he could have burst through the shield of Diana anyway.
No, not quite. Ezreal comes by, weakens some of the minions here in this lane, which will shorten the push available here to Godbro, but he's still going to be clearing this turret down below half health, puts the poison on as well, and says, no, I'm going to run away from you real quick. But the minion wave is gone, and it will keep pushing down. So the pressure is pretty relentless from the Wolves here. You're just seeing Volibear have to hold this top lane for now. No one's soaking that up really otherwise. I mean, it's Copenhagen Wolves really dictating the pace.
Now, this is going to be something that we need to keep a close eye on. Godbro's Singed because he's currently got that Tear of the Goddess as well as Catalyst the Protector. I want to see how he builds and itemizes because he's the only real source of ability power damage, magic damage for his team right now. You've got physical from Zinzar, Kha'Zix, and Varus. Varus does have that sort of percentage HP in there as well.
Yeah,
but
you have some.
Not a mage. He's not a mage is my point. So you've got a lot more balanced damage from the Diana and the Ezreal. But for them, that's their only damage. So if they can't pick up kills, it's not enough. And can Freddy get away from this?
He's got the shield on. Yeah, that seems to be blocking enough damage. And Freddy's going to last hit the last 2 mage minions there against the turret. Down to about a 3rd health, though. And I want to see where Against All Authority goes to because Godbro's still shoving this top lane out. Shen is eventually showing up to defend that just now. Virtual is actually going to find Spence Scarin, who's waiting for him in the jungle. The knockup is going to be there. But I don't know if he's going to really kill an angry bear. He's still trying, though. Down to about half health, but no one is around to really protect him. But Virtual still, he's one who's running away right now. Freddy's nearby, but they won't go for it. Now it's Corralius taking a bunch of damage. He did ult away. The Tess is
so close. Piercing arrow almost there, but luckily the damage reduction for Corralius saved his life. Again, we're seeing that aggression in the bottom lane. They're going toe-to-toe. But I think that's the second engagement of, the AD carry and support that's gone back and forth, which the Tess and Deficio have won.
Yes.
They have been able to turn it around. The previous one was actually a 3 versus 2, where they managed to pick up a kill and survive as well. So for the time being, Copenhagen Wolves bottom lane a little bit stronger in those duels.
And it's interesting to see because a lane with Alistair is a lane where you want to be aggressive and start fights. And it just seems like they're not really able to do that successfully here. So the Wolves are the one, it's just the story over and over. They're dictating the pace. And Against All Authority, they've forced a couple of ganks. The one they got in the mid lane, that was really smart. They just shoved Virtual in there with Freddy, and they killed Bjergsen. And those are the kind of moves that, as an AA fan, you want to see happen more and more. The Dragon, though, completely free. Wolves still in control.
Perfect timing on the Dragon. They knew when it was coming up. They had positioning for it. Godbro pulls... Oh, they've caught Corralius!
And he's going to take a bunch of damage. No ult's available. Shen does keep him alive for a little bit longer, but they still take him down. But Schley has shown up. They traded 1 for 1 so far. A turret does go down. AA actually firing back extremely well right now, but the Tess is pretty safe right here. Suddenly he's not anymore. Freddy's taking a lot of damage. He will go down, but the Tess is trying to run away. Ignite is onto him, and they're splitting their focus. They're trying to go for Schley. Well, they have the damage. They do, but Nona's going to fire that one back, and now he's 1v1 against Godbro. Puts the barrier on. I don't don't think he's gonna, oh, he might have enough. The poison time's out, and they trade 4 for 4, Nono lives.
Absolutely every ability was thrown into such a small space that the AoE hit everyone. I think the True Shot Barrage from Nono caught 3 or 4 members of the Copenhagen Wolves. Then you had Diana diving in there by Freddy, catching everybody with the splash damage and every single ability. So the fact that there's so many squishy champions, Kha'Zix and Varus and Lulu, they lost so much HP in that particular engagement, and it was just a matter of the test trying to clean up. The thing is, though, if those fights happen again, now that the test is 4-1-3 with the Blade of the Ruined King completed and another pickaxe, he's going to be able to finish it up more. Virtual throws Godbro backwards, but it's just literally annoying him.
Yeah, he didn't do much for it, just kind of buys some time. The triple kill that came out for the test, though, really gives him a lot of gold. Bjergsen grabs the blue buff for himself. But that's actually a really good fight, I would say, for Against All Authority. They got killing spree bonuses back. And the game now within 5,000 gold, still a bit far, but of course anything is possible. We saw AA get a comeback win just yesterday against Dragonborns. They're just kind of resetting back into the jungle. Bjergsen's been sent to the top lane to go for a bunch of farm. You can see him wave clear that very successfully. And that is kind of trademark Bjergsen. We see him be given farm so much from the Wolves. They let him take any side lane that's pushed out, and he gets ahead. Godbro is actually the one to clean up the scraps, more or less, and he gets a little bit less farm overall.
To be fair, he's also the playmaker for the team. So they want to give him that gold advantage. They want to give him that item advantage so he has the position and the ability to make plays happen.
Ooh.
We do see Fred getting caught by the Chain of Corruption.
And they get the silence down there as well. The slow is there. Can they get the damage out? But he's getting lower and lower and lower. The team's still forced to run away. Deficio does land the Glitterlands, but no one follows up onto it. Instead, they're onto Corellius. The slow is there. There comes Elite. Bjergsen gets one. That is the reset. He's going to go over towards Virtual. Jumps across the wall. The damage output, will he have it? He has a slow from the passive and the stealth. Lands it from the W. Lands it from... yeah, and that's just going to be the kill picked up. I forgot the name of all the abilities. The test slowed him down.
He managed to get the hail of arrows down, but now Nono's been tossed backwards.
He's going to jump right over the wall, though. Godbro will not be able to slow him down. And Nono's going to actually farm out that side wave. Looks like he feels safe, and he's going to walk right back into that one. Godbro taking the long way around.
He doesn't have any lifesteal just yet, and I think he used his arcane shift, so we'll have to see if Godbro can get onto him, because if the fling comes in, he'll be in trouble. Just came back with that blue buff. The cooldown was a little bit lower.
Wow, he had to flash as well, because the test was on the other side. Can the test grab this one? Nice missing shot, lands, almost dodges the E, but it's not going to be enough. Test gets 432 gold for that one. His wave clears out and gets away.
So really well played from the test. They're having the good positioning. After they took down that inner turret, the Copenhagen Wolves immediately just put some more pressure on this bottom lane. And right now, the Copenhagen Wolves are pushing the top lane. They are pushing the bottom lane. They are picking fights at their pace and at their times, and it's working out. They have a 9,000 gold lead, and it's just a really good position to be in. Against the Authority yesterday, they managed to bounce back from a deficit, and they had Shen on their team split pushing as well.
Yeah.
But the question is, can Shen defend with just that Sunfire Cape against the likes of Godbro's Shen, against Bjergsen's Kha'Zix, and possibly the Tessa's Varus?
It's going to be difficult for him, though. We'll see what ends up happening. Of course, that Rod of Ages has been completed for Godbro, so you mentioned, hey, we should look at what he goes for as the only magic damage. He is buying ability power, so that's going to be a big threat to the team. Nono being given farm, 126 minions is a good clip for him, and just like yesterday, we see him going for the Infinity Edge, so he's going for a DPS-focused build. We'll see how that pans out for him. But meanwhile, it's Against All Authority really pushing all the lanes at once, just accelerating their farm. We'll see if they go for an opening. It's going to be Schley taking a bit of damage. Bjergsen still just putting the pressure on. Actually, ults under the turret, really going for more damage. But turrets tend to do pretty well against a Kha'Zix. Bjergsen turns around with low health.
I feel like Bjergsen forgot that the Sunfire Cape was completed, maybe, because he was going very aggressive onto Schleier's Shen. Didn't deal quite as much damage as he was hoping for. And yeah, did burn the ultimate for that one. We see Godbro does get a fling onto Nono. Nono decides not to pick that battle low, because that's still a deceptively healthy Godbro. Yeah. Sitting there was around 900 or 1,000 health in that particular little moment.
Yeah, he had Arcane Shift available and chose not to go for it. So Nono, very rarely, but did this time show restraint in not diving for a kill right there. He tends to be aggressive. He just tends to be. I saw him Arcane Shift for a Wraith kill once, over a wall into a jungler. Yep. Almost got it, didn't quite.
That pretty much sums up Nono's play as well. And you can afford to do that with an Ezreal. You've got that Arcane Shift available. A number of wards in the jungle here for the Copenhagen Wolves, so they're well aware that that blue buff is being started and trying to be picked up. And you can see the team starting to group and get together. 30 seconds on the clock before Dragon comes up, so this is another reason for all of the vision. Can Sven scare and steal it? That's the question. No, it looks like Freddy picked it up.
All right, that's going to be a freebie right there. Blue buff is theirs still. Freddy taking down the Wolves. Not the one he wants to kill all the time, but at least gets a little bit of gold out of those. Shlaya in the top lane on the split push forever. Should have his ultimate available. In fact, he does. So he will be able to participate in any fights. But it's the Copenhagen Wolves who are very, very grouped up right now. And they are moving to the Dragon. Of course, it is available in 4 seconds. That's going to be, looks like just theirs for free.
Yeah, again, against the Authority, have not been in a position to defend. They don't have vision. If you look at wards, the only thing that they have warded right now is the bush above their red buff, near Baron, and around their blue buff area because of that previous little engagement. So they have no idea on the Dragon. I doubt they even have timing on that right now. Bjergsen is just moving up to defend this top lane tower. They have a 3-dragon advantage, a 4-tower advantage, and of course 6 additional kills, which is equating to the 9 and a bit thousand gold lead that you're seeing right now.
And it's certainly been kind of the story of the Wolves just making all the moves. I feel like I've said it like 17 times in this game, but it's just really true. They're the ones who are aggressive. They're the ones who are finding fights. And speaking of that, Godbro goes in onto Nono, takes about a third of his health back, but he's got to run away. That turret plus the Ezreal doing pretty good damage back. The Poison Trail does hurt Nono's health bar though, and Godbro walks away.
Godbro looking like he's looking like he's going to go towards that Seraph's Embrace type of build. You know, his Tear of the Goddess is stacking up with the Poison, currently maxed actually. I should point that out already. So doing very, very well with Singed, farming up, and you know, if you can't stop a Singed, I think that's probably one of the most frustrating champions to deal with because he's in your face the whole time. You oftentimes don't have enough damage to kill him, and he'll just whittle you down over the course of a fight. You literally need to do something to control him, and luckily now when that Insanity Potion is ticking, he is susceptible to crowd control. So we'll see if against the Authority do pick a fight if they can handle him.
Well, we'll see. Of course, Nono does have pretty good damage up, but the Gnasher's Tooth also completed here for Freddy's Diana. So once again, the quote-unquote top laner was taking the mid lane and playing that role. Finds Godbro, slows him down. Nono coming by as well. Ignite is on. Will it be enough? Slow, though. Dashes in one more time. The blue buff is there, so he has some more dashing available. Goes in, but the ultimate Ezreal flashes in, but doesn't have Moonfall available. Godbro just going to keep walking away. The Ghost, of course, used as well. So Summoner for Summoner. The ultimate.
If that True Shot Barrage had landed, it could have been enough. The Test has gone aggressive onto Virtual Net mid lane. He did use the Chain of Corruption. The spell is not available, but they didn't manage to pick up the kill. Bjergsen once again sniffing around Slayer, trying to see if he can get a kill. Will the Copenhagen Wolves be able to take this tower?
Yeah, they're taking a lot of damage on it, down below half health. They've knocked Svenskeren into the team, but of course he's a tanky man. A turret actually falls down on the other side of the map. That is Freddy finally finding one for Against All Authority. And now we can see Bjergsen just up in the top. That is a free turret for him. Shlaya forced to run away as well because it's a very farmed Kha'Zix, and even tanks can have to be afraid of those sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. That Bloodthirster plus the Brutalizer. He's sitting on a fair amount of money as well. 1,600 gold in his back pocket to spend. So we'll see what he decides to pick up. And you can actually see the gold numbers between these two teams. 8,600 gold there on Bjergsen's Kha'Zix to 6,500 of Freddy's Diana. Rest of the lane, some differences as well. And it's you know, overall, it's just a better picture here for the Copenhagen Wolves. Everybody is more farmed, everybody has more gold, and it's literally just a testament to those towers and those dragons.
It absolutely is. They're just been pushing in on Shlaya again, though, is Bjergsen. Look, that forcing the flash. Ult's in as well for the slow. He's not going to get much out of this. The knockbacks are there. Bjergsen gets eviscerated. The crowd control available for Against All Authority, quite good.
They managed to find the bug spray. It was powerful enough to take down Kha'Zix, but is it going to be enough to help them out against the rest of the Wolves? Godbro is actually thinking about going toe-to-toe there with Freddy. You can see that momentary hesitation. Should I fight? Should I not fight? He's got those Merc Treads, so it's going to help him out surviving some of that magic damage. And it does look like Freddy actually wants to pick this battle. He was chasing down the lane. Godbro is waiting in the bushes. I want to see if he has enough to win. Now, decides to back off. So, wise play there from Godbro. No point putting yourself in a brave position.
He's still around. He puts the poison down as he walks through the brush, so Freddy takes some free damage. Says, oh, never mind. Turns around from that one. Now he's safe again. But yeah, these guys are squaring off. And right now, this lull, it does play to Against All Authority's favor, though. They are catching up at least a little bit. 8,000 gold means a lot when people only have 20,000 gold. 8,000 gold means less when everyone has 70,000 gold. So we'll see if they can get there.
Yeah, that's so true. The gold difference has been kept the same for the last, let's call it 10 minutes or so, because, you know, Copenhagen Wolves, they accelerated to such a good position in the early game, and now it's staying there, and that, you know, difference diminishes the longer the game goes on. to be fair, we also haven't seen Copenhagen Wolves trying to force big objectives. They've literally just been taking free dragons.
Yeah.
They've just been pushing free towers, and they haven't actually grouped up as 5 once. This entire game, we haven't seen a grouping for fights.
We saw one 5-on-5 where they went 4 for 4 towards the mid game.
That's right. On the blue buff.
Been it.
On
Exactly. That's been it. So the Copenhagen Wolves, though, they do have the Oracles here on Deficio, so he is starting to sweep for real this time. That ward goes down. They've blinded against all authority, but Freddy, in pretty good timing, has grabbed the blue buff for himself. So that will be there for the, I'm going to guess, pending Baron fight. Spencer's waiting around, seeing if someone face checks, has not found anything. The Deficio is still sweeping out wards, and the French crowd goes wild.
Expect to see Copenhagen Wolves backing off relatively soon, probably to... actually, no, I'm lying. They've grouped up for Baron. They have vision of this. You can see Corrales has sniffed something up, does put a ward down. He's going to start yelling. The rest of Against All Authority are going to start reacting, and Stand United is available, but Baron is going so low, they might not be here in time.
Corrales flashes in to start the battle because he wants to find Bjergsen. The slow is there. Oh my gosh, the damage. He falls before Shen can. Oh, it's a 4-on-4 as Singed on the right-hand side. They're going to move on in. Virtual falls down. Double kill for Spenskeren. Sorry, for Bjergsen. Spenskeren forced away. He does go down. Nono a bit overextended across the wall he is now, and the damage output is here on a Freddy. He's going to go back on him, but has nowhere to go. Sheeped down. Nice pickup there by Deficio. Nono still running away 3 for 1 in that fight, and Singe is now up into their base. Nono in a duel against Bjergsen does not have the damage whatsoever. Bjergsen does, and now Godbro is killing away a turret.
That ended up being a 4 versus 4 because the Stand United could not get fully channeled. The target was killed before Shen could actually make it into that battle, so he was stuck in the top lane for a very, very long time. The entire duration of that battle, Godbro was split pushing down on the bottom lane, managed to get all the way up to the inhibitor turret, and the Copenhagen Wolves are literally just deciding when and where Against All Authority die. They baited that engagement. They thought about Baron, they're like, we can maybe get it, but decided to just peel off, pick up all of the kills, and take a couple turrets as well. So very, very well played. All of a sudden, that 8k gold is now 12k gold, and they're even firmer in the lead.
And what I'm surprised about by that as well is they sent Godbro to push the right-hand side of the map without teleport, without any way of participating in the fight, and said, yeah, we know it could be a 4-on-5, screw it, we'll go for it anyway, thinking that they could run away pretty easily if they had to. Corrales actually did not use the Alistar ultimate. I don't know if it was still on cooldown at the start of that fight, but he certainly didn't burn it. Krepo says no, so he just did not ult when the Shen shield was on him, and that really prevented Schleya from being able to show up in that battle. And you saw just the rewards that the Wolves reaped from that fight, and now we're going to see where they go next.
It was a panicky initiation from Against All Authority because they got caught out and they went, well, they're doing Baron, okay, we'll get there. And then all of a sudden went, wow, they're going to take Baron. They're going to take Baron, and got there so late. They weren't able to get in. Bjergsen has been caught up by Nono, and he's landing some good auto attack damage with that Zeal and Infinity Edge. But Bjergsen, he's managed to back away just a little bit. He's got those evolved wings, so if he does go in aggressive, he may be able to reset and get out.
But I want to point out, though, is that it's Infinity Edge Zeal versus Infinity Edge Blade of the Ruin King. So the test is absolutely massive as far as AD carries go at this stage of the game. And you're going to see how trolly Godbro is allowed to be. Pushing in on a Schleya. He's going to do even more damage to the poison, waiting to fling the right way. Nice taunt gets him across the puddle, though. And Godbro is forced to run. He's afraid of Nono here, and for pretty good reason. Actually, he's not. He just goes for the damage underneath the turret. Pops the Seraph's Embrace, still going for pressure here. I think Nono might win this fight. He's actually going to let them both run away. Godbro, a massive troll right here. Call him Trundle, because dang. But now they've found the test. A lot of damage onto him. He's forced to run away. They've knocked up Spenskeren. It's Freddy taking a bunch of pain. So is Corralius. But here comes Bjergsen. Will he find a kill? He's looking for Freddy. Freddy's got the shield on. Oh my gosh. Just destroys him. And now he will look to find Virtual. Pops the stealth. Bursts him out. Double kill here for Kha'Zix.
Yeah, Bjergsen is just so fed right now. Black Cleaver, Lost Whisper, and that Bloodthirster. 8-3-3. The mid lane inhibitor turret's down. The bottom lane inhibitor turret's down. They're going to get the mid in here, probably roll around to the bottom in hit. 25 seconds on the clock for Volibear and for Diana. They may decide to just go for the final push. They have enough damage to do so, that's for sure. The question is, are they going to stick around? We'll see what the decision is, and they're going for it.
They are going for the Nexus right now. This could be the game-winning push. Only 3 members alive for AAA. 1 turret is down. They're going for the second one right now. Ezreal comes across. They're going to re-engage. They find Spenskeren. The knock-up on everybody. Godbro could be going down. He will fall first, but they're going to answer back onto Shen. Now it's a 4-on-3. Freddy's back as well. The home guard is on. Virtual's going to try to find Spenskeren. Does not land the flip. His Q timed out before he can flip him over his back, but Freddy's going to look for a fight. QR, he's going to find the test. Barrier is on Lulu's shield as well. Svenskeren's going to go down. Now can they re-engage? 3 alive for the Wolves. What are they going to find? Nono is in the mix. Test might go down. Still taking damage, but it's Bjergsen on the backhand side. He's going to find Freddy, but now he is alone against the team, but he finds Corralius. He's stealth.
back around and jumps away. Nono's been exhausted. Who's going to win the fight? It's so close. Nono wins the fight. Can it be Deficio for the answer back? The lifesteal is there. Deficio gets the kill. He's now on the Virtual. Virtual's got the red buff. He's being slowed down by Lulu. It's so close. Deficio! Deficio gets it. Double kill for Lulu. He gets out of the base alive.
4 for 5 at the end of that engagement. It was crazy. Everybody jumped in there, but the plays from Bjergsen. He flashed over the mystic shot of Nono, stayed alive for another 2 seconds, got another taste of fear and auto attack off. I cannot get over the micromanagement there that Copenhagen Wolves managed to pull off, and the bravery of Bjergsen to jump back over the wall, pick up the kill onto Freddy and stick around. That's allowed all of the super minions to get into the base of Against All Authorities. So yes, at the end of it, they traded all those kills. But what it means is Against All Authority can do nothing with it. They do not have the time to leave their base because there's super minions there and they only have one Nexus turret available. They are going to be counter pushing these waves for the next 4 or 5 minutes.
And that's going to be so difficult for them. Nono's in the top half of the map. That's going to be more or less free farm for him. So at least he'll be an even scarier AD carry. Godbro dueling up against Freddy 1-2-2. And it looks like Singe is having a pretty good time with this one. Freddy's going to find a new shield here and try to run away. Will Godbro have the fling? Yes, he does. And Freddy, he's going to have to zone his Hourglass out. He's got a teammate coming in pretty soon. Will he have enough? Dashes to a minion to try to buy more time. The slow field is not going to land. He's got the Shen as well. Will they have enough damage for Godbro? It's going to time out eventually. He's actually running away. The Randuin slow there on Godbro, and he is still relentlessly chasing. There's the Q from Freddy. He cannot jump to him because Poison Troll will make him die. Jumps to a super minion, shields it away, and Schleia has been caught. They've surrounded him as well. He's going to go down. That is a dead Shen. Freddy still running. Bjergsen won't quite find it. His ult is popped for more movement speed. Freddy's going to miss that one. He's almost in range. What will he land right here, Freddy? Yeah, there's the W. That is a kill picked up, 2 for nothing, and now they go into the base. It's Virtual getting knocked into the air. I don't know if his pass is going to be up, but it's just a lot of damage available to these guys. It's going to be popped right here, knocked into the air. No, it's not going to be. It's Sven Skaren actually who's knocked around. Corellia saving his teammate, the slow going off onto Noda, but they're now onto the Nexus turrets. Of course, Bjergsen not even part of this fight, just 4 men strong. Ghost comes in for Godbro. This could be the game-winning push. They find Corellius. He's going to knock back Papa's ult as well. It's actually a lot of damage onto this poor Singe right here, getting pushed around. Noda does not get the kill. The Seraph's Embrace keeps him alive, but they have now surrounded the Nexus. This is going to be this going down. The Copenhagen Wolves. Oh, Nono gets it, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. The Test actually takes fountain damage. Nono's still trying. They actually could possibly win this fight. Nono finds a double kill, but now he's been jumped down. Bjergsen's going to possibly mop this one up. Nono has gone down. They're now onto Schleia. The damage onto the Shen is strong. They find that one. Now onto Virtual, but Freddy is here as well. The Nexus still down to 1/4 health. Sven Skaren might be going down, but Freddy was going to go down first. Triple kill for Bjergsen. That's going to be it. Copenhagen Wolves win the game.
What an exciting finish to that matchup. KDA, too important there for Copenhagen Wolves, chasing Diana the whole way down the bottom of the map. But nevertheless, a very dramatic win, and it was convincing from the get-go. They took an early lead, and they just snowballed that to a stronger position before eventually closing out the game.
And that was just a very, very fun game to watch. The last 5 minutes was a breathlessly exciting match to watch. Just so many amazing battles back and forth. Kind of by early mid-game, you saw the Wolves say, hey, look, we're both all in and we've pulled the advantage, and they kept that the whole way through. And they just sort of surgically played that mid-game out, finally found the fights they wanted and closed the game.
Yeah, very, very well played overall. And it was just complete objective and map control. That's really what it boils down to. They picked some ganks off. Once they got the ganks and they got the map presence, they did not let it go. Well played, Copenhagen Wolves.
Absolutely well played. On the hunt they were. The pack was not broken. I'm pretty sure neutral Wolves died much more than the actual players on Wolves did. So, AAA, not quite the strong junglers we thought they'd be. Anyway, guys, Analyst Desk, break it down, please.
Tons of damage in that game, that's for sure. Crepo, I threw myself off with my own terrible joke actually there. Talk us through that little through that game there, starting with the team compositions right from the get-go.
So much to analyze this game. I actually liked it. It was really fun watching it. Again, both teams go head-to-head. They're actually pretty mirrored. Each team has this fling. Each team has this really good engage. They both go head-to-head. They have lots of crowd control. They have a defensive steroid on each team, Lulu and Chenalty, and they have they can pretty much, whoever wins the early and plays better early will again go better into mid-game, get those objectives, and just snowball it out. And then coming into the game, we initially saw the Copenhagen Wolves go 2v1 top, but I actually think they would have thought that Ezreal and Alistar would go top and they wanted to lane 2v2 because they can poke the melee support a little better. And Shen is way better at 2v1 than Singed in my opinion. But I think they got caught off guard there because initially I thought AA came out stronger because of that. But then the Wolves reacted so well to it. What they did was just completely shut down top lane, and then really mad props to Godbro playing on the bottom because on level 1 he flung Alistar into tower, chunking him, which then prevented Alistar and Ezreal from diving him really easy. He got to the level 3 and 4 really solidly, and then they couldn't dive him. He was actually scaring them off his tower in 1v2. So he was so solid in the bot lane in the 1v2, which led all the aggression going top, and they shut down the Shen, they shut down with Volibear trying to defend that tower, but couldn't help to the force that Xin Zhao brought together with the Varus and the Lulu. And if we can see that, yeah, we have a replay ready, I believe, for that one.
Yeah, this is the second time they're actually going to fight. The first time they already came in, picked up that 1 kill.
Yeah, they had a First Blood. Was it First Blood?
Yeah.
I think it was. And then,
actually, no, First Blood actually went over to Shen, I believe.
Yeah, anyways.
And then yeah, because they killed Deficio first.
Yeah, that's true. All the action went in top lane. So AA could have a choice between diving bot lane, diving a Singe, which actually I think they should have done because a Singe isn't that good on early levels, and you can really dive him if you have an Alistar. You have to make use of that crowd control because an Alistar can't push a tower at all because he's melee. He gets flung really easy. He has to back out way earlier than range supports have to. And if they would have dove the Singe, they would have been better off. But they focused everything on top lane, defended all the aggression, and then they just started proxying him, which means you take the wave behind the tower and you don't even let the enemy top laner get to his tower, not get any XP. And then they killed him once, and then they waited.
Yep, and we're going to go ahead and get that replay on your screen for you, and you can walk us through exactly what happens here.
So basically, after killing them once, Xin Zhao stuck around with the Tess, and Lulu just came back, and when Schleier comes back, he can't even get any XP, and we can roll it right here. It's pretty straightforward. They just zone him out of his tower. He can't get any XP. The creeps just go straight to the tower, damaging it. Can play it a little quicker even. Volibear comes in, tries to save him, and then this fight's really good actually. They fight, try to get the Tess, but they dance on max tower range. Look Svenska right now. He stops and he knows he's not in tower range. He keeps hitting virtually, doesn't pause for a second. They take him down, kill the wave again, and by this time they have such a substantial lead, and they take down the tower. And if we looked at the bottom tower earlier then as well, the tower was on what, 60% still, and they couldn't do anything. They couldn't do anything to him, and then they just lane swapped again, and right there the game snowballed so hard, and they went. Then Shen froze the top lane, and in Season 2, when you freeze the top laner would run top as well most of the time and be flabbergasted, what do we do? No, Wolves responded. They took Dragon, took objectives, and then started pushing more towers. And by minute 20, they had an 8,000 gold lead. And as Freak pointed out, it was really stagnant for or Trevor pointed out, it was stagnant for a while, which just basically mean Copenhagen Wolves ran out of towers to push. Tier 1 tower is dead. Tier 2 tower is dead. Couldn't really push the base because that would mean they would get caught off guard. Started cleaning wards and went for a Nash. And that's actually where the game could have turned. I mean, I think we have the replay ready as well.
As we were just saying, it's when Copenhagen Wolves go for Baron for the first time. It's 12-7 in favor of the Wolves, and they have that 8,000 gold lead, just like you're saying. So get this replay on your screen. You can kind of walk us through exactly here why Against Authority could have got back in the game, but how they didn't. But yeah, where it went wrong.
Basically, Wolves is taking a pretty big risk because Singe is split pushing bot lane. Corralius finds out that they're doing National wards over once, gets his sword, drops all his wards because he knows like they can't kill all those wards at once. Now Wolves knows this, starts backing out. Corralius has really good flash combos because he wants to catch them. His team is committing to catch them. Shen ulti is a little late in my opinion, could have gone earlier. And then I don't know what went through his head, but I think he forgot or something went wrong. He didn't pop his ulti, so Corralius drops. Shen's not there. Wolves see that and they turn it around. And this could have potentially been a 5v4 for AAA, and like with Wolves already low from Nasher, they could have turned this around into a Nasher. But like, yeah, it just works out for Wolves. They kill them. Meanwhile, Godbo is in the base, actually taking aggro from minion spawning from both mid and bot lane as McNoon did once, and then it was completely over. And yeah, Wolves took it home. Really solid play. Congratulations to them.
And speaking of the Wolves, who would you have to give MVP to for this game?
I mean, there's the trio on top that completely shut top lane down. Bjerg should hold his ground in mid, but I would give it to Godbro because just one action he did was really early. He flung that Alistar into tower. Defending his he couldn't get dove anymore because Alistar had to regen up because if he would try to dive him, he would die. They couldn't chunk him hard enough. They couldn't chunk the tower hard enough. He got to his level 4 really solidly, and then he just took it home for them.
Yeah, and then you mentioned like the great teamwork they did by camping that top lane. It forced an early turret for the Wolves, and they just switched lane back up, and he had a free lane to farm.
And Godbo was just annoying all game. We could see him like chasing the Ezreal around the tower, and then Varus comes and takes the kill. And then he went somewhere else. He starts flinging people. it's such a nuisance to play against a Singe that got too far ahead, and it's so annoying, and it just gets into your head as well, because you know you'll put him to 20% and then he'll just run away and taunt you. Yeah.
Which is what he did a good few times there as well. So, yeah, congratulations to Copenhagen Wolves. We're going to go over to the main stage where Shox is waiting with the Tess.
Thank you very much. Now the Tess, yesterday, a hard loss against SK Gaming. What did you do to avoid mistakes you might have made yesterday?
So yesterday was a pretty good game. It went pretty well. We got ahead. I think we should have had that game. All credit to SK though. They played really well. We gave them Baron. That wasn't ideal. Then we kind of fought them when they had the Baron. That was not ideal at all. So we lost that game. Today we didn't make any of those bad calls. It kind of went a lot more smooth. We made the right calls. We followed them, and everything just went the way we wanted it to.
You played Varus, one of your favorite champions. Nono was on Ezreal. Can you kind of walk us through how they scale throughout the game and maybe the item builds?
Well, me and Nono both love Ezreal, so it's always a matter of like who gets Ezreal this time. But they're pretty different heroes. I mean, Varus puts out a lot of CC. Ezreal really has nothing. Varus does more damage basically. He does do more damage. He does more CC. He's more effective, but Ezreal has to jump, which is why I love him. He's just fun to play.
People always talk about Bjergsen, but this game again showed that the team as itself is improving. How do you think you've improved as an AD carry throughout the last couple of weeks?
I mean, it's a lot easier to play AD carry when you have a mid player like Bjergsen who pulls a lot of focus. That definitely helps. But I mean, I always work on my own play, my positioning. It's gotten slightly better. And yeah, I guess that's basically it.
You're in 5th place now, up against Gambit later. You can't take them down. You should be able to. So how are you going into that one?
I think we can beat them, but I mean they're the hardest opponent in the tournament. So we're not overly confident that we'll beat them, but we have something in mind and we'll try our best.
Thank you very much. Now, I just want to take a second to remind you of our Twitter question for today one more time. If you could choose one North American team to compete in the European LCS, which team would it be and why? Tweet your answer at LOL eSports, hashtag LCS. The same for any questions for our casters here in the studio or Crepo. All right, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, Shuche and his Dragonborns go head-to-head with the Spanish Armada of Giants, and we will also tell you more about the EU All-Stars voting, so don't go anywhere. the League of Legends Championship Series studio here in Cologne for the rest of Week 7 of the European LCS. We've already touched on this, but in April, the voting for the European LCS All-Star team kicks off. You, the fans, will be able to vote for your favorite players to represent the European LCS against the world's best. We asked the players what going to the All-Star game would mean to them, and who, if they were selected, would they like to see representing Europe alongside them in China. Here's what they had to say.
So Riot's going to do an All-Star week, and it's up to you guys to vote for your favorite players.
The All-Star weekend is going to be a weekend where the different regions vote for their best players to form a team.
So at the end you will vote for 5 guys for 5 different roles for your own region.
Basically, the All-Star match will be really good showing for the fans. They can see all their favorite players from different teams.
I think that it's really good to represent your country.
I think it's a huge honor that you get picked out by the fans.
Actually, it's always very funny to play these guys from other teams.
I think that a lot of the candidates will come out of the top 4 teams. Edward is really known for his support.
Ну, я думаю, у меня будет свободное время много. Мне без разницы, летать, не летать, так что я бы сыграл All-Star матч.
I think Xpeke is the best mid laner at LCS EU at the moment.
Being a part of the All-Star team for me will be amazing. I love some of the other team's players and I would love to play with them, see how that will work out.
Besides my team, I think I would like to see Edward on the support on my team, and I would like to see Diamond Drugs in the jungle.
Bot lane I like Yellow Pit and Crepo.
Xpeke, an AP mid.
There are a lot of great top lanes here that I like. I like Wicked, I like Kevin.
I would really love to be in the All-Star team because then I could just show Double Lift that Riven isn't a trash champion.
I could prove them I'm one of the best ADs again.
If people vote for me, I would give 110% to perform well for Europe.
Европа — это честь для любого игрока, который играет в Европе, так что я буду рад сыграть и представить, выиграть у нас.
I think we can beat the other All-Star teams from Asia and NA.
Facing American is more like you're facing famous people, really famous people, so it will be really good to play against their All-Star team and beat them.
But all I want to make sure is that you know that if I'm the lucky guy that gets voted by the community, I'm gonna do my best to make sure this region, Europe, beats every single one.
Okay, we've heard what the players have to say, but what can you do to send your favorite top, mid, jungle, support, and bot lane summoners to represent your region? Well, starting April 2nd, when you go to lolesports.com, you'll be able to cast your vote for your favorite regional players. Please remember that you're voting for 1 summoner for each position. Don't wait too long because the voting closes on April 15th. The top 5 players from each region will join each other to battle together as your LCS All-Star team. So remember to cast your vote on April 2nd. Now, before we jump into today's 3rd match, we head over once more to the analyst desk where Freak and Quickshot are still joined by Scumbag Crepo.
Thanks very much, Shox. Now, Crepo, we've just heard from one Belgian. Now it's your turn. Who is the one true Belgian?
The one true Belgian?
The one true Belgian.
To rule them all?
Yes.
One Belgian to bind them?
Yes.
I don't know. I have many qualities, but I don't have the looks from Shox, so I'll give it to her for that one.
Okay, so I think we're going to fire you. In fact, we've made a sign for you here.
Yeah,
for the All-Star
I don't
game.
like shamelessly plugging stuff, but then again, All-Star game is really important. I don't think you guys can see it.
It comes through
we have a crappy sign maker here.
Jason Kaplan.
Jason Kaplan.
#1 sign maker,
yeah,
NA.
Basically, vote for me, guys. I'll rock your socks off.
With a 4, no less.
Yes, definitely.
Good.
Spelling is hard for Americans.
Who would you vote for? Not counting your own team, because...
Not counting my own team? I don't know, man. I like Peke, because I want to see NA versus EU thrilling match, and then they get backdoored by Kassadin. I love to see that one. I'll pay for that one. I'll fly to China, was it? Where it's going to be?
China.
Yeah, I'll fly to China in May. Okay. I'll arrange that. I'll be there. I want to watch that.
And just to remind everybody, of course, each region's going to have their own team. So there's going to be NA, EU, KRs, Southeast Asia, China as well. So there's going to be a really, really stacked tournament. Voting opens April, January, March. It is April 2nd. So check that one out.
Yes, and the winner of the All-Star game actually, by the way, gets an extra spot in the World Final. So that's actually really, really important.
Wow.
That region gets another team to go. But guys, we've got a game for you about to head underway. So Dragonborns vs Giants, Jason and Joe, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. So, Jason, quickly before we get into the game, who would you be supporting there? Since you're in Europe, since you've been casting the European LCS, but being an American at heart, it's got to be a hard decision for you, right?
Yesterday we were watching the NA LCS matches. I sat there and I was like, wow, I'm so glad to be casting Europe because the games are so much better here. So I think I'd go with Europe.
Strong statement.
Yeah,
strong statement.
But it's true.
So our next game then, moving on, is going to be Dragonborns versus Giants, two teams who are now in desperate need of a win here. Giants sitting 5-11 right now. Dragonborns 4-12 at this current point. They're 1-1 against each other. Giants yesterday, of course, managed again to take down Gambit, but this is a whole different kettle of fish for them.
And I think the big story is for Dragonborns that are 0-7 at this point after the past 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
They're almost at Copenhagen Wolves status in the last couple of weeks. So they really need to get a win, especially for morale, because they have those 2 new players. They need to really step up, really show everyone that they can meld as a team. And this is an opportunity to do it.
Yeah, and this is an important time, of course, as we move towards the stage where your place in the league really is going to matter. You don't want to be in that 7th, 8th position going directly into the relegation. So let's have a look then at the 2 teams that we're going to be seeing in this game, starting with Dragonborns, with Yamato Cannon, Dexter, Shushay, Hosan, and Movet.
And over for Giants, we have Samix, Morden, Exter, Jimbones, and Babetta.
So let's take a quick moment here to highlight the key players for each team. And first of all, for Dragonborns, the new top laner, Yamato Cannon.
And he's got some big shoes to fill, to be honest, because Spontex was a very solid player, but he hasn't really impressed, I have to say. I mean, it's a little harsh, but he hasn't really done exceptionally well in the top lane. He hasn't actually been doing good at all, to be honest, in the top lane. He seems to be getting camped a lot, really taken advantage of, but he has some big shoes to fill. He has the opportunity here to finally show everyone that he can play that top lane. And we have to keep in mind, I'm not sure if it changed recently, but these are temporary subs. They don't actually have a place as a solid starter for the team, so they really have to earn their spot.
Yeah, certainly do have to step things up here. And then for Giants, we've picked out their top laner as well, Samux.
And he's a player that we really don't give too much attention to. He's not really recognized too much, but he's been always a solid player for the team. He never really loses his lane. He always is a solid player. He's tried Garen before as well. He tried to experiment with some new champions. Didn't work out well for him that time, but still, that ability to try some new champions is something that really makes me want to highlight him in this game. And we also haven't really seen anything huge out of him yet either. I mean, he has an opportunity to show it this game and to really step up for his team.
So Dragonborns and Giants have had their fair share of troubles and difficulties so far this season. Let's take a look at their thoughts heading into this next match.
Giants seems to have some kind of trouble right now. They're having a hard time in the LCS so far, and I can't say we're having the perfect season so far either. Like, we're both on the same level right now, I would say.
El jugador que más peligro me da de Dragonborns es Hosan. Hay que banearle a Draven. Es muy bueno con él y pienso que hay que quitárselo.
They're surely gonna ban Raven, and we will surely ban a Cannon. This is like 100% thing in Giants versus Dragonborns.
Dragonborns tienen un equipo prácticamente nuevo, pero Hosan realmente es muy bueno, de los mejores para mí, o el mejor, y puede dar sorpresa también.
But I think we still have the edge to be able to beat them.
Well, they're going to need to find an edge in this one, that's for sure. As we said, a very important game for both of these teams.
And something Jimbone said actually really brought a lot of light to this whole situation. He says they have 2 new players, so it's like they basically have a completely new team, which is so true because not all the personalities will meld the same way they did previously. They have to work on their new synergy as well. It's a really good point by him.
Yeah, and the fact that the jungler is one of the new players, well, I mean, he's one of these players, especially in the laning phase, of course. His communication and the way he melds with the entire team has to be bang on the mark here for Dragonborns to do well.
And the thing was, yesterday against Gambit, not against Gambit, he got that first blood against all Authority, and he really didn't make a play off of that, unfortunately. He ended up going 3-0, but after that he went 3-4, wasn't able to make any plays early on, but he has to step up to the plate. He has to be able to see that and try to make a play happen. He has to kind of really help his team out because the lanes are going to need help, especially Yamato Cannon, like we were talking about before.
You see that move on your screen. Thinks that Dragonborns have the edge, though it's going to take here to beat Giants in this crucial matchup here, our third of 4 here today week 7 of the European LCS. So we're about to get then into the champion select and see what these bans are going to be. And I can tell you right now, it's no real surprise what we've seen so far. Kennen and Draven.
Yeah, who would have guessed those two being the first pick, the first bans for both teams? But we also do see the Cassian coming in as well. Targeted extra. It seems to always be bent out against him nowadays. We saw how well it could actually be played earlier on with Alex Ich, and then Kale being banned on top of that. So Shushe going to be targeted with that ban, and then followed up with the Twisted Fate over to Extra, who played a phenomenal Twisted Fate against Gambit, and then of course the Thresh ban targeting that mover.
Yep, and first pick coming in here, they didn't waste any time with locking straight on to that Jarvan.
See, that's an interesting thing for me, because none of them have actually played Jarvan yet, if I remember correctly. And we don't actually know if Dexter can play him well in the jungle. I guess we're certainly going to find out in this game and see how well he can do. Because Jarvan's more of an impact player, I have to say, than Xin early on, because he has the ability to be very strong early with the ganks. He has the ability to dodge wards with that EQ combo. Not to mention that ultimate can really lock down the enemy team.
Yeah, we have seen basically Xin play coming out of Dexter up until now in the 1 week that obviously we've seen from him, so not much of a sample to go from there. But from Giants' side, at least another one of their top picks.
Yep, and that will most likely definitely be going over to Morden. He's I think the only Elise jungler we've seen so far in European LCS, and he does a pretty good job, but she's very scary in the jungle. And she is always also one of the champions that can be running top and middle, but you know, it's Giants, we always expect that to be there.
So what is the other pick coming in for this one? Rumble. And we've seen Rumble from them against Giant?
No, against Gambit yesterday. Yeah, Semix played them actually in the bottom lane, if I remember correctly. Didn't do terribly, held his lane down quite well, and we'll see if he can pull that off yet again, because that is already kind of a scary lineup, having that double AP comp, depending on how Morden actually wants to build his Elise. We do have Shen open, obviously, as we are seeing that being hovered on the Dragonborn's side right now. And Yamato Cannon, I mean, we don't know too much about him, because he's only been around for about a week, but he's been playing Rumble, Renekton, Zed, Elise. We might see a 5th champion come out of his pocket.
Yeah, obviously Yamato Cannon has been around for, well, forever, really, in different team, obviously, Team Solo, Mebdi's Minions. I'm wondering if Dragonborns are going to change to, like, Mebdi-Borns at some point, if he gets his way, I'm sure. But the next picks coming in here are going to be Shen and Sona. Obviously, Shen still managing to get through.
Yeah, we was talking to Crip about that, actually, when we were on the analysis desk, and he was saying it's one of those controlled chaos picks you can get. Like, you know he's going to split push on you, but you can pretty much predict that's going to happen. You know, I was saying, like, why don't they ban him out? And he's like, well, we have Zed who can split push. You have, like, Kha'Zix who can be very volatile in team fights. You can't really predict how he's going to do. But a Shen, you can at least control that, and you can at least build accordingly. We do see Sona picked up as well, so that'll be going over to Mover. And I like that pickup so far. It really synergizes with the team pretty well. You have that Jarvan ultimate to lock them down, the Shen taunt if you want, and not to mention the Crescendo to follow that up.
So we've seen a Zyra Misfortune as picks 3 and 4 here for Giants. That Zyra, we've seen them do this before. Pick the Zyra fairly early on, and then move it, exchange it between the middle and the support player.
Yeah, we had actually Babetta play him yesterday, and we also have Extra who played her against Fnatic in week 6. So it can really go anywhere, and that's what Giants have in their pockets, the ability to do that, especially with the Elise. Since you know Morden can play it, and heavily plays it, that it could really be in any different lane. And also the Misfortune, Jim Bones, he played that yesterday. Did pretty well, to be honest. He had some really good play on her. He's finally shown that he can play a lot of other AD champions on top of that, and we'll see how well it does this game.
So we see Ari locked in there. Obviously, Ocelot had a hard time earlier on in the day playing his Ari. The Ezreal also picked up there by Hosan. Obviously, his Draven was taken out of things. No misfortune for him, obviously, as well, since that will be going over to Jim Bones. What are Giants going to complement here? Will they go with that Zyra in the middle with Extermin against an Ari, or will they change things up here last second?
Well, see, Zyra's going to have a really tough time against Ari, because it's not really easy to play on those grass roots when they're level 6, and you have to depend on that, mix it in with your ultimate to knock her up, but you don't really have that ability to control her. So they actually will go for Diana, which we did see Alex Ich play against Giants yesterday, and it worked out really well for them. I know Extra has played her as well, and it's also not a bad champion to pick up, especially if you go a little bit tanky. You have pretty much triple AP on your team, depending on how Morden builds his Elise. But when they go in, you have the ability to pull them in and lock them down as well. You have the ability to disrupt their engage.
So who are you fancying for this one? Obviously, Giants, yes, they recorded that fantastic, to be honest, win over Gambit Gaming, their second upset against Gambit this season. Dragonborns, as you said, they're currently on, I think the word slump is, you know, not quite as heavy as a word that we really need at this point. 0 for 7 in their last 7 games. bad record. They need to start to step things up.
Yeah, they really do. And to be honest, I don't really think this is the composition to do that with, because they're lacking on a lot of damage. We talked about this yesterday with the Wolves versus SK game, and the Wolves had pretty much Graves and Orianna for all of their damage, and they just weren't able to do anything with it. They're running into that same little bit of a problem. And on the other side, you have Rumble, you have Elise who does percent damage. You have Elise who does percent damage. You have Diana, who's very damage intensive right now. She's been picked up quite a bit. And Misfortune on top of that. So you have a really strong team for Giants, a lot of damage, a lot of control in the fights. And I'm curious to see how well they actually pull it off, but overall compositions, I'll have to give it to them.
So we're going to get into the game then, as we said time and time again, but really is the case. We're moving in towards the end of the first half of the season, and these teams need to step things up. Giants, now they've gone about it very decently. We're recording another win against Gambit yesterday. But the problem is, for Dragonborns here, new lineup means new relationships to build within the team themselves. A strict practice regime, to be honest, is all you can really do to get that really moving. They said to us last week when we were in Lille that these two aren't full-time replacements at this point. It's not sure that they will definitely be in this seat come the end of the first split, so we'll have to see exactly how they play.
I still actually just question the timing of it, because you're so close to the end of that first half of the season. You know your spot for LCS is really up for grabs at this point. Why not try to stick with Mlunos, stick with Spontex, maybe work out the communication problems you were having, and then at the halfway point, if you retain your spot in LCS, then switch your roster up, because then they have the ability to look for a new team as well, kind of thing.
So should we get into the game here in just a second? Looks like Yamato kind of just having a couple of issues getting into things. You can see there the focus on the Dragonborn's faces, which is not something that we're totally used to seeing from them. They're one of those teams that are more laughing and joking as they get ready to go into the games. But I'm sure coming into this week, they've done a lot of work with Yamato and with Dexter to get them melded into their roles in the team. They seem to have really said, okay guys, it's time to step it up. We have to take points.
And I mean, that's the thing though, like they've only had a couple of weeks to really work on this. Before they actually went to the LCS qualifiers, they were already a team for quite a while. So they had that synergy already built into the team. And then we saw Maluna come in, and you saw how much it actually affected the team, how much it really changed up their synergy and how long it took them, which is about 2 weeks to really get in the swing of things. But now change up 2 members, you can only imagine just it'd take 2 or 3 weeks to kind of get that worked out. But like you're saying, hopefully with the regiments that they've been putting in, they've been able to work those kinks out.
So let's get into game then. Dragonborns versus Giants here. Week 7 of the European LCS. An important game for both sides. Jason, talk us through level 1.
Well, looking at both teams so far, I would have to give the level 1 over to Giants, as we actually do see them go for Invader right now. They have a lot of control because of the grasping roots they can use. You have Diana who can pull them in if you really want to get in that position, but you also have the Cocoon to come out of Morden, and even Samix who can slow them down. So they really have the damage, and they have the control for a nice level 1 engage. And Dragonborns, they're going to have to kind of just ward up and kind of let an invade happen if it does indeed, and then maybe try to go for a counter invade.
Well, right now we can see that Dragonborns are moving their way north. Yamato Cannon and Dexter in position in the tri-bush. There's a ping coming down by Giants up toward that top side of the ring, the river. But Beta is around there. They need to be very, very careful how they do this here, Giants. If they face check, they're going to be dead. There's no doubt about that one. Actually, they're going to spot now. Dragonborn's coming in. Jimbone's positioning there up by the golems on the top side will reveal that positioning.
I think that was a good read on Dragonborn's side. It looked like they expected a lane swap to happen, which we're in fact seeing, and they were potentially trying to catch the AD carry and support in the top lane of Giant to go for that first blood, but they spot that, ended up backing out, and I'm curious to see if we're going to see another lane switch happen to kind of counter that same thing happening. We do see an invade already on the bottom side of the map by the Giants, and they are spotted by a ward, but it looks like Dragonborns won't really react to it.
Yeah, it's a nice little start, to be honest, for Giants coming into this one. They're going to take the Wraiths away. We'll see if they cover their own side of the jungle here, so that they, quite frankly, just gain that advantage. Actually, they're going to be taking away the red buff here as well with Samix and Morden. Yamato Cannon is actually going to be coming in straight in towards that brush, and that's going to be enough to scare Giants away.
Oh, I was like looking at it, I was like, is it? Because he kind of stuck around for a while, but in the end, from that invade, what it did, it held off Babetta and Jimbone's getting a nice level advantage over the Dragonborn side by stopping that double golem to be done. That means either team both didn't get the early bit of XP you can get from those camps, so they won't have an advantage in any different lane. And that was overall just a good play by Dragonborns, but a better read by Giants.
Well, Dragonborns now have gone up towards the red buff on the Dragonborn side of the map. Dexter is going to smite that one away, so he's going to take that. And obviously earlier on we saw Morden being forced away from taking the Dragonborn's red buff, so we'll see how he reacts to this one. Obviously by the time that he goes in towards that top side of his jungle, it'll be too late for him to realize things. We may even see Jarvan getting involved here on the top side of the map there as Mover is going to come around. Dexter coming in. Hosam has just not really reacted to this one whatsoever. He was farming away. They managed to get the knock up in onto Jimbones. There's the exhaust as well. Flash being burnt out of Jimbones. That's an important start to burn that summoner.
Oh, and Mover is actually being chased out right now. It does get ignited as well, but that just seemed like a little bit of miscommunication. If it was a tricky thing because the mini wave was pushed into Dragonborn's side, so if he did leave, then he would lose a lot of experience, but he could have potentially gotten the first blood. So it's a really weird trade-off, but in the end, he still gets the XP he needs. He forces Jimbones to back and forces him to miss a lot of experience and gold as well.
So Morden, upon seeing Jarvan getting into that top lane, spotting that he had the red buff on, has gone over and stolen away that Dragonborn dread. So good reactionary play there coming out of the jungle. Actually has left one lizard behind in the camp there, so that's going to be a bit of an annoyance to Jarvan coming in, but it's also going to mean that they don't have the timer down for the next time here, Giants.
And I'm curious to see, actually I don't believe Giants did realize that their own red was fully taken, like for instance leaving 1 minion up. We do see in the middle though, Shusha getting very low.
Yeah, Shusha very low. There's Ignite coming down. First blood comes in. It's Morden that picks that one up. Dexter is a little bit of danger here as well, but Extermin and Morden both very low, not wanting to put too much on the line in that one. Good first blood though.
And Shusha, he wanted to leave that flash up as long as possible. He wanted to potentially save it, but with that red buff damage, with the minions hit or the spiderlings hitting him, just took a little bit too much, had to back out, and that's really bad for him. He's not level 6 at this point. He can easily be ganked again, and he's very vulnerable to another gank.
Yeah, and Morden, he's been a bit of a pain in the rear end so far. You're taking the Wraiths away once again. They still don't know, by the way, that that red buff has one lizard left in the camp, which Jarvan is going to find out now. And you can almost hear that, oh, that's annoying, as he comes through and almost misses the fact that it was still there in the end. But let's see if he makes his presence felt as Morden. Sorry, it's Babetta. He's going to land the grasping roots there on towards Mover. Will he keep going in this one? Jimbones and Hosam going head-to-head here. Elise is coming in. Are they going to be able to hold them back? Mover is in a lot of danger. He's, of course, already flashed earlier on. Hosam, though, is going to take down Jimbones, but now Mover taking a lot of damage here from this one. Can he heal through? Morden comes in, gets the kill, but now Hosam could try and chase himself through there. Babetta puts the plants down, and that should stop it. But Morden's not done yet, maybe.
Hosam is just so damn good at using that barrier. He baits it in perfectly every single time. You saw right there, he was able to do that yet again, able to pick up a kill on Jimbones, and was, whoa. Oh!
Yeah, that was another manly scream and almost a death for Morden in that top lane as the Mystic shot manages to land there. Jason's been teaching me how the scream of the man works.
You're my young apprentice, you're doing quite well.
So, that silence shouldn't have been as awkward as it seemed. But 2-1 we're at right now, 7.7 to 6.9 thousand gold. With Giants having a nice scene. And I tell you what, I've been impressed with Morden so far. The presence that he's made felt, the way that he's counter-jungled that bottom side of Dragonborn's jungle has been really, really strong so far.
Yeah, he's been very impressive this game. The one thing that worries me, though, is the 2 kills he has. I mean, it's not bad to go to the jungle, obviously. To let the kill go versus taking it, but it's not the ideal situation. You need to get it onto other lanes to get them fed, because he's not the one who usually carries the team. It's usually their AP carry in the mid lane, which he hasn't really given too much attention to. Obviously, he's been there once and helped get that first blood. But, you know, in the end, it's going to work out for them either way. We do have a 4-man gank happening into this top lane, and this could be very bad for Dragonborns.
This could also turn out to be bad for Giants, so if they're not careful about things, Dexter has come around here. Are they going to keep going? The Cocoon comes out, but ends up missing.
Shen is 6,
by the way. Going to be blocked, yeah, so Shen can get involved here if he wants to, but in the end, just having Jarvan there has stopped that 4-man gank from happening completely.
Yeah, I think they looked at it as, hey, our mid lane's being pushed, and we could potentially lose 1 or 2 members here, especially with that Shen ulti being up. So let's just back away, take our advantage that we still have, and keep trying to push that instead of potentially giving the game away.
So let's have a look then at the as we hear. I was like, what? Who's going back? Okay, so it's Ezreal up in the top lane. Yeah. Right now at the CS, 50 to 44. Shusha actually going to get a lot of damage coming in onto him here. Exit was charmed up, but not quite in tower range, which could have changed the swing of how that one have gone. Shusha probably would have gone in there with the help of the tower hit.
And Extra didn't take like any damage from Shusha right there, I have to say. That was kind of impressive. He must be running a lot of magic resist as he's sitting at 50 at this point. Blue buff is being started over to Dexter, and Morden's trying to come in for a steal.
Yeah, Morden again. He's going to come
he's
around
gonna get
for this one. He is going to smite that one away. And Dexter, I tell you what, he's not having a good time of it today.
No, he's not. He keeps being invaded constantly. And the Dragonborns, like, we were talking about before, Dexter has to step up for the team, but Dragonborns has to give him that ability to. If they can't protect him in the jungle and protect him from getting the buffs, getting a nice early start, then he should be just hurting the entire game.
Yeah, we'll see how that all goes. I mean, Elise is behind on farmers. We are going to see Sermin coming here on towards Yamato Cannon. What can he do? Actually, will flash away. Equalizer goes down. Yamato Cannon in all kinds of trouble. Sermin's going to finish that one off. Look how low Samuk's got, but low is not dead, I'm afraid. As Dexter does come around, but he's going to be far too late to be catching him.
I kind of like this play that Giants is doing because Extra's been around the map quite a bit. He's been in the top lane previously, now down at the bottom lane. And what that does is it opens Morden up in the middle lane to get as much farm as possible. Since he already has those 2 kills, he can pick up a couple of items early on, maybe get a little bit tanky, maybe get a little bit of damage, and then take that advantage and roll with it.
See Pink Ward down from Babetta here on towards that top tri-bush, which may indicate that the Spider's going to get involved again here on that top lane. Obviously, he is behind in farm, but that's because he's been in the lane so often and spent so much time running to the other side of the map to steal away them buffs from Dexter at this point. But they're pushed up on towards the turret there. We can see there are a lot of Pink Wards down by both sides on the around that top lane areas. Mover is going to get hit there by the Grasping Roots. Plant's doing a decent amount of damage to him as well, so they need to be really, really careful about this one. We do have the barrier back by Hosan, so we've seen how well he's baited out those fights with that when he's got it up.
Yeah, I think if he can dodge that Grasping Roots, he should be able to beat Jimbones in a head-on-head fight, but we'll see if that actually happens, especially with the barrier that you just pointed out. And in the bottom lane, Rumble just returned with the Haunting Guys. So he's already 20, now 30 CS ahead at this point against Yamato Cannon, who only has 46 magic resist. Samix currently has 25 penetration right now. He's just going to dominate him, but we do see Ari coming in for a gank here.
Yeah, we're going to see the taunt landing here. Samix in a lot of trouble. The charm came in as well. He's going to try and flash over the wall. Not just try, he will flash away from that one. The Ignite was running. Samix just walks away, life intact. In the meantime, Extermin pushing mid-tunnels. We are going to see, wow, the Crescendo coming out there. They tried to get involved there with the bullet time as well. Not quite enough damage from either side.
It looks like Jimbo's actually stopped his bullet time there, if I'm not mistaken, on accident. I didn't see a full channel go off on it, but still a great Zyra ultimate. Babetta did that actually very well against Gambit Gaming. Every ulti was so spot on. I think we even gave him the MVP in that game for him, and he showed right there that he's just as good as Zyra as support as Exter is in the mid lane with her.
We see wards down on the curved bush there. They were actually stood on top of one ward from Dragonborns. They're headed up towards this top lane right now. Hosan actually coming out there, gets a auto attack off on towards Extermin, but they're going to go in for this one. Shen going to get involved here as well as Stan United, but Mover will actually end up dying. There's Jarvan diving in. He will pick up his fortune. Extermin now in trouble as well as he brings up the shield. He was outside of the Jarvan ultimate, but Jarvan gets a double kill anyway. He was helping.
He was helping. I think he might have gotten stuck there on that too, so he couldn't run away. But that was a great turn by Dragonborns, a great Shen ulti as well. They will be able to secure this tower. The question is, can Samith get the one on the bottom and pretty much cancel that? Looks like he will. But will Dragonborns keep pushing this top lane since we do have those 2 members coming back alive right now? And it looks like they will.
Yeah, they're going to keep going from this one. Morden got those double buffs on here. Babetta going to be back up as well. There was a siege minion in there to help things out as the Grasping Roots will land on towards Yamato Cannon. He's not taking too much damage, but you can see that Morden already hurts, and he's not really got that much, to be honest.
Yeah, that's just the way Elise works. That's why she had to be tweaked around a little bit, because she's just so strong with those flat percents. And we do have Samix in the bottom. Oh, Morden just gonna walk right by Hosan and Dexter. He actually catches Dexter though with that ward.
Yeah, Hosan, a great teammate that he is, carries on going back there completely, leaves Dexter alone. Dexter though, of course, is Jarvan. He can throw the flag down and slides away to safety.
I was sitting there expecting like him to stop backing and go for that kill right there, but in the end, it worked out. Jarvan's just so slippery. And in the meantime, Samix was able to get a chunk of damage on this bottom turret, taking it down to below half health right now. And it looks like Giants will respond by trying to take this top turret on top of it.
Yeah, there we see True Shot Barrage coming through. That's going to get rid of pretty much the entire wave of minions. But plants are there. They've got 3 men here, Giants. And they're going to do a lot of damage, if not finish off this top outer turret here. And we can see Ezreal starting to back away. Diana did come up to try and get involved, but Giants will regain the turret lead at 2-1.
And Exter, like you're just saying, try to come towards that top side, was spotted by that ward, but he's He's been roaming around this map quite well, and yet he's still ahead in CS, and he's ahead in kills at this point, which just shows how well he's doing. We do have Dragon actually being started by Dexter right now. It won't actually be spotted by Giants at this point, but all 5 members of Dragonborns are there, as we do see the ward finally go down. But will it be contested? Because Jimbo's is in the top side, Morden is nowhere near, Babetta's nowhere near, and Dragonborns could probably take this for free.
Yeah, I think Dragonborns are going to get the team kill here. Take down our first Dragon of the game. No reaction from Jason, trying to bait that one out, just like the barrier of Hosan as bullet time comes through there on towards Shushe, but honestly, not really doing much yet.
Yeah, I mean, you even saw the ultimate out of Rumble come down, trying to steal it away, but it didn't do anything, unfortunately. So that's 2 ultis wasted, but Dragonborn's not having that Ahri ultimate up anymore. I don't think they're going to try to commit on any team fights anytime soon. We do have Shushe visiting that top and trying to get some farm back and try to catch up somewhat here. But Rumble, he's taken up. We talked about Samix as being the highlighted player, and he's showing he's a really good Rumble player. He has a huge lead over his counterpart, and he's going to hurt with those sword boots and that Haunting Guys combo.
Yeah, good amounts of penetration coming out from that. Hosan here going to be chased down. Not quite landing in to push through for the kill. Movement was there as well. Of course, he does have Crescendo available, so they probably would have been safe from that one. Hosan would have been able to escape. So where are we in the game? 18.7 to 17.8 thousand gold. We can see Samix waiting in the wings as they do manage to land in on towards Hosan. Can he get away? There's a Crescendo. Repel comes down. Morden going to pick up the kill. Will they keep going in here towards Movement? Actually, I think they could have got that a little bit low on mana, was Diana, but I think they could have killed Movement there as well.
So that's a great play by Morden. That Cocoon can get that kill. He's now 1-1-2, which, you know, isn't too bad so far, but if you can keep doing that, keep applying that pressure, deny him the gold he's going to need, especially the CS he's missing out on right now, you're going to pretty much set yourself off pretty well for the rest of the game.
And the Zyra grasping roots, to be honest, Jason, the last time we saw him play Zyra, this time they've been a lot better.
Nice. Nice. I like that one. That was pretty good. Yeah, I mean, we've seen actually a lot of supports over the past couple of days have problems landing certain abilities or certain ultimates, but I mean, he's not one of them right now. He's only landing those grasping roots to really step the entire fight. Allows everyone else on his team just to get in there. Not to mention his ultimate to do work while the rest of his team can, you know, pull them with Diana. Get the Rumble ultimate to throw that across them or prevent them from retreating. Then the bullet time coming in. They have a lot of AoE damage that they can just dominate Dragonborns with.
Well, bit of a quiet period now, obviously, after that Dragon was taken down. There's Ahri starting to catch right back up here now in the farm. 99 to 101. As I say that, they are actually even. Extermin just going to be coming back from picking up his blue buff. Will get back on the farm trail. We should mention there is a difference between the AD carries there. 2 assists for both of them, a kill for Hosan. 4.1 to 4.3 thousand gold, so it's actually pretty close in there with, you know, what they've managed to take down globally. But if we look at the CS, 103 to 91, so a decent little lead for him. In terms of items between the 2 AD carries, we saw Jim Bones' bullet time not doing too much damage earlier on. That's when he had the Vamp Scepter and those Berserker Greaves in there. Only now added a BF sword into that. When you compare that over towards Ezreal, also got the Berserker Greaves and Vamp Scepter, but gone for 2 Doran's Blades plus the pickaxe.
Yeah, it looks like Jim Bones is going for a Bloodthirster with these item setup he has, and Hosan probably an Infinity's Edge onto his Ezreal, which we've seen happen yesterday. It's kind of a weird bit of a build, but they're not really going for poke, but just going for that damage when they get in there. They're going to need all the damage they could possibly get. And we'll have to assume that's why he's going that kind of build. But we do see that Haunting Guys on Morden, so they have a lot of penetration already on pretty much 3 members of their team. And Dragonborns can't really build a Mad Resist in time to kind of defend against it. We do see, you know, Yamato Candy finally has a Spirit Visage. Ooh, Zexer looking like he wants to actually go for an engage here, but they don't really have the backup they need.
Oh, Yamato Cannon actually taking a lot of damage here from Samix. We are going to see Shushe coming into this one. Equalizer comes down and Samix turns right around onto Yamato Cannon. He's going to be burning away there from the Ignite, but, well, he's not going to be able to pick up the kill from it, and that's a nice little pickup for Dragonborns.
Yeah, it's a great use of Ahri ultimate there just to catch up quick enough to really lock him down and pick up that kill to really
flash in
kind of
there,
hold him back.
Shushe did
yeah,
flash in there.
Flash with the ulti just to make sure to land that charm and really set up the entire kill. I mean, it was a lot of abilities used for it, you know, and summoners as well, but it was worth it in the end. However, Giants picking up the turret in the middle lane, still have that nice about 2,000 gold lead right now, and they have a lot of kills onto, you know, Diana, and that's a really key factor that we're going to see really make an impact as the game goes on.
Yeah, Extermin been very impressive the last couple of days. As we see DFG gone straight in there, early first DFG actually for Ahri, rushed straight into that.
I'm looking at that item, and it just doesn't seem like an exceptional first item to pick up. I mean, it gives you a nice bit of cooldown reduction, gives you obviously a lot of ability power, and then also the active is really nice for it. But I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it because you can only use that obviously on one person, but you're going to need to be able to take down 4 people on the enemy team. That does a lot of damage. So who do you prioritize it with?
Yeah, that's the trouble that you're going to have. I mean, you can't get rid of Morden before he repels, that's for sure. And I think once you hit him with the DFG, he's gone. He's going to be straight up in the air. So we'll see how they go about going for that one there. As we saw Yamato Okanen just pushing out this top lane. Was pushed right onto that inner turret for a little while there, and Samix is going to come back and push it all the way in as well. I think 1 versus 1, Yamato can't really stand and play against Samix at this point. Yeah,
there's just no way. There's too big of a lead, too big of an item difference on top of that. And we do see the zoners actually picked up for Exeter, so we were talking before, they have 4 very heavy damage dealers, but there's no real solid tank on their team. So it looks like each of the AP carriers are actually going to take a semi-tanky item and then use that to kind of mitigate the damage and spread it around the team. Because we have the Giants belt, most likely a Rylez or a Warmux for Morden coming in, and I'm assuming the Rylez would come in for Samix.
Yeah, I think so as well. Makes a lot more sense. Dexter, yeah, is going to be doing his red buff. But will Diana come around? Actually, is going to be waiting here from the side and actually is going to be able to steal that one away. That was a nice play from Extermin. Did he? He had Smite available as well.
Yeah, and I don't know. That's just how the game. Well, that's just how the game's kind of going. They lost control of their jungle. If you look at the vision they currently have for Giants, they just have the entire enemy jungle warded up right now, and Dragonborn just has pretty much 2 wards down. Dragon is being started yet again, and that's why they were all grouped up there because they knew it was coming up very soon. But it looks like they should be able to lock this down. However, Dexter has his smite up. He could make a play here.
Yeah, let's see if we can get in for it. As we are gonna see Giants take down the Dragon without really anything happening there. The True Shot Barrage came across Jarvan, not wanting to sacrifice maybe a death for the chance at finishing off that Dragon there right at the end. Either way, nicely done by Giants. They obviously lost out on the first Dragon, weren't really able to contest it, but they had vision most crucially, and therefore the timer down.
Yeah, and I can understand why they don't really want to go for it, especially when they're this far behind at this point. You know, if they go in and lose a couple of members, they're going to fall that much further behind, and they can't afford to do that. Their lineup is very tanky, but they're lacking on a lot of damage, and they can't get really far behind. Oh, I thought that was actually stolen away, but she was able to secure it away.
That was the equalizer coming down from max range from Samix. In the meantime, Extermin continuing to push out here this bottom lane. And actually, someone's going to have to reply to that one. Morden and Jimbones here are in that middle lane. They're going to be pushing the pressure off of their own turret, and Extermin will back away from that bottom lane. AD carries, we now have that Bloodthirster finished up for Misfortune. BF Sword now added in for Ezreal.
And it looks like he actually will go for that Infinity's Edge, but then again, he's already a full item down. We do see Extra being chased down by Shushe, but a nice flash should help him escape here, and he should be fine.
And there was the last charge on Shushe's ulti. As Extermin does turn around, maybe just to add a little bit of doubt to the miners. There is a crescendo coming on towards Bavetta. Dexter going to come from the side. True Shot Barrage comes across. Stranglethorns will knock Dexter up in the air. And can he actually get through here? Hosan is still chasing. He will back away as Morden comes in from that side. Misfortune has managed to get away as well. So a lot used there for not a lot in terms of results.
They committed 3 ultimates right there, not to mention the flash out of mover to go for that kill. Didn't get in the end, and all Bavetta had to do was blow his flash, use his ultimate, as well as Jimbo's to flash away. They had Semic split push in the top lane, and they're really controlling this game at this point, trying to make Dragonborns react to them. But every time Dragonborns does, Giants is able to escape with their lives.
So Morden again coming in from the side, waiting, trying to add it into that kill total of 202. Should probably mention that Leandris has now been completed by Rumble. Got a blasting one plus those sorcerer shoes. He's going to be a pretty painful Rumble, especially if Shen tries to go 1 versus 1 into him there. Obviously that Spirit Visage, a good item I think in this case.
Yeah, not to mention the cooldown reduction on it. I mean, gives him match resist against 3 AP players.
Oh, Hosan getting caught out here by Extermin, who's going to get in there. Actually, barrier going to be used. Can he get the final hit off? No, not quite. Hosan will back away, and again, barrier saving his life.
He might not be able to back away extra, though. He's actually being chased down by Ahri and Jarvan, and I think they might be able to catch up to him.
Well, Ahri going to use that ultimate here to try and get in there. Shield coming up, and Extermin, yeah, nicely done. Dodges off towards the minions. He's going to be safe. And look at this, Giants starting off Baron pretty early in the game, to be honest, from them. We'll see if they're able to go through with that one. Yamato Cannon did spot and give the game away from them. As Babetta going to go through there as well. Actually, getting dangerously far away from his teammates, but in the end, no one was able to make him pay.
Baron, it was a good idea in theory, but the thing is, if they were ever spotted at all doing it, they would have to back away because every member would be so low at that point.
Yeah.
And a great timing by Shen to actually walk through that path, but he might potentially get caught in this top lane if Babetta lands a nice grasping root, and then he doesn't, and we have a two-man push on the mid lane at Dragonborns, and they might be able to secure their second turn of the game.
And the flag goes down there on towards Morden. Trying to put in as much damage as they can here, keeping the pressure high on that one. In the meantime, Shushe actually pushing this bottom lane through, maybe able to take this story, not in this wave, especially with Extermin coming in to deal with this one as the charm landing onto the minion just in front of him. Actually flash use here by Shushe to get himself away. And there's going to be no kill, at least for now there.
Shushe does have Ignite up, he does have ulti up and DFG, and Exter probably realizing that he's going to back away instead as he doesn't really have anything up in terms of an escape mechanism. The Dragonborns are still trying to push down this middle lane. They have that bottom turret very low right now, and they could really use this gold as well. They give them a nice little bit of money to really pick up a couple of items. As we do, instead of having the Infinity Touch picked up, we have Hosen going for that Bloodthirster because that damage that's coming out of the Giants, he has to sustain somehow.
And there is Samus trying to catch in towards Yamato Cannon, who's just going to shadow dash himself to safety. We should add out that the last Whisper being finished up here as a second item for Misfortune. Good pickup against Jarvan, I think.
Yeah, and especially the armor from the flag. The only thing is, I'm kind of... Well, actually, no, that makes sense, because Jarvan's going to be an interface, and so is Shen, so he has to deal with him somehow, and with that, it's going to help that possibility on top of that. He's not really, doesn't really have the ability to go into the back lane against Hosan or Shushe, because that's all about Morden and Exter doing it. And then you have Samix to protect Jim Bones as well, Babetta, so they have a really nice setup to keep Jim Bones alive, as well as dive into the back line of Dragonborns.
See here again, trying to steal away that jungle as they go. That red buff going to be given over towards Jim Bones. They've got vision, thanks to that ward that they put there by the Wraiths. Although that will be cleared out by the Oracle that has now been picked up here by Movement. And you know, when you're behind every Oracle like that, you've got to make it count.
Yeah, I'd say it's well needed though, because we talked about earlier how Giants had great control over the Dragonborn's jungle. So we have Exter going down into the bottom. I don't think anything's gonna really happen off this, but you need that control back. And that's the way to do it, is with that Oracle, really make it so they have to face check you as well instead of you doing it. But we do have Shushe, might be getting caught in the top lane.
Yeah, he could be in a little bit of trouble from this one. He's actually going to have to use his ultimate to dash away from that one. And the bullet time was used as well from Jimbo's. Probably thought in the last couple of seconds, a channel on it there, he could pick up that kill, but wasn't to be for him. Dragonborn's come around to try and defend this inner turret on the top lane. Diana had pushed that bottom lane out, but again, Giants in this round of buffs have managed to steal both the red and the blue.
I think Shushe's only had one blue this entire game so far, and with no mana regen item really built, he needs that. Not to mention the cooldown reduction, where he's going to be dependent on those charms, and that ultimate, which he's been using quite frequently as a defensive tool more than an offensive tool. So with that blue being taken away, with the red constantly being taken away on top of that, Giants is actually doing a great job of just strangling the Dragonborns and any gold income they can get.
I have to say that Samax, we kind of highlighted him early on about maybe not getting enough recognition for the solid play that he's been putting through. Look at him at this stage, well, 185 CS. That lead has been closing a little bit here by Shen. It was a lot bigger earlier on, 7,300 to 7,100. If we have a look down his items as well, he's just picked up that Giant's Belt to add into the blasting one, going towards that Crystal Scepter. Already got the Leandra's Torment in there. He's a potent player right now, that's for sure.
And especially when he hits level 16 on top of that. He's about halfway there. We have Exter, who has recently hit it. So they have two key members with that level 16 ultimate, which is really going to turn the tides of the fight when you have only a level 15 Shushe. 16 for Shen obviously is nice because it gives you that extra bit of shield, but it's not as impactful as the damage that will come out of Giants.
So, Dragon Dance going to be started here on the bottom side of the map as Shushe finally gets bored of not having a blue buff this almost entire game. He's going to get himself into that one. We'll see if he's able to pick that one up. Actually, it's just started to reset itself a little bit, caught it just in time there. And we'll be able to pick that one up. So that could prove to be crucial as Yamato Cannon continues to push up this bottom lane. Jimbone's actually right in the middle as well.
And Morden, he had a smite up. He could have taken that blue away, but he looked at it as both ways. If I smite that, our Giants or Dragonborns might be able to rush the Dragon and take it away from us. But we do have Jimbone's pushing the mid lane as Dragonborns trying to go for an engage on a Morden, and Shen still pushing the top lane as it looks like all 5 members of Giants will come in for an engage.
Yeah, here we go. Extermin going to dive straight down on towards Ezreal there. Dexter actually is getting isolated at the back here. He puts a Cataclysm down. Jimbones, well, oh, he actually did manage to get that final auto attack off. Yamato Cannon now going to be the next bonus. Everyone is really, really low in this situation, apart from Jimbones. Let's see how far he can go in this one. Shushi off to the side, going to be dashed onto by Extermin. The charm landed. Extermin manages to get away. Where is Jimbones going to go from this one? Maybe more importantly, the barrier is not up for Hosan at this point. He is going to be getting himself through, gets the slow down. Where's the last auto attack? There it is. Shushi here in trouble, but he's landed the charm, turns it around, manages to take down Morden, but can he get away from the misfortune? What's Shushi's plan here? He's actually going to sit in the bush, lands the charm, but, well, it's just one simple auto attack to finish it off.
Unfortunately, couldn't see the minimap right there, because if he went up just a little bit, he probably could have killed Extra as well on top of that, but still, in the end, a pretty even fight, to be honest, right there. Dragon was not taken. It looks like Giants is going to have to back out really quick and try to rush towards it as Dragonborns is already making their way over there. And the kill spread, because Jimbones came out pretty big right there. He's now 3-2-2. You have Extra who's 3-1-2, and you have Morden who's 2-1-2. So you have a lot of kills over to the targets you need them to be on. It's even the same kind of route over on the Dragonboard side. However, Dexter has the 2 kills, and Shen really doesn't have anything just yet. Still, that Shen ulti right there completely saved Hosan for the beginning of that fight.
Yeah, and Shen's going to be really tanky at this stage with that Spirit Visage in there, with the Warmogs, with that second Giant spell going up there as well. So he's in a good position at this stage. If you look down the AD carries, Phantom Dancer is now done for Misfortune after those nice few kills picked up. Also, the fact that Shushi got the kill put him on the killing spree, and then he got the 432 gold for it when he took him down right at the end there. So we are going to see Dragon started off here by Giants, and nothing that they can do about it. True Shot Barrage came through as well, but that was just a little bit too late. Nice pickup for Giants there. 8-7 in the leading kills, but more importantly, that gold lead is quite big at this point.
And their items have been quite stagnant lately on top of that. They haven't really picked up anything major just except that Phantom Dancer you pointed out on Jimbones. As Dragonborns, they're building up their Aegis, trying to go for that runic bulwark just to out-tank Giants and then potentially outlast them in a fight.
Well, I'm not sure if that's going to happen. As the Cocoon lands onto Yamato Cannon. So he's not the target that they want to go for. By far the tankiest man at this stage on that Dragonborn's lineup. But Giants, you know, we said they've done things right here, but one thing that they've not really done is push that advantage now and turned it into inner turrets.
Yeah, that's actually completely right, because if you look over on Dragonboard's side, they were able to get the top turret just from minions alone. They have the advantage. I don't know if they feel like they have a super advantage over the other team. Even though it's only about 2,000, they still have quite a big one. And that's why they're so hesitant to engage. We'd have Morden getting caught right there, and look at that damage that Shushi is finally able to put out.
Oh, Shen actually coming in. There's Equalizer going down. Crescendo came across Giants, but there's the bullet time. That's 2 kills picked up. Yamato Cannon suddenly not that tanky when there's 5 Giants members hammering away on him, and that's 3 kills. And it looks like they're going to turn around and head towards Baron. There's no vision of it right now from Dragonborns either.
See, right there in that fight might be one thing we just see within the team of Dragonborns. You saw Yamato Cannon go in as the rest of the team backed away, and that right there is just due to, I guess, the time with the team and how well you know each other. And that might have been a big problem. It might have been a huge turning point as well, because now Giants picking up that Baron are going to have a huge advantage over the other team, and not to mention they each have about 1,500 gold each to spend.
Yeah, actually, Dragonborns making the best out of a bad situation there. Managed to get rid of that outer turret in the middle lane. What can they do after that? We can see the vision from both sides, honestly, is not that big at this point, but there we look at the overall gold. Look at the difference between the AD carries, 11,300 to 8,800. That is a big lead right now. Between the AP, not too much, to be honest with you. 10,300 to 9,700. Rumble in the top lane is actually falling behind now in the CS. That's basically because Shen's been spending his time pushing those lanes out. But in terms of overall gold, it's around about 1,000 between those two. Some big items being picked up here, though. Death Cap for Ari, Death Cap for Diana as well, which will totally cancel out. Now, Rumble and Elise both picking up that Crystal Scepter as well for this next fight. And there is a Locket of the Iron Solari for Zyra.
I think those Crystal Scepters that were just picked up is a really key point, because that just makes them so much more tanky. They haven't been bursted down just yet, But with that Baron buff, with the Crystal Scepters, they're going to have so much more control in the fight. They can take so much more damage. And not to mention, Extra will be able to get in there with that Death Cap to just blow someone up. Hosen's been the focus of that every time. And he's being forced to, or the team's been forced to Shen ulti him. He's been forced to,
stole it.
He stole it away.
Yeah, he managed to get it there with a two-shot barrage. Nicely done.
I almost screamed like a girl right there, but I held back. It's like, wait, don't do it.
I need to hear it, Jason. You know, I need to have examples to get mine as best as I can out there into the open. As Extermin's like, steal my blue, I'm gonna have your Wraith. Totally fair trade-off, and actually maybe even push through here. I mean, they've got that Baron buff on. This is when they need to get those inner turrets down.
Yeah, it still seems like they're being a little bit hesitant at this point. I mean, Yamato can keep split pushing that bottom lane if he wants to, while the rest of the Giants kind of, you know, forms up and start to push a different lane. Just have Samix pushing that top lane right now, while the rest of the members of the Giants are pushed down the middle. But oh, actually, we do see an engage happening right here. Sorry.
We're going to see him going in. Crescendo comes down as well. There's a Strangle Thorn's going to move it up into the air. As Extermin going quite low. Cameraman doesn't know where he's going because there's action all over the place in this one. But it's a kills raining down for Giants in the end. There's a double for Rumble. They're going to try and track down Yamato Cannon. The Cocoon lands onto him. And there is the finisher as he tries to taunt them. And Giants didn't lose a single man just when it looked bad for them with Extermin going very, very low. They picked every single one of them off. Ace for Giants, and they may look to finish the game right here and right now.
Yeah, and we just point out one thing in that fight is that we saw Jimbones and actually Hosen go head-to-head. Jimbones got him down to about a third lane right off the bat just by himself, and that completely turned the tides of the fight as they were able to focus him down one by one. So Giants will be able to take this win, and it was very well played overall. That they really deserved it.
Yeah, solid win from Giants, following on their good form after their win yesterday against Gambit Gaming. Continued misery is for Dragonborns at this stage of the season. They have lost another one in a row. That's 8 games now without a win. Something's going to have to change from their side of things, that's for sure. But Giants maybe on the up from this point. That win against Gambit may have just inspired them to go the step extra that they needed to win these games. So that's enough from us here for the Caster Desk. We'll be back a little bit later on with our final match of the day. But first of all, we're going to go to the analysis desk with Freak, Quickshot, and Crepo.
Thank you, Joseph Joe Miller. And of course, we have a pretty good game we just saw. It was close for a good long time, a little bit of extra pressure there from the Giants. Crepo, what happened there?
Basically, it was a game of catch from both teams. Like, they both tried to catch each other out, tried to play really aggressive, and you saw a lot of fights happening, a lot of catches, but the main thing that separated the two teams was that Giant was constantly going for those objectives. He constantly tried to pick the blue buffs off. You saw Exter like trying to steal one at the left side, the blue buff, and then he stole a red buff as well with his Q. Every dragon, Giants was starting them, and they were ready to contest them and like fight for the objectives. And Dragonborns were kind of passive. They were just reacting, trying to salvage what they could. And as the game progressed, they kept like losing a little more like firm grasp of the game, and essentially Giants just took it home.
We talked about that a little bit, and I think it was Jason that brought it up, saying that the team, they're very new. They've got 2 players in there that, you know, this is their second week playing with this group. And when the engagements did happen, there seemed to be a little bit of lack of focus from the team members. Would you say that shone through in their team fights and in their map presence?
I think you could really tell that Giants was a solid lineup. I mean, Babetta always was in the right place, like with his snares, with his ultis, always trying to protect as many people as he could. And Jimbo's just really held his ground as well. He didn't run when he didn't have to and stayed in their fight when he had to. And they just played better. They just played better than Dragonborns, and they won convincingly and deservingly.
So what would you say, what advice, let's say you're coach for Dragonborns right now, what advice do you give that team?
Well, in hindsight, it's always easy. If they would have gone 8-0, their switch would have been right. But I never was a fan of the switch in this first place. I think Spontex played pretty solid, and Maluno has always been a solid jungler. But that's not my position to make, because I don't know what the internal communication is like. Because we can always judge these games and be like, yeah, it's not going well. Of course, I was right. I knew it. I told it on Reddit before. You should have listened to me. But you don't know what's going on through their voice comm. And if you don't know that, you can't judge it. But it does look like the Switch didn't change their core issues, and their team play needs to improve. And if you're going to be a team in the long run, you're going to have some issues. You're going to fail, and you just got to keep playing and stop rotating those rosters, because that's what happened in the beginning of the European scene as well. Like the old AAA, like rotated every second month. It was the AAA cycle. They do well, do even better, lose one game, start losing. One guy gets kicked. Next, and all over. And I think just keep your team together and try and play, but just do what works.
It's actually a great analogy that you've just drawn, because that's pretty much what happened in this matchup. you know, we would see engagements where it pretty much started off the Giants made a play and they would pick up a, you know, successful play. Dragonborns would do something well, but then Giants would roll it over. And you know, it just, this snowball of again and again and again, there were some mistakes from the Giants, you know, in certain areas of the maps. But what was the key turning point in this particular match?
I just think the fact that Giants contested the buffs shut down like the Dragonborns a little bit. And then there was one team fight around Drake where Jim Bones got a full bullet time off, didn't get interrupted, cleaned up the Jarvan, turned around, and what initially looked like a win for Dragonborns convincingly turned out to be Giants having a full HP AD carry with Strut, and she just strutted that ass and cleaned up. And and then you could see the next team fight more convincingly for Giants, and then the last team fight was a complete walkover. Just all the ultis synced together and completely wiped out Dragonborns.
Let me actually set the tone for this replay. 32 minutes into the game, the kill score is 7-11, and there is a 5,000 gold difference. The battle's about to begin in this middle lane, and it was the game-winning team fight for Giants. So let's jump into this replay, and Crepo, take us through exactly what you're seeing on screen.
Yeah, they're a little ahead right now, and you could just see, like, they have all the control. Dragonborns try to engage because they saw somebody top. Jimbo's gets caught a little bit. But yeah, the instant Zyra ulti is so good. Jimbo stays alive with his barrier. He doesn't get killed. Ixter jumps in, draws away the aggro, forces it out. Meanwhile, Rumble comes in, and this is where it completely turns around. They just don't have the means to deal with all the offensive power Giants have to offer.
And Hosan, I mean, you pointed out as the fight was happening, he didn't have his ultimate. He was forced out of the fight so early.
He used it to steal the blue, which was good, but then he didn't have it for the fight. And you could see him standing there at the edge, like poking, but he couldn't fight do more. And if you engage like that, Miss Fortune needs to drop. She needs to be annihilated, because if she doesn't, she regens back and she cleans up completely.
The fact that Hosan didn't have his ultimate, should that have been a call that Dexter should not have engaged?
In hindsight, maybe.
Yes, in hindsight.
But if you have Rumble split pushing top and you're already behind 5k or 6k and you don't even know if it's 6k, 8k, 10k.
Sure.
And you're like, hey guys, come, I can engage, I got an angle. Let's try the 45. If we can dunk him, we can win. But didn't happen. Barrier just. I think the key turning point in that fight definitely was Exterminator just jumping in. Oh, what's the name?
Diana.
Damn it. I'm a pro player. Completely flabbergasted.
Okay, you don't play mid.
You don't play mid.
Exactly. I only play supports. I need to know like 10 names. But yeah, Diana jumps in and he really drew away the aggro. And it's really interesting to see in fights where the aggro zones are. Because if everybody jumps on one guy, he drops. But if sometimes you can sacrifice two people by just going in yourself and drowning people away. And that's what supports have to do a lot when you say play Alistar. Just go in, pop your ulti, and just be as annoying as you can and make people attack you. And that's what Exterminator did as well. So yeah, solid game.
Well played.
So we do want to name an MVP for this game, of course, and you mentioned the misfortune earlier. I think we decided that it was going to be Jim Bones. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
Definitely. Well, he cleaned up the key turning point fight, and he kept solid. He never got he never died, and he just played really, really solid. At one point, he was 2.7k gold up, and he was just an entire Phantom Dancer up on his lane opponent, and he just controlled those fights. He was a target of the aggression, but didn't drop, and played it well.
Yeah, it's really well played by him. And now, of course, it's time for an interview. Let's head over to the stage with Shox with an interview with Samix from Giants.
Thank you. I'm here with Samix, and we got Rojo here to translate. Hello. So first off, both you guys and Dragonborn's known for a very aggressive playstyle. How did you strategize against that for them and maybe utilize that to your favor in this game?
Que pregunta que ambos equipos tenéis una forma de juego muy agresiva. ¿Cómo habéis planteado la estrategia para ganar este partido?
Sí, hicimos una seta que era buena en teamfight y en split push y desde ahí tiramos para ganarles.
Okay, he said that they prepared a really good setup in split push and team fights, so that's the key to win this game.
So what was a deciding factor for him personally, and how was his experience in lane with Rumble?
¿Cuál crees tú que ha sido el factor determinante para que ganéis esta partida? ¿Algún momento?
Sí, una teamfight que hemos hecho en mid lane, en la que se han tragado todas las ultimates y hemos hecho después un Nashor.
Okay, I said that this mountain has been a team fight that they made in mid lane, and the Dragons took all the ultimates. So after that, they could do an Asher. So.
Okay, I asked this extra yesterday as well. What for you has been a factor that made you get back into this league when you had some problems the previous weeks?
Bueno, la última semana habéis tenido un poquillo de problema, no habéis desarrollado un muy buen juego. ¿Cómo ha sido para que ahora estéis desarrollándolo?
Sí, a partir del lunes pusimos un entrenamiento más serio
y entrenamos muchas más horas y entonces parece que nos ha ido bien.
We took more serious training sessions with more hours, so it looks like it's working out.
Okay, gracias Rojo y Samux.
Thank you.
Okay, time for a short break, but after this short break, we'll be back with our last matchup of the day. With Gambit still reeling from yesterday's loss to the Giants, the Wolves look to find a little magic of their own. Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves when we return.
Welcome back, everybody, to the European League of Legends Championship Series here in Week 7. We're going into today's last match, which is Gambit versus Copenhagen Wolves. But first, I want to take a little time to talk with our special guest, Mitch Crepo Vorspuls.
Nice emphasis there.
Yes, you are very special.
Thank you.
We cherish you. You are an awesome person.
The one Belgium to ruin them all.
Thank you, guys.
No, that's Shots. You said it.
Oh. You're denying Trevor's opinion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
He downvoted me. Not
Yes.
cool. Not cool.
Not cool, bro.
I'll ban you too. I work for Riot.
So do I.
I don't know if you know this freak, but this is Quick Shot, right costume.
Yeah, hi, nice to meet you.
Oh, hi, how's it going? What's your name?
Yeah, don't worry about it. So let's get on topic.
Denied.
Before we jumped into the previous game, we briefly touched on the All-Star matchup that's going to be coming up in May in China, and I really wanted to pick your brain as a support player, and in my opinion, probably one of the favorites for the support role.
Hope so.
There's a lot of love for a number of the European supports, but I feel that you're one of them that's in contention. Talk to us about the bot lane. Talk to us about getting paired with the new AD carry out of the 8 potentials from EU. What do you do? How do you adapt?
Depends on their playstyle, and like the biggest thing in Europe is you have people from different teams, different languages. Like, what if we get paired with a mixed Russian team? But yeah, it's definitely interesting. Just not only to play with like different players, just for the different playstyles, because there's plenty of players that have like a different approach to bot lane.
Well, I have a question for you then, though, because you're playing with a Scotsman. I mean, that can't be easy to understand.
Yeah, but we have I'm adapting to the Scottish, so I'm like the middle ground. So I'm copying his accent halfway, which means I'm facilitating my team. Like I'll give them step 1, and then they can easily listen to step 2. And I'm like the translator. However, if somebody else gets with Snoopy in a team, it'll be definitely interesting
a bit difficult.
to see.
Okay, so let's look at then, you mentioned our play styles. You know, I actually seen a couple of comments, and it was one that caught my eye a little bit. Mixing somebody, say like Hosan and Edward, like on the bottom lane, 2 hyper-aggressive players. Do you think that, you know, actual play styles will be considered by many of the viewers when it comes to voting? Like, will a synergy actually work out?
If one particular viewer wants to vote on an aggressive bot lane, sure, but you have to realize it's like the culmination of all the votes, and essentially it will be the most popular or best or middle ground between popular and best players. So I don't think people can vote for those synergies, but it will be interesting to see the result of it, like what comes out. And what if we get like 2 members of Fnatic in there, right? And they want to split push all day, and then we're like, no guys, let's go for those objectives, and then it's like a clash and see who has the biggest mouth and who carries it home.
Okay. Well, we are going to bring in coaches as well for the teams. If you had your choice, who would you bring in as like a coach for the team?
Should it be a player or an actual manager coach?
I don't know the rules on it.
Let's say both.
Let's say both. You have all the world to choose from.
Damn, man. That's like all the world? Or
all
Europe?
in EU LCS.
All the world in Europe.
So all of part of the world.
I see somebody on the desk, he's pointing at himself. I think some casters would definitely go good. So Joe Miller.
He could go in for the cocoon kill.
Yeah, definitely.
Kill that guy. He made a heart for you.
I think I started a war this one. I can sense this won't end well for me.
War. I don't know. It's so hard to say. Like some players with like good game knowledge, but it all depends like how can they carry that over and how quick and how like some of these pro players are so like got into routines and they believe what was right, and it's really hard to convince a pro player that has a specific play style to adapt. I mean, it's the same. You ask Edward, like, play passive all game, please. Don't do that. Don't take kills. It'll be hard if you ask me the same. It'll be hard if you ask Peke to group and not split push. I don't even see. Is it possible? I don't know, man.
You even see it in the video, and he says, you know, I won't backdoor. With a little wink, you know, like, you just know it's going to happen.
He wants to put the enemies in a ruse. And
there was also something that Freak and I discussed last night when we were watching some of the NA games, was there are some players that are just so well-versed in the game that everything's almost like muscle memory. It's the knowledge is there, but you need to have a certain mindset to be able to express that and to teach it to many people, you know?
It's what I've heard most about Gambit, actually. Again, the very beginning of the day, I talked to Edward, and he was like, we don't really have a strategy. And I've also heard they don't even like discuss picks so much. They'll just pick what they want to play the most.
As far as I know, everybody has his final say there. It's not like if 4 people want Darian to play Jin Zhao and he's feeling the Gangplank, I think he'll probably end up on Gangplank. And it all coincides with the see hero, kill hero mentality in Season 2. They didn't need to have like special strategies. They're like, that guy, he's dead. That guy, he's dead. And it has flaws, obviously. Everything has flaws, but it's interesting, like strategy-wise.
That's an awesome point, because the games they've lost, it's when chaos has been created. And when everyone's got their own say and everything's chaotic, you can't respond to that.
Same with us. We lack a single shot caller, which is great if you have valuable input coming from all angles. But what if 3 people make a good call, but nobody has the courage to drop his opinion and chase somebody else, or not even courage, or just doesn't want to, doesn't see it? Like it's so like it's
it's tough.
Yeah, delicate, very delicate.
Okay, well, we'll see what the All-Star game ends up being once again, guys. April 2nd, voting opens up. LOLesports.com. Vote for who you think will do the best out of the region. But let's find more from the best out of the region. We've got a game going on here between Copenhagen Wolves and Gambit Gaming. Good dear casters with glorious, amazing hair, please take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're going to be moving into our final game of Week 7 here. And I'll tell you what, in Quickshot's words, this one is going to be huge. Shots fired back for that last joke. So, moving in then to Gambit versus Copenhagen Wolves. Gambit lost to Giants yesterday for a second time, but then they went on to beat SK. And we've said this before, that when Gambit lose, they get angry and murder everyone afterwards. In-game, obviously. So moving on from that one then, the Wolves, you know, sorry about that one. So the Wolves obviously can trade with the best. We've seen it already from them. They're on a hot streak right now. They're looking very, very good, to be honest.
Yes, they are. But the big thing is, though, they've beaten EG before, yes. They've beaten Fnatic before, but they've never beaten Gambit just yet. So this would be a big test for them. We haven't actually had them match up against them with Bjergsen on the team, but we'll see how it works out for them this week.
So let's have a look then at the two lineups for these two sides, starting off with Gambit on the blue side for this one, with Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alex in the middle, and of course a bottom lane of Genja and Edward.
And over on the red side, we have Godbro in that top lane, maybe this game, I don't know, maybe in the bottom just again, yet again, Svenskeren, Bjergsen, the Tess, and Deficio.
So let's have a look then at the two key players from either of these teams, starting off with Gambit Gaming. We've picked out their AD carry, Genja.
Yes, we have, and for a good reason. Okay, so back in Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, he used to be a very passive player, really defensive player, but out of nowhere during that event, he just started being super aggressive, and it caught the other teams off guard. He's been doing that ever since, but it seems like the other team finally has the read on that, and he has to develop a little bit of a new style of play yet again to really make himself shine. And also, he's been running a lot of really weird, I want to say weird, but I'm obviously not as good as he is, but he's been running Average Blade, you know, Ghost Cleanse all the time, and it sometimes doesn't work out, and sometimes it's just absolutely horrible when you have a Jarvan, you know, ulting you when you're Kog'Maw, and he just locks you in and you're dead.
And you're like, I can run around inside Cataclysm really fast with my Ghost and cleanse nothing off from it. But yeah, obviously it can work out sometimes. In other setups, not quite so good. And then for their counterparts, before we've picked out Godbro, who I wanted to say he hasn't really stood out, but his Singe play that we saw earlier today was really fantastic.
Yeah, actually, both the times lately that he's played him has done quite well. In that last game, like Creeper was saying, he really held on to that bottom lane with that first flip on Alistair. It really set up the entire lane and how it would eventually develop. But yeah, he hasn't really made a big impact on games, or hasn't really made a big splash, but we'll see if he can finally do it now. And he also hasn't seemed very comfortable in the lane. I mean, we've kind of seen it where every champion he's played, except maybe the Nidalee and Singe, just seems to be a little bit uncomfortable. And maybe he'll finally, find a couple more champions that he can settle down with.
Yeah, I mean, he looked a lot more comfortable in the bottom lane with his Singe, which, to be honest, was just flipping awesome. What can we say about that? So the Wolves may have started off as underdogs in this one, but now they're a team that has to be a force to be reckoned with. Gambit obviously don't intend to be caught off guard this time around, though. Let's see what the teams had to say before we get into Champion Select.
I think that Wolves is getting stronger and stronger every week. We will research their games and find their weaknesses and try to abuse it.
I mean, if they underestimate us, that can definitely come back to bite them, I'm sure.
I definitely don't think Gambit is gonna look at us as underdogs. They actually already admitted that we are playing very well right now, so they take us very serious.
Okay, Bjergsen is strong, but not an incredible guy. We've had one game against them, but my team almost beat them, so I know we can take them down.
They are the team that can make the upsets, so we should be really afraid of them and we should play our best and win them.
And we will try our hardest.
I'm gonna hear that if they underestimate us, we could come and bite them from the Wolves.
Yeah.
See what you did there. But yeah, they're very right in what Alex and the guys said, that this is a very strong team. The Copenhagen Wolves, they lost that game yesterday against SK. They could have won that game. There's no doubt about it. They lost that game.
Yeah, I think it was Svenskeren, maybe overstaying just a little bit on that Jarvan, got caught, blown up, and but yeah, it seems to be like the story of the Wolves. Like, they can always win early on, and there just seems to be one mistake, at least against SK, where they just seem to lose the game. But Gambit, they're trying to go for redemption here against them with Bjergsen for the first time, and I think they really could do it. It's just about how they come together as a team, and to be honest, we have to really say this, that how well Bjergsen can carry the team.
Yeah,
it's kind of true.
If you say so.
It's been kind of true.
Okay, I'll give you that. Kind of true works for me. So, into the picks and bans, and what are you expecting as the bans from these two sides?
I'm expecting a Zed to be taken out, maybe a Kha'Zix being taken out, since both teams can actually play that. Alex and Bjergsen do exceptionally well on that. We do have actually the picks and bans already underway, and the Jarvan being taken out, and that obviously will be targeted at Svenskeren, who's just done phenomenal on him.
Yeah.
And then Misfortune targeted over towards Genja.
Yeah, early Misfortune ban coming out. Interesting one there. Obviously, you don't want Genja to have that in his comfort zone. There is the Kha'Zix ban, but from Gambit side.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see a Zed and maybe Renekton actually for the last two bans for Wolves to really take Darren out of his comfort zone. But then again, you leave Shen open, and we know he can play Shen just as well on top of that.
Yeah, and obviously with Gambit having that first pick, they'll certainly go in for something like that, I think, if it's left open. So what are Wolves going to ban out next? Kassadin there against Alex. I think it's a fair one. We saw him play well in that 2v1 lane earlier on in the day against SK Gaming. Had a big impact on that match. But we know that Bjergsen can also play Kassadin.
Yeah, that's the funny thing is that most of the champions that Alex and Bjergsen play now, they play both. Like they both can play that champion.
Yeah.
Except I think Bjergsen has AP nearly. I don't think I've seen Alex play her ever. And then also Syndra on top of that. So maybe he might sit back on one of those champions. You also have Lux available, which we haven't seen in quite a while. But Gambit actually taking Singed away. So we talked about Godbro in the pre-match saying he doesn't really seem comfortable. He's been playing really well in Singed, but if you take him out of that comfort zone, what's going to happen to that top lane?
Yeah, that's I think where we've really seen Godbro in his element, playing that Singe. So definitely a good ban from Gambit's side. What are Wolves going to go with here for the third ban? To be honest, at this stage,
it has to be Zed.
Yeah, I mean, there's Zed in there. You've got Nasus. You've got Volibear. It's going to be a Thresh ban.
We forgot about that as well.
Against Edward. So Gambit, really, they've got so many choices here, but that Shen, I think, could be the hot contested pick.
And if they do pick Shen, does that mean the Wolves are going to pick up Zed? It seems like both teams are potentially baiting that pick in, and they maybe want to deal with it with maybe like a John or something like that to really knock him away right when he gets in on top of you. But we'll see how it does develop here. And Gambit doesn't typically sit on the first pick this long. They usually like lock in Renekton right away or lock in Nasus or Volibear, and yet they're still taking some time to think about it. And that shows they're taking the Wolves not lightly. They're really putting some effort into this.
Yeah, and they, Wolves have gone from being that 0-9 team that, they were decent. They were playing good games then, but just not managing to pick up the wins. They've gone from that to actually a really scary team that's had a lot of time to practice now with this lineup of 5. Onto the picks, at least we have Elise picked first. Elise picked first. Let's start again. For Gambit, looks like Zed could be a choice for Copenhagen Wolves. You can see a lot of discussion there.
Yeah, we have seen Darren play Elise quite a bit, or not quite a bit, at least a couple times in the top lane. I'm not sure Diamond plays her at all in the jungle. I mean, it's not one of the champions we've seen him do, but she is one of those champions that you can really use around in different lanes. But that said, it has to get locked in. I mean, Bjergsen just did so well with him. He kept split pushing. Whenever you do that, you have to send someone to duel him. But when you do that at that point in the game, Zed will win that any day of the week. So you can have to send 2 people. And then they have Godbro on potentially Shen here, which they do in fact lock in. So you have that very tanky person. Not sure if that will be in the jungle just yet. I'm assuming it would be definitely on Godbro, since Svenskeren will most likely pick up Xin as his jungler here.
Yeah, and the thing is, we've seen Shen from Godbro against SK. We saw it from him against EG in week 6. So Godbro can play that Shen, definitely. So what are we going to see then next from Diamond and Alex? Currently sat with Hecarim and Ashe. Now, one thing that I've noticed is that Diamond really likes to play animals/creatures in the jungle. It's a strange trend, but it's actually true. Like, he brought the dragon out first of all in Shyvana, then the bear in Volibear, the dog in Nasus. So it's maybe about time.
Even Rengar.
Hengar the horse. Hengar? Hecarim the horse. So we could see Udi if he plays as well. And he's like 3 animals in one, 4 animals in one almost. So why not Elise? But it's going to be Hecarim.
And Hecarim's also like, isn't he a centaur? So that's kind of like an animal creature.
Horse, come on.
He's a horse. Well, he is pretty amazing. So we do have that locked in. We saw him play that early on. Did really well. He got a couple of dragon steals, I believe it was 2. And then we see Lulu picked up for most likely Edward in the end. And he's done a great job on Lulu, I have to say. That's where he got most of his kills from.
Secured.
Kills secured. And that's where Genja, being the support, kind of came out of nowhere. We do have Zyra and Varus locked in, so it looks like that will be that AD carry support combo. Has a really good synergy with it. If you locked it out with the Grasping Roots, followed up with the Varus Slow, not to mention the ulti out of him, followed up with the Zyra ultimate, you can lock them down for a really long time. And if you land that in a team fight, it really opens up your Zed to just run around and get as much damage as possible.
Right now, they're hovering over Shaco here, which No, it's Edward. So whatever he does until he locks in is probably a massive lie to troll the entire internet. That's what he does.
I've talked to him before. He's actually said AP Shaco in the mid lane is ridiculous. I mean, probably not going to be it, but
with Yi,
it's pretty good. We've seen Alex play Yi. He's actually got a couple of pentakills on Yi. I don't remember. Was it IPL 5? Yeah, IPL 5. He got a couple of pentakills with him.
Yeah, but they've gone for a bit more standard these days. The Twisted Fate going to be locked in. And we are also going to be seeing the Cogmore coming out of Genja.
And more importantly, holy crap, he's not running Ghost. He has Flash.
Yet.
That's true. That is so true. But we'll see if he takes Flash this time. As the Wolves with their last pick, it will most likely be the jungler. And Xin is still available. That's what Sven kind of really likes playing as his go-to champion right after that. But then again, it's really up to him. You know, Xin would give him a nice amount of dispersion, which is kind of the counter to having a Zyra Varus. So in the end, it wouldn't work out too well. But if you time it perfectly, it could work out. It could really keep the horse away from the test.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to need to do, because Dan's going to be right up there in the face the entire time. Let's see if it is going to be that's in the, I guess the form is going to probably dictate that that's in will be locked in here for Svenskeren. He's been rotating between that and Jarvan pretty much the entire time. Xin Zhao will be locked in.
And it kind of says to me that Gambit knows he was going to go for that as his backup champion. Over the last 5 games, he's played Xin and Jarvan only, like you just said.
Yeah.
And they must have some kind of counter to that. But you know, we will find out here. Looking at the teams, we have Alex on Twisted Fate. I'm still one of those people that is not a huge fan of that, because it can either go extremely well or extremely bad. But it does fit into like a split push kind of style, especially if you have Darren but a little bit tanky on the lease. You have that ability to do that and then, you know, teleport right back in. And over on the Wolves side, they have a very bursty team with this lineup. You know, Zed can get in there. He can destroy Twisted Fate in a one-on-one battle. And you have Genja as well in the backline, still keeping that flash, by the way, and that exhaust, which is actually a perfect pickup for him. He needs that exhaust to use right on Zed when he comes into the backline. So Bjergsen's gonna have to tiptoe around that a little bit. But we'll see how well the horse does and see if he can trample the Wolves.
Well, you can see that happy faces amongst the Gambit team. Sure, a little bit different to match against Giants, which of course they ended up losing for a second time. Out of 3 games, Giants got the upper hand on there, but this time around it's Copenhagen Wolves, a team which have found a good bit of form here. Obviously, earlier on in the season was not really their time. 0 for 9 they went before they were able to put that first win on the board.
Yeah, and still, with Bjergsen on the team, it really gives them this nice little boost to morale. The Test played a really solid game earlier on, and we'll see if they can really handle the aggression that Gambit can put out. And not to mention that Twisted Fate, I'm not sure if they played too much against him, but it can really catch you off guard if you overextend a little bit and just forget about that ulti, which will really snowball the lane for the other team.
Yeah, and there are Copenhagen Wolves, Godbro, who had his Singe banned out against him here, playing the seemed to be his fallback champion, which is that Shen. And did a great job with Sinjin last time. We'll see how he does this time around. And what do you think about the lanes in terms of switches that are possible to come in here?
Well, looking at it, I mean, Alex will most likely have to be in that mid lane because he needs that ability to get the blue buff. He needs the ability to interact at the top and bottom lane. We have seen Twisted Fate go top on the red side and bottom on the blue side before. But I don't really expect that. If anything, it would have to be the Kog'Maw Lulu combo switching up maybe to go against Shen, because you want to give Kog'Maw an easy lane. You know, once he gets that late game carry, he can just dominate the other team. And I'm not sure if the Wolves will let that happen, though.
Yeah, we did have a little bit of a pause in here. Screen bug for Gambit, which is more likely the fact that someone had it in full screen mode, which Gambit just don't like. They played a tiny little window right in the middle of these massive screens, which, you know, it's all about comfort. That it's if you are used to playing that way, then you're going to have to do it online as well. But here we go, then we're going to jump into game. It's Gambit versus Copenhagen Wolves. Gambit on the blue side here. Talk us through level 1, Jason.
Well, looking over at the teams, we do have that potential gold card into Cocoon for Gambit if they want to go for that. But overall on Copenhagen Wolves, they have a really tanky lineup, and they have a lot of damage behind that, not to mention the grasping roots. So if anyone's going to be the one to invade, it would be the Wolves. And I think they probably do have a decent read on Gambit in terms of their level 1 action. We do actually see the lane switch happening for Copenhagen Wolves. I think they're preemptively trying to expect it to happen, and then, you know, kind of counter that, but it's not going to be the case.
Well, let's see how this one all works out then. A very pensive start from both teams. Darian with the spider has been spotted there in the top side of the river. Twisted Fate is there as well with Alex Itch. But yeah, I don't think they've spotted him just yet. He saw that ward go down on the ramp, so they know that there's vision there for the Copenhagen Wolves. I don't think they saw that one on the corner. They've not seen that one there coming down on the bottom of the blue ramp of the Wolves, and they don't know that Gambit have got that ward in on the tri-bush. So overall, quite a bit of vision down, but not a lot of it seen by the enemy team.
Yeah, that's a lot of money invested, or a lot of wards invested by Copenhagen Wolves just to protect their own jungle here. It's really interesting. It shows they're kind of maybe scared of Gambit and what kind of level 1 action they can really do. But not to mention, it really protects the lanes a little bit more as the game finally just start to happen, because Diamond procs on that Hecarim is just so fast. If he comes in for a gank, you're not really going to have too much time to react to it.
Let's look at the starting positions here. The Tess and Deficio going to be taking that bit of an XP boost at the start here by taking away the big golems. There is some help for Diamond, who's starting off with his blue buff first of all here. Sven's going to be doing his red first with the help of his AD carry support.
And what we just saw happen for the Wolves, we had Bjergsen and we had Gabro both taking away the Wolf Camp, so they each get a little bit of experience. We had the Tess and Deficio taking away the double golems, like you're saying, and then we had Svenskeren start at the Wraith. So it gives their entire team a nice little bit of a start, so they can get that early level 2 and potentially go for an early kill, and we'll see if they can actually pull that off.
So we have a 1v2 in both the bottom and top lane here. Who's going to have the better time in this one between the Elise and the Shen? Well,
Shen will have more sustain in the lane, but it won't be as easy for him to escape a gank. However, he does have a ward down, obviously, in the river. But over towards the top side, Elise he has the ability to farm from range, also has the ability to repel. So if the gank does come in, he can stall a little bit, let the tower keep attacking the Wolves, and maybe pick up a kill. And Darren, he's a pretty decent Elise player on top of that.
Yeah, I think pretty decent, a bit of an understatement as well from this one. Svenskeren actually coming down towards this bottom lane right now, just going to be waiting off towards the side. Just getting out off tower range before he took that hit. And that's something that might signal the push out there from Xin if a tower hit comes on to especially Edwards. Actually, the taunt is going to land here. They're going to put the Ignite down on towards Cogmore, but the creeps are blocking Svenskeren here. He finally dashes out as they go towards Edward and then back away as they see the horse coming down from that blue buff ramp area, and they're going to have to back away. Nothing to be taken from that, but they know that Hecarim's in their jungle now.
Yeah, and Genja had to flash away right there because the Glitter Lance missed onto Svenskeren, so we actually might walk into it, get a face check here.
Yeah, Diamond going to walk straight in towards Svenskeren. Who's going to have the better of this one though? Diamond going to be knocked in the air, and I think both of them not really wanting to fight too hard in that one and lose out the double buffs.
But in the meantime, we do have Wolves being very aggressive on this top lane. They got the turret down about half health at this point. The bottom lane for the Wolves relatively healthy. Actually, it looks like it's almost full health at this point because Svenskeren's been camping that lane. So they want to go for a very early turret and then switch the lanes around. And that's actually a really good play on their part because it really stops the aggression that Gambit likes to put out.
Oh, and here we see Bjergsen actually on the middle lane going aggressive on towards Alex. In the end, not quite getting the damage that he wants, but they're going to move in towards Edward, who dodges the taunt nicely. He should be in range here of that turret. He actually flashed down. There's the exhaust put onto Svenskeren. He will flash away as well as they turn their attention around. Here comes Diamond from the side. Godbro could be in a lot of trouble from this one. He's got no flash available. He gets knocked back by Diamond, but can they finish off? The Ignite was down, but it won't be enough to pick up a kill.
But still, what will happen right here, they're going to push this lane up right now. If Godbro does stay, he will most likely be the first blood for the team. And they have that 3-man push, so they might go for this tower very early. It's at full health, so I don't think they can get it on this wave, but they still will push it in and deny a lot of experience over to Godbro.
Yeah, and they need to be real carefully because Diamond, he's fast, that's for sure. Godbro will use that Shadow Dash just to get out of range of him and backed away. That's going to be a lot of damage onto the turret, if not maybe the first turret of the game going down from this one. The Wolves are still pressuring on the top side, though. They've actually done more damage to the turret if you compare the two.
Yeah, they've had Darren push to his tower every second of this game so far. Hector's been towards the bottom side of the jungle, so he's always been interacting with that bottom lane, as well as Svenskeren, who's been camping that lane pretty much strictly himself. And the real story so far is that Alex has a nice lead over Bjergsen, which you kind of expect at this point, but he also has barriers, so if Bjergsen ever tries to go in for that kill, it might actually backfire on him very badly.
Yeah, really interesting to see how that one all develops here as that game goes along. Alex is not quite up to level 6 yet, but we can expect Destiny being brought into play as soon as he does get that first level on the ultimate. Early CS in this one, Elise, as you predicted, doing a much better job in terms of the farm there. 24 to the 14 of Shen. Middle lane pretty much bang on even. Between the AD carries though, look at that. The Tess has got a substantial lead here over Genja.
And that's strictly due to the pressure that Svenskeren's been giving that lane, that attention. He's been in there, he ganked right away, it forced a flash out of him, it forced an exhaust, and it really just kept him away from the farm. So far it's working out really well for the Wolves, but it all depends on if they get this turret down relatively early, as we do have the AQ support back for the Wolves, and then kind of switch it up and allow Shen to finally pick up some farm, because he's hurting right now. He really is.
We'll see how that one all comes forward in the game. As we see there again, Bjergsen going in his level 6 as a barrier was used there by Alexic, pretty much mitigating a lot of that damage. I mean, look at him. He's below half HP. Didn't really have anything to answer with during that fight.
But we do have the Pony and the Spider coming down from the top end here, and there's nowhere to spot them. Actually, no, I believe there was a where to spot them. Sorry about that. I got a little overzealous. And we just have a little bit of countering happening from Diamond.
Yep, now they're going to be looking to take away those wraiths. Always good to do, not only to boost yourself, but deny that enemy jungler. Edward and Genji are going to be putting pressure down once again in his bottom lane. Svenskeren is there to cover things, but Godbro not super healthy. We'll see if they're about to turn this one around and go in there for the kill, but the tower at this stage is certainly the biggest focus from Gambit on that bottom side. On the top side, Deficio and the Tess are coming in for another attack on towards that turret. There's the volatile Spiderling coming out, and the turret is going to go down. First one of the game going to Copenhagen Wolves.
And we have Svenskeren still in this bottom lane. He's really trying to defend it, trying to keep this turret available, because once the AD carry support gets down there, they'll be able to push the lane back and stop Gambit from getting the turret on top of that. As they are finally backing out right now, we do have the blue buff being given over to Alexic. However, Bjergsen, he almost has the ultimate back up again. It's about 40 seconds left, and if he goes in on Alex again, one more time, then he should be able to kill him.
Yeah, and you can bet your bottom dollar that Bjergsen is not scared of diving in under turrets. You've seen it many a time before from him. The CS in that middle lane, Alex is actually coping with that pressure really nicely. He managed to soak it all up ahead in the CS by about 10. Got that Seeker's arm guard in there now, compared to the Vamp Scepter early on of Zed, who, as you rightly mentioned, he has that elixir if he decides to go in there to help him tank up that extra damage.
He's got 10 seconds left on his ultimate, and he actually does go in for a little bit of damage here just to harass him down. Will he go for the kill?
Well, a little bit of damage is going to turn into a lot. There's a flash away by Alex. Bjergsen, the attack animation was at half swing there, and that was so close. That last one would have killed him.
Yeah, it really would have. I'm not sure if that was a little bit of a mistake, but he did have flash available. He would have gotten first blood, but we did have Diamond just in the wings ready to come in if he needed to. So in the end, he escapes with his life. See Daring Anton under that turret, not taking too much damage. And the thing is, Diamond's been holding the top lane. He's now held mid lane. He is level 6 at this point, and that's where his ganks become extremely deadly. And expect that horse to make some attention over towards his bottom lane, since the Tess is ahead of Genji at this point. He's actually not going to be spotted by a ward when he comes down here.
No, there is none down there at this point. Actually, there was a ping from Copenhagen Wolves, so I'm not sure if they saw it off that last wave of creeps or what, where they predicted that one, but a prediction nonetheless, and one that could be important. This is big though. Alexic actually coming down onto the bottom side. Destiny is available, but he just backs away.
Yeah,
doesn't want to play today.
He doesn't want to play. This isn't this card game, but they're being really passive here, and we're talking about that in the pre-match, that if Twisted Fate gets in there, you have to play really passive. If you overextend and kind of forget about him, then he'll take advantage of that in every situation possible. However, you do have Godbro, so he has the ability to get in there and kind of defend that. But then again, he'll leave his turret wide open, and Darren will be able to get a lot of free farm, which currently right now he's sitting at 48 CS to the 29 of Godbro.
Oh, there's a taunt landed in. Actually, Darren maybe in a little bit of trouble. Svenskeren comes in there as the repel. Is he going to come down on top of Godbro? No, he drops straight in the middle of them. Has to use flash to try and get away. That's a very clutch cocoon. But is it going to be enough to actually get in there? Svenskeren does have flash. Flashes in there for the kill, and that will be the first blood going down to Copenhagen Wolves. Almost 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, we're almost in NA status right now with how long it takes for the first blood to actually happen. But in the end, still great play by them. The turret is down. They're going to push up a little bit further. We do have Diamond sitting down towards the bottom side of the jungle here. And they might be able to pull off a nice gank. He was spotted in that tri-bush, so he won't be able to sneak in through that way. But he's trying to come in through the lane.
It was moving in there, but there's wards down inside of that bottom brush. So even if he does manage to squeak through that, once they've pushed this wave out, then they will be spotted and shouldn't be able to be doing too much to trouble the Copenhagen Wolves. As Genji there just managing to dodge just about, but those plants, you know, they do hurt. You can't underestimate them.
Yeah, they really do, especially the slow from them that just keep you locked in forever. We do have that level 6 still. Actually, do have Shen ulting into the mid lane. Bjergsen goes in on Alexich.
Yeah, gonna go down there. Comes the horse around the side. Alex, can he survive this one? No, he can't. It's Godbro that picks up the kill. He's tanking the turret though, and Diamond is not finished with him just yet. Svenskeren coming in from that backside. Will they keep the pressure on and go for Diamond? Bjergsen's gonna go in there. He's taken a lot of damage. Couldn't quite finish off the kill, but got away with his life. Just about.
In the end, a 1-for-1. That was a great ultimate by God right there, but they just stayed a little bit too much. Diamond able to pick up a kill on top of that, but we do have Karen actually going for Edward right here, and Edward does have flash available.
I just don't know why he's there. That's more to the point from that one. He's going to be able to slow Svenskeren down, but will he be able to get away from the knock-up? No, he won't, but has Svenskeren got the damage? He's going to keep going with this one. In the end, decides not to push it after all that.
And that gives Copenhagen Wolves the knowledge that they can be aggressive here and really keep Genja out of farm zone, which they currently are doing with those plants. Darien pushing on that top turret very quickly at this point. And the gold lead, only 100, actually no, not even 100 difference. It's bang on even right now at 30 minutes, or sorry, wow, 30 minutes, 11 minutes and 30 seconds is what I was going to say.
Well, if it was still even at 30 minutes, we're definitely going to have a brilliant game on our hands, as we are seeing the first Dragon being attempted by Copenhagen Wolves here. We've got 3 men there. There's no vision, if my eyes aren't failing me, of that happening from Gambit's side. They can't see that that's going down, so this Dragon will be picked up by the Wolves, and that good old level gold lead is now slightly off at 100 lead still for Gambit in this one, as we did see Darien push that top lane out. The CS is actually getting a little bit out of hand up there.
Yeah, it really is, and the thing is, they're trying to let him split push that top lane by himself, but he can't handle Darien anymore. He's the one that can just sit in his face and really get him low, forcing it back away, and then be the one that's aggressive, the one that's actually split pushing for his team, which that's kind of Darien's style. He likes to really be aggressive, but God, bro, you're completely right. If he can't get a little bit of farm, if his team can't help him out, he's going to fall that much further behind, and they really need him. They need that ultimate. They need him to be really tanky to allow Bjergsen and allow the Test to just get in there and do as much damage as possible as we get these major team fights happening.
So blue buff is up for Gambit. That's going to be gifted over towards Alex. No real surprises there. Actually, Elise did just go back in terms of items. Got a Giant's Belt in there with a Ruby Crystal. Got the Sorcerer's Shoes in there as well. So nicely tanky, and also going to be putting out that nice damage as well that we come to expect from the Elise. On the other side, Sheen for Alex on top of that Seeker's Arm Guard from earlier on. Brutalizer and the Cutlass here already finished for Bjergsen.
Looks like we're going to have 2 Blade of the Rune Kings coming out eventually here, and Bjergsen doesn't have the damage just yet to burst Alex down, especially when you have Darien sitting around in that middle lane trying to go for that push here, since they already have that top outer turret down. The bottom one is already very low at this point, and Gambit could push that down as the Wolves are going to have to give that one up. But we do have Diamond, who's sneaking around behind. Looks like he will go for the blue buff here and try to take it away, which isn't really huge. I mean, no one on the Wolves really needs it at this point.
Oh, actually, Darien may get a little caught out here, but he's going to repel himself. Comes right back down in the middle. He's giving enough time for Alex Each to come in, but honestly, doesn't really have the damage here to save him. That's going to be another kill coming out for Godbro. He's now 2-1-1. We talked about the difference in farm there. Let's have a look at the overall gold here between those two. 3,400 to 3,800. So while he's been behind in the farm, those kills allowing him to be ahead in gold.
Yeah, he's really been around the map, really pretty much having an extraordinary Shen game at this point, even though he was behind in bot lane, then went up to top lane, was forced out of lane. On top of that, the ultimates he's using, the roaming he's been doing has been spot on, has really been catching Gambit off guard.
That's still no real clear lead in gold in this game, though. We are still pretty much bang on even from this one. There's a turret taken down, which is going to help things out from Gambit's side of things in gold, but Wolves still ahead there in the kills. If you look down the extra items added in between the 2 AD carries, both of them got that BF sword, both got the Boots of Speed plus a Doran's Blade, the difference being a Vamp Scepter for Kog'Maw and that Cutlass to go towards the Blade of the Ruin King for the Tess. As Alex again is going to get jumped on here in the middle. Svenskeren this time is going to be involved. Bjergsen just blows him up, and honestly, Alex just can't stand and fight. He's getting a little bit out of hand there in that middle lane.
Yeah, he went for an early Seeker's Arm Guard because he wanted to be able to tank up Bjergsen, but he's been able to get enough farm, get enough assist to really get the damage he needs to burst him down, especially when you have Zin's out coming in to help you on top of that, and Godbro ulting in, just get the assist right there, get a little bit of extra gold.
Why not? All adds up in the end, and he's been in the right place at the right time to be getting those assists and saving his teammates, as well as Wolves now going to look to put a bit of pressure down maybe on this bottom turret. We see the Warmogs being finished by Shen, and that's what you get if you get in there for them assists. That extra little bit of a bonus turns into items for you all of a sudden.
And Alex, I don't think he's ultied once this game. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I've seen him use it just yet. He hasn't been able to interact in any of the lanes since they got that early turret on the top lane, and then bot lane's been kind of pushed up to their own turret this entire time. And I'm assuming since he's not doing that, he will try to make use out of it with split pushing quite a bit as the game does go on. And he should be able to get farmed up enough that he could handle Bjergsen a little bit better, at least do enough damage to him to force him away. But as Bjergsen keeps getting farmed, keeps getting more assists, and keeps getting items, he's just becoming that much more of a threat, especially to Genja.
Yeah, and if you look down the jungle items there, Locket, the Iron Solari with the Spirit Stone, Ninja Tabi, Ruby Crystal for Hecarim over on the other side with Bjergsen, who's 1-0-2 at this point. Giant Spell, Kindle Gem, Madrid Razor, plus the Null Magic Mantle coming in as well. There's blue buff given over to Bjergsen as well, which is going to help out with that energy regen. Plus, his cooldown as well. I mean, if he's not already causing problems, then he's going to keep going with that now.
With the way, since he keeps getting the blue buff, every time he uses that ultimate and he kills the opposing player, by the time they get back, he has it up almost again. So it's just pretty much a kill after kill after kill, and you see that with Gambit reacting to it by having Alex go up towards his top lane, but he really can't go against Godbro either, so he's just kind of screwed at this point. I mean, he can't really get into a lane to get some nice farm. He's probably get killed here by Godbro.
Yeah, and look at that. When a Shen can kill you like that or damage you like that, you know things aren't going so well for you. As we are going to see Darien here getting caught out by Svenskeren and Officio there. Oh, the Stranglethorns there. Here comes the knock-in. Bjergsen going to join the party and secures that kill right in front of Svenskeren's nose. And that will be 5-1 in kills. And I tell you what, this could be a turn up for the Bucks here. This could be, you know, a valuable win for Copenhagen Wolves. You know, their march from the bottom of the table, they're kind of skyrocketing in terms of position, and a win here would only really cement their position as, you know, definitely one top team to beat for everyone else.
Yeah, they really are outclassing right now in terms of kills, but you still have to look at the gold in the end. They're still down actually at this point. They're one turret down. But it's because of that Twisted Fate and the passive of him, not to mention the lead that they have in the jungle and in the top lane. Actually, they're winning in every lane at this point.
Yeah. Just around that one
I mean, it's surprising because they have 5 kills. Well, Copenhagen Wolves have 5 kills, and you would think they would fall behind CS, but no, they've been keeping up and actually surpassing them.
Yeah, very interesting stuff here, which, you know, if you fall in behind in kills, we've said it before, kills, they certainly help you win games, there's no doubt about that one, but it's not the be-all and end-all at the end of it.
Yeah, it really comes down to who can group up well together, who can really take these dragons, because we did have the Wolves take the first one, but now Gambit is actually set up to do one for themselves. We do have Godbro pushing the top lane, and the rest of the Wolves are actually in position to go for an invade here. They might try to contest it.
Yeah, they are certainly moving their way, and Svenskeren going to get hit there by the Cocoon. Shen going to come down as well. There's a repel from Elise trying to get to the back to safety, but to be honest, they're doing really well here. The Copenhagen Wolves, Alexic taking a lot of damage. Wild Growth goes down. The Oswald joining the party as well, as Darien is going to land the Cocoon there on towards Svenskeren. They turn that then into a kill. The test going very low as well. He's finished off by Diamond, and from what looked like a good fight here for the Wolves, they're having to flash away from things. And correct me if I'm wrong there, Jason, but Bjergsen wasn't really in that fight at all. He was just coming down.
Yeah, what he did was he actually pushed Genja right out of the fight. He went straight for him, used his ulti on him, tried to kill him instantly. And, you know, since he does have the infinities, as you see, Godbro actually should be going down here. Does get a nice taunt off.
Yeah, and the grasping roots as well landing. And here comes Bjergsen from the side there. Will Darien be able to get away from this one? Maybe with the help of the horses. We see Destiny going to be popped there by Twisted Fate. He won't be joining in, but they've dropped Bjergsen. And that brings us back to 5-4 in the kills. And that's how quickly things can change.
And just as you're talking about kills not being the end-all, you see right there, Gambit coming back, picking up the dragon, picking up 3 kills. And I really have to say that that fight kind of was lost to Bjergsen just chasing Genja away. I mean, yeah, it was a good idea to keep that Infinity's Edge out of the fight, but when you have 2 of the 5 kills of your team and the other 3 are on your tank champions, you have to be there to do the damage.
Yeah, Genja's just stolen away that blue buff as well. Let me see, the amount of wards that were put down in the run-up to that fight there, actually quite severe from Copenhagen Wolves. Just dumping them all in there to try and get as much sight as they could around by those bushes. But if we look at the gold and how that's changed just from that one encounter there, 28.8 to 25.5, Gambit showing, as we said, that kills aren't really everything. The individual gold has swung back over to a considerable lead. I mean, look at Diamond compared to Svenskeren at this point, 6.4 to 4.8 thousand gold. After 20 minutes, that's a big number.
He's also 3-0 on top of that, so he's going to be very tanky very quickly, and every member of Gambit actually has a gold lead over the other team for the Wolves, and that's not a good sign. I mean, you're committing a lot of time to get these kills, but if you're not keeping up the farm, if you're not getting turrets off of that, you know, like off of an opportunity of getting 1 kill, then you're not really going to be able to to pretty much take that lead in gold, or at least take an excessive lead to snowball it.
Yeah, and this from Wolves is very much Wolves 09 Wolves.
Yeah, it's
they
reminiscent
played
of them.
very well in terms of killing and managing those team. Well, let's talk about team fights after that last one, maybe not quite as much. But you know, that's how they were in the opening of the season, where they looked really, really good in terms of what they could do as a team. But they've not been able to do much off the off the back of it. I mean, they've got one turret down in this game. They were 5-1 up in kills, but farm-wise, starting to fall a little bit behind. Those kills now are completely equalizing as well.
I think it might be due to the style of Gambit, you know, because they've only played it once so far, like we talked about before. But you have Fnatic, who likes a split push, who just, you know, ignores objectives basically. And then you have Gambit, who wants to fight over objectives. They want to go or you know, rush down your blue, rush down your red, and try to fight as much as possible. And I don't know if the Wolves are necessarily ready for that, or if they prepared for it, because their team fight right there, as you're saying, just did not look spot on.
No, it looks anything but spot on, to be honest. And now Gambit looking for another tower. That middle outer one would be the final one that's up and available as the ultimate comes out of the test. But who are they going to go for here? They've signed on Genji, who's right at the front here. Grasping Roots, Wild Growth come down. There's a Stranglethorns as well. Bjergsen going to pick up Genji, but Darian, he's gone straight into that one with the repel. Picks himself up a kill onto Svenskeren, but Bjergsen is still there at the front. There's a brilliant taunt from Godbro as the horse comes charging in from that backside. Godbro is actually going to have to get himself away there, but they've turned it around nicely. But the problem is that Diamond's still full health here, coming in to clean up. That will actually end in a 3-for-3.
Yeah, that was a great turnaround by Gambit right there. It was a little bit of an iffy engage out of the Wolves. They weren't able to burst down the targets they needed to right away. They got Genja out of the fight, but Genja and Darren, but it wasn't clean enough, you know? Like, took too much damage, and all Diamond had to do was just come in from the backside. He pretty much destroyed the test since he had no way to escape him. And then now Gambit, I mean, they're aggressive, or they're being the aggressor. Diamond, he's 145 CS. He's leaps and bounds beyond Svenskeren. He's actually ahead in CS over Darren in the top lane, and he's 5-0-1 at this point. He has 8,200 gold total, 3,000 spend right now, and we saw him, was it an MLG versus Curse on his Volibear? When he got rolling, he just could not be stopped.
As you do with Volibear.
Yeah, well,
Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder. I did.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a bit of a stallion right now, is Diamond. 5-0-1.
He's a stud.
Yeah.
I don't know if many people would get that joke.
He's going to be going pretty hard into the middle of the team fight. We've seen it there with the Randuin's Owen picked up for him as well in that last one. He had 3,100 gold to go back and spend there, so that just shows you what a few kills can do, and doing a great job of cleaning up after that last fight. If you look at the gold difference now, it's 5,000. That's very quickly escalated.
Yep, and we go back to that saying of, if you give Gambit a finger, they'll take your whole arm, and they're doing it right here. They're only up about 100 gold a lot of the times, but when they start winning these team fights, they keep winning the team fights, they keep them happening as much as possible. And then you have Diamond, who is itemized perfectly for this team. He goes in there, the random zone, pops it down, and gets an all AD team, and it just shuts them down. They can't escape him. He can't be killed pretty much, and allows his team to sit there and attack them. You'll see right here, out of Bjergsen's ultimate, just does nothing to him.
Well, I wouldn't call it nothing at this point. Half of his health gone down there. Well, that's while Diamond's actually running away from Bjergsen there as well. Didn't even return any damage back from him. Did use the Locket there, and Solari did use the Randuins as well as Genja. Sniffing in from the backside, may look to get in onto Bjergsen, but honestly, Bjergsen might be able to turn that one around. There's a slow coming in from the side, flash used by Bjergsen, and he's going to just stash himself away to safety.
In the meantime, Dragon is coming up very shortly. We do have action going on in other places of the map right now, as we have 4 members of the Wolves going into Gambit. Darren getting caught again.
Yeah, and he's actually repelled into the back of the team there to try and escape around the other side, which, in theory, a great move. In practice, is going to cost him his life.
In the team fights later on, when all 5 members are there, that would be a great play on his part, but you can't keep getting caught like that. You're getting the Wolves the kills they need to get back in the game. I mean, he's 2-5 at this point, and even though he keeps getting caught, it doesn't matter when you have Diamond so fed. They keep winning the fights anyways as it happens. But 15 seconds on Dragon. Are the Wolves going to back up, heal, and try to contest this? Because they should have the timer on it. We do have Twist Fate ulting in the top lane, though.
Yeah, he's going straight in on towards Zed here. Stun card goes down, uses his Zhonya's, and, well, that actually turned out to really hurt him in the end. Alex was like, I am going to get in there and I'm going to kill that Zed. And Godbro's like, sup?
He's like, sup, what's up? How you doing? That was pretty funny, but yeah, it was a great turnaround there. Countering, and that's what we were saying earlier about Shen being the one to counter Alex H. You let Bjergsen take Ignite and not take Teleport to follow him, and you have Shen be the one to do that. Luckily, there was obviously no tower there, no lane pushed up, so he was able to freely go wherever he wanted. And with Dragon up right now with one member down of Gambit and no ultimate up on Alex, he can't get into that Dragon to go for the fight if they want to commit to it.
Oh, Diamond trying to steal away that blue buff here. There's no ward to spot the Tess and Officio coming around. They say hello, but how much damage can they really do? They get the slowdown onto him, but you can't slow a horse that much. And Diamond just charges away from things. There was Godbro again. We talked about his comfort zones, and you know, he had a great cinch in that last match. Coming into this one, having that Shen, and to be honest, Jason, up until now, his ultimates have been on point. It's been pretty sensational.
I don't know if you guys can hear that. I'm actually clapping. That was pretty good. He's played a lot but better. And then now the sensational. Very good job, Joe. You were spot on with your puns. Way better than anything Freak has done this week. But we do have Gambit going over for Dragon at this point.
Shots fired again from Jason
here.
Copenhagen Wolves coming in to stop this Dragon being done. They're going to go in with a Virus ultimate. Right into the middle goes Svenskeren. Actually not really knocking many people up there whatsoever. Darian was repelled up in the air. They're going in. Diamond down to half HP, but he's a tanky one at this point. That's a lot burned onto him. As Zed going to get shut down here. That will leave us at 1 kill for 1. We've got Svenskeren still going in on towards Genja. Grasping Roof's going to lock him up. Deficio will pick up the kill in the end, but look at Diamond, he's not done just yet. He charges back in. Darian's still there as well. Turns around, pops Godbro. Svenskeren needs to escape this one. He's going to get hexed up. Tries to get away from the backside. There's a repel coming down from Darian. Has he got the damage here to get in and finish off this one? Svenskeren turns around to him. Diamond coming in the backside, and they all live. Gambit picking up 4 kills for 2.
And that was with Wolves pretty much catching Alex and blowing up instantly, and yet they still lost that fight overall. Great team play out of Gambit to just always separate, always try to get the damage in as possible. Bjergsen, unfortunately, got picked off by Genja when he's trying to run away, but that's just Gambit right there. That's just how they team fight, and that's why I was saying it doesn't seem like the Wolves are used to their style, because that's all Gambit wants to do, and they will win every time you put up a fight like that, especially when they have a 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and if we look down the items now, there's double Blade of the Ruined Kings coming out. We've got the Black Cleaver finish for Zed Bloodthirster added into the Blade with Varus on the other side. GA Infinity Edge Vamp Scepter coming out for Kog'Maw.
That seems a little unnecessary.
Why?
At this point.
He doesn't want to die.
Yeah, but he has a Lulu ulti to keep him alive. Oh, Alex getting caught here.
Yeah, getting caught. Actually will just about use that Zhonya's in there for a split second until he gets blown up by Bjergsen, who is going to get some help here from the test, but honestly, can't really do much damage to Diamond.
Yeah, not until he gets a Last Whisper or a little bit more attack speed to really do anything against him. Blade of the Ruined King's going to help out quite a bit, but he's definitely going to need that Last Whisper to eat through that, especially when you have a Zhonya's on Twisted Fate and a Sunfire Cape on Darian.
So we have the Dragon up and available. Gambit going to be starting that one off. Not sure what Wolves going to be able to do about this one. Position revealed there by Kog'Maw. Officio comes in. Shen ulti actually will come down. Actually, Varus missed his ultimate in the middle of that one as well. There go the Stranglethorns on towards Darian. He's going to get blown up, but Diamond comes flying over the wall onto Svenskeren. And Kog'Maw had the Wild Growth on him as well. He's still got that Guardian Angel, don't forget, but it is Copenhagen Wolves going to be focusing in onto him. Actually, the Grasping Roots held the horse back as well in that fight. And
Here comes
Gambit
Alex.
aren't really done from this one. Alex is trying to get himself into range, but not sure he's going to get there in time to use the Destiny.
Yeah, he had ulti up, and I thought Gambit actually wanted to go for Engager as they're chasing them down. A great disengage by the Wolves to realize, hey, you know, he's going to be back up in a second. We don't want to commit to this fight, or we might lose even more members than we should. Svenskeren did a great job of pushing Genja out of the fight the entire time, but he did get picked off, but still, it did allow Wolves to pick up 2 kills, and I believe Gambit did pick up that drag on top of that, so Gambit in the end coming out ahead.
Yeah, and still behind in kills, so if that's anything for Copenhagen Wolves at this point. I mean, 3-1 in turrets they're behind. Gold is still 5,000 the difference. The horse has still not died. He's got 10,400 gold, the most in the game right now, with 185 CS, which is not really too far away from that of the AD carries at this point. So doing a fantastic job this time around, Diamond, and just showing that it's almost pointless to ban out against him in the jungle because he just picked something else.
Yeah, that's completely true. And the thing is, he's just sitting in the fights. He's just like, hey, just attack me. He's sitting in the middle of the fight trying to push people out, and yet no one can do enough damage to him just yet to really take him out. We do have Bjergsen picking up his Black Cleaver finally, so that's going to help out quite a bit. But in the end, I don't think it's going to be enough, especially when you reduce the attack speed with that Random's Omen.
Now Bjergsen going to push out this bottom lane. See if he can get that turret for him. Gambit actually clearing out the wards. I say clearing out the wall, checking if there are any wards there. There weren't any down from Copenhagen Wolves on the Baron itself. As Genji going to try and get down to bottom. Bjergsen not able to pick up the turret. Darien going to save that.
It looks like he's trying to revert back to what he did at LCS Lille, is that he's trying to split push a little bit more. He's staying down in that bottom lane. He's actually committing there. He might try to go for Darien here in a second as he's pushed up. He does have a Warmog, does have a Sunfire Cape. And I'm not sure if Bjergsen can really just kill him here or burst him down.
No, well, he's going to go for it anyway. It feels like he's got the chance to do it. Here comes Twisted Fate. And Bjergsen actually going to just flash himself. Actually, didn't use the flash yet. He's going to use that here surely in a second. If Darien can get in there, there is the flash coming down. He expected the cocoon. Bjergsen walks away.
But still, in the end, a great job by him because he did commit Alex Itch's ultimate down to that bottom lane. So it's going to stop him from being able to split push a little bit more. But as we say that, Wolves are out of position. They get a little bit of damage onto that turret. And we do have that Lich Bane on Alex, so he's gonna hurt these turrets. Godbro still pushing the top lane, sitting at 4, 3, and 8. He's finally tanking. I mean, he has a Sunfire Cape and that Warmog, but we'll see if it's enough in the end. I mean, the taunts have been really spot on in the team fights. If you can keep landing those, Wolves might be able to come out ahead.
Godbro pushing this one out nicely, but he needs to be careful he doesn't get caught here. As we see Alex Itch speeding up from the home there with the home guard boots up. And there we go. Godbro going to get knocked against the wall, stunned up by Twisted Fate. Genji coming in from the side as well. How is Godbro going to get away from this one? The answer is he's not going to.
Well, in the meantime, these Wolves were able to pick up a turret in that middle lane, so they made something out of nothing right there. Trying to close that gap lead, or that gold gap lead a little bit, but they're still down about 6,000 at this point. You do have... I see there's a problem, and Joe, we talked about this before, is that look on the Wolf side, look where the kills are. You have 7 on Bjergsen, and you have 4 on Godbro. And we always talk about, you know, if you have all the kills on one person, it can really hurt your team. It could really help if they can stay alive and get the kills, but if you're the one that gets all the kills and you die right off the bat, which we've seen Bjergsen be pushed out right away, it can be very bad. And Darien is just going to get 1v1'd here by Bjergsen.
Yeah, actually just going to go in from the backside of him there. There's a killing spree for Bjergsen. Actually, Gambit came away from the Baron. Want to be risking having that taken away from them. Also, the fact that it wouldn't then be on Darien in the end, which wouldn't be obviously the end of the world, but better to have that later on when you've got all 5 men alive. So, Jason, take us a little bit through the items. We've had a few pickups since we last went through.
Yep, well, like the Warmogs was completed on Elise about 30 minutes in, so about 2 minutes ago. Makes him really tanky. He has the hunting guys as well, and the sword boots on top of that home guard. So he's going to be doing quite a bit of damage, and he's actually be very tanky as well. He keeps getting caught, but in the end, it's going to work out for him. We do have Bjergsen actually going for Alex here in the bottom lane. He doesn't have ultimate up just yet.
Nope, but he's got Shen to come and join him, but here comes Diamond from the side. Are they going to go for Bjergsen? There's Rando in Zoman, going to be popped, but can they get in there and get the finisher? Alex Itch is actually dangerously low from this one. Puts his stun guard onto Godbro as well, who may just fall from this. He's going in towards Alex, and poor old Godbro, he came down to help Bjergsen. Bjergsen walks away and leaves him to die. That's a crepo move if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, a really scumbag move. And the Wolves weren't able to make any play off of that in the end either. They sent Gambit sent 4 members down to deal with that split push against Bjergsen. Even Godbro coming in, they killed him, and then just turned around like, hey, we still have Darien keeping that middle lane pushed out, and they weren't able to get a turret. Which is, if you're gonna do a play like that, you have to expect the Wolves to be in a position to really capitalize off it. But at least Wolves were able to pick up that bottom tier 1 turret.
Yeah, Bjergsen, yeah, he's going to be going back down into that bottom lane, which, you know, is all well and good, but Gambit are all pretty much on the top side of the map here. Deficio going to be recalling after getting those wards down around Baron Pit. Edward with his little Lulu clearing them out there. Sticking some down on the top side there by the Tribush, probably around the back as well, as Twisted Fate ultimate does come on. So they've got full vision right now, and this is one of the important parts of that Twisted Fate kit. You know, hit Destiny, you see that 3 of them are in base. It's Baron time.
And just as you said, they are going for it right now. We have the Wolves actually not going for it. I don't know, Spica doesn't have any wards right there, and he's trying to stop them from doing this. He's going to put a ward down, but it might be a little too late. Svenskar might flash over and try to smite steal.
Well,
or not.
Or not. Yeah, a little bit late in the end, even if he did want to go for that one. Gambit will take that, and that gives them now 54, let's call it 55 to 48,000 gold leads. A solid one. Not, you know, the end of the world still for the Wolves. They've shown that they can still pick up kills and what have you, but now they're against the Baroned up Gambit Gaming. Diamond is still yet to die. Now he's got a Glacial Shroud, Locket, Aegis, Randuin's in there. He's got everything. He's not going to be dying anytime soon, I think.
And Gambit's been doing a great job of countering the split push strategy that Wolves typically like to do, especially with the Shen and with the Zed. So they have Alex to teleport down there to help, and then they have an insanely fast jungler with Hecarim to stop that as well. So you have those two people who can easily take him in a 2v1 situation, and then through that, they're able to push objectives, able to get dragons, able to get barons, and really capitalize on Bjergsen being dead.
So one thing that Gambit have not really been able to do is push out towards those inner turrets. We've not really seen much of that from them. They've been quite content to farm the lanes as they get pushed up towards that midway point on the map. They've had to deal with quite a bit of split pushing in the bottom and the top lane from the two ninjas in Shen and Zed. So now that's probably something that's going to be coming up next, along with gaining complete vision of the Wolves jungle.
See, I think that's due to Genja having to be forced into an early GA. So we have the Phase Edge and a GA, didn't have anything else on top of that, and the rest of their kills are pretty much over to their tank jungler, their pretty tanky top lane, and Alex just sitting on 2 kills. So I think they wanted to get Genja just a little bit farm, get Advantage Dancer at least complete it, and then they wanted to actually go for that push.
Well, now he's got it. It's Alex being beaten on here by Godbro. Gonna get the stun down, but will they be able to walk away? The rest of the team come in there. Darian actually getting caught up by the roots, but Copenhagen Wolves very reluctant to actually go in on him until that point. There's the repel coming in. Shen ulti comes on towards Svenskeren. Where's the taunt? There it is. They land it. Have they got the damage to kill him before the rest of the team comes around? There's the Strangled Thorns coming in. Darian is going to die. Well, here comes Diamond from the backside straight in towards Tess. He gets taunted up, though. He's still alive. Pops a Randuin. Here comes Twisted Fate from the backside. The wild card's ripping through. Finally, the horse goes down, but now Alex may be in some trouble of his own. He gets taunted up. Stun card goes on Shen. Well, there is Cogmore from the backside. He's going to shut down Zed. Got the vision now as well there onto Godbro as he chases in for more. The stun, I'm not sure if we saw it because Edward is going to be trying to finish off the kill here on towards Deficio. He gets rooted but does pick up the kill. Another double from Lulu. We saw one yesterday as well. Genja is still chasing Godbro.
We talked about Edward and his Lulu earlier in the pregame, and he's 2-0-12 now at this point. Phenomenal Lulu plays. KDA must be skyrocketing right now. I think he might have passed Caddy Panda finally.
All that work there from Godbro, and he didn't even bother to dodge the Cogmore ultimate that's coming at him right at the end. I think he was just tired after that long run around pretty much the entire map. But that was an ace, albeit a bit of a delayed one, and that actually puts Gambit ahead in kills.
For the first time?
Yeah.
And it was a great job in general. Diamond, you saw how long he tanked the 5 members of the Wolves. He came in from the backside. He forced the Test to flash away from him. And with that, Alex came in from the other side and just wild carded him, gold carded him, and he was dead. And then they were able to kite the rest of the team pretty well right there. And just, I mean, it was overall a really well-timed engage from Gambit. I'm not sure if it was meant to be, because Darian was a little bit overextended and got caught, but in the end it worked out for them picking up that ace.
Yeah, see Frozen Heart picked up there, by the way, and just after the death of Diamond.
As if he didn't have enough armor already. Now 364 at this point.
Well, it's Armored Horse, what should we say?
When he's against an all-AD team as well.
Exactly, so makes perfect sense. There's a Runic Bulwark finish while we're on the topic of the horse. He's gone back again to pick that up. We've got the Phantom Dance there, Bloodthirst, Infinity Edge, Guardian Angel coming out for Cogmore. On the other side, Blade of the Ruin King, Bloodthirst, the Last Whisper Giant's Belt there for the Test. So looking for that bit of extra survivability.
And they need more damage out of the Test, but because Diamond Prox is so strong right now in terms of tankiness, he has to build a little bit more of a defensive build because he can't even survive against Diamond right now. Diamond just gets in his face, as well as any kind of wildcard hit him. Darren maybe just one attack and he will get killed right away. Doesn't really have Lulu there, which gives him that little bit of a pseudo tankiness. It's up to Deficio to protect him, but he's being forced in a defensive build when they really need the damage, and now it's going to come up to Bjergsen to really pull off a big play.
Yeah, Deficio really needs to land roots. That's what it's going to come down to, is Alex actually taking a lot of damage there. Bjergsen not going full on all in. But you see that the Baron buff has actually run out, and with that, Gambit decide, okay, now it's time to push, now that we don't have that Baron buff on. Well, we see the bottom lane and the top lane are both beyond the halfway point. They've got inner turrets still to take, which kind of surprised me that they've not gone down that far. They want to get a bit of poke damage down onto the Wolves and let that wave in the top lane push through here before they go onto that inner turret.
And they do have a Cogmos, so if they want to siege a turret, they can do it very easily. They have really good protection for him with that gold card. You have a Lich Bane on Alex as well. It looks like they might switch up to go towards his top side, just as you're saying. A little bit weird for them to not take those down, but they will get it and extend their gold lead to over 11,000 at this point. And just looking at their gold totals, I mean, you have a 14,000 jungler to a 9,000 jungler. That just, the tankiness is just ridiculous how far away it is. And then you have Alex, who was able to keep a gold lead over Bjergsen, even though he died to him twice in lane.
Yeah, double frozen hearts now in the team for Gambit, that running bulwark. Randuin's in there. There's a lot of tankiness for Diamond. He can probably stand under the 2 Nexus turrets for about 38 minutes here and tank them both up. That's how strong he is at this stage. And damage is not too bad either. So still try and siege up here on the stairs to that inhibitor turret. Alexic gonna be split pushing this one off, and this could be dangerous. The fact that they take Deficio away from where the rest of them are going to be, I think could be a dangerous one, as we see the DFG use there on towards Bjergsen. Can they get in and finish him off? Not quite. Diamond going to be held back. There is the cocoon landing onto Deficio, and they know that's a massive amount of crowd control out if they can get rid of him. Meanwhile, Genja just pushed straight on through onto that inhib turret and taking it out.
Yeah, that was a great bait by Alex right there. He just flashed away so Bjergsen couldn't get that ultimate off, and then Diamond, with how tanky he is, how fast he is, comes up from the side. We do see a team fight breaking out, though.
Yeah, they're going in actually here. Svenskeren uses ultimate to just disperse the entire team. Shen not quite getting his ultimate off here, as Diamond is going to go right in on towards Bjergsen. Godbro and Svenskeren both there, as Svenskeren tries to escape. Genja going very, very low. Guardian Angel will bring him back to life, though, here in just a second, and Svenskeren will finally go down. There's Alex using his Sonya's double kill coming out in the end for Elise, and now it's only Deficio. And I talked earlier about how crucial his roots could be in this final fight. Well, now he's got to be even more insanely good to stop this from happening. 5 men still alive here for Gambit. The first Nexus turret goes down. Second one is going to follow shortly afterwards. The Nexus after that will be focusing. And Gambit Gaming are going to stop this run of good form that the Copenhagen Wolves have put together and take them down.
And the big thing about this is we talked in the picks and bans that Gambit let Zed get through. And we were a little bit curious why, but they had a plan for it. They ran a Kog'Maw who went for an early GA and went for an exhaust as well to stop him from being able to kill anyone on the other team. It's a great job by Gambit overall, just to read the Wolves and then counter them.
So that's it from us here at the Caster Desk. We're going to go over to our lovely analysis with Free, Quickshot, and Krepo.
Thanks very much, guys. Krepo, I got to ask you, what was the big deciding point of that game?
And the horse. There's so many things we can say about the horse, so many superlatives. Some might even call it exquisite.
It's phenomenal.
Outstanding.
Possibly the best.
Definitely. Wunderbar.
Ausgezeichnet.
I think that's enough, because the horse was just beating them dead.
Yeah, we got to stop horsing around. Krepo, Diamond was amazing.
I mean, MVP.
MVP.
Probably. We'll get back to that later. But yeah,
let's talk about the game.
Let's actually talk about the game now.
Let's pull ourselves back a little bit. Early game, Copenhagen Wolves came out strong. They definitely picked up a lot of advantages. They managed to pick up a lot of kills into Darien. He was caught out so many times. Talk us through the opening few minutes, the compositions. What did you like about the Wolves?
I love what the Wolves did. They weren't afraid. They just went aggressive in mid lane, and they shut down TF, and they just pushed him in his lane constantly. Even though Alex kept farming really well, he couldn't ult. It was like 12 minutes into the game when he landed his first ulti, and it was just amazing to see that how Bjergsen kept flashing and forcing the flash, follow up gank, kill him again, and then Darien tried to match that aggression by aggression of his own, but he got caught a few times. But that's Darien. Even if he's 0-3-0, somehow he'll still find a way to get back into the game and just really just go for your backline and just annoy you and just be really aggressive. And it worked out, and the aggressive lead that Wolves had got broken at one point, at one dragon fight early in the game, and that was a turning point.
Before we get into that, there's 2 things I want to say. First of all, the goal difference, it was something that we kept talking about, even though there was the kill advantage, the tower advantage. Around about the 17 minutes on the clock, there was about 1,000 gold worth of extra gold that had been earned thanks to the TF passive, which is like you pointed out, it's like a free dragon.
Yeah, a lot of people overlook it. By 18 minutes, basically Gambit had a free dragon worth in TF passive gold, and it's so easily missed, and it's so deceptive when you're playing against it because you don't realize it.
That's a lot of money. Now, we're going to set the scene for the particular fight. Let's pick up the replay on screen just so you guys can actually see how close this matchup was. This was really the turning point for the game because the Copenhagen Wolves, you can see, they are 5-1 up. Gold is even. Towers, there are 1 behind, but they were the ones making the plays. We're going to be pausing, stop-starting a lot in this fight, but talk us through exactly what's happening and why it was so good.
Basically, what they did a few times before this is go aggressive and get a Shen piggyback right ulti on one target. He just goes in, lands a Shen taunt on the target, and then they just annihilate him. But yeah, if you can see it right now, so Wolves are coming in. They get stopped a little bit by Cocoons. Svenskeren doesn't give up though, he wants to keep going. And they force Darien out. The Shen ulti comes down, and now this is beautiful. Shit. A little further, if you keep going, the flash, there, bam. He flashes out right when the Shen is about to land, connecting taunt on both Lulu and Alexic. But now Bjergsen makes the choice, the decision, I don't know if it's a mistake or not, to zone out Genja. Generally, if you have your assassin jump on an AD carry, you're doing your job well. But because Wolves are all running so frontal into the Gambit lineup, maybe it would have been better if Bjergsen connected with his team to focus that one target down and then switch to the next. Because what you see happening now, if you keep it running, is that Edward just plays some amazing defensive support. There's a Locket gets popped probably from the horse. Blue ulti comes out in Alex knock-up. There's slows going everywhere. Meanwhile, Genja managed to survive the Z assassination. Flashed out. Bjergsen is nowhere to be found. Full HP. Most of his spells up except his ulti, but he can't connect to the fight. And this is where Gambit just keeps kiting them and turns it around. And it's quite ironic to see that now, compared to the game yesterday from Giants, it's Gambit actually walking back systematically and taking out the enemy lineup. And this is where basically the horse got fed already. And yeah, a lot of the other fights that happened afterwards were so amazing to see. So much like clutch high-level play, like really good zoning, really good zone, like Zyra zone with snare, zone with ulti, but then just the horse cuts them off. And then at the end, Edward got a signature double kill again. And it was such a good game to follow, such high-level play, because you can say what you want, but that Xin flash with the Shen on him, just connecting those taunts immediately. Like most people would flash when the Shen ulti is channeling, but no, Bjergsen did as well. He flashed at the last moment. These gap calls are at the last moment, just when Shen lands, he can instantly connect the taunt. But
no, this is something that we actually seen out of the Copenhagen Wolves yesterday when they played against SK Gaming. And I'm specifically remembering Bjergsen in the mid lane, waiting for the Shen to come in, waited for it to land, allow the taunt to go, then flash to safety. The coordination in the team has really skyrocketed from when we've seen them, several weeks ago. What could they have done to pull themselves a little bit closer into this matchup? It was Diamondprox causing the problems, but other than that, what could the Copenhagen Wolves have done to pick up a win here?
This was all just like split decision making, clutch plays. Could have gone either way. Like you saw it as well. Alex tries to kill Zed on top, backfires Shen ulti. Later they try the same Shen ulti Z combo. Well, suddenly the horse shows up. So much small detail, so much, like, I wouldn't call it mistakes. I would just call it good plays from both sides. Aggressive plays. Yes, it can backfire. Yes, it can work. Like, you're a genius if it works. You're stupid if you don't see it coming, so to say. But that's all hindsight. If you're in this game and you're playing so neck and neck with such a great team, it was a really good match to follow. And I think it was a really good closer for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of really, really great games so far. We see Gambit kind of holding on to their second place right there, and a lot of good wins. That's kind of the Gambit I sort of remember, really, where, again, kind of referencing what Edward said at the beginning of the day, they don't really come in with strategies. They're all just very instinctive, and they just play as a unit really, really well. And you saw that a chaotic game that Gambit held on to.
Yeah, and they sometimes do that in tournaments as well, have this one bad game early and just pisses them off, and they get really, really angry, and they just want to win. They regain the hunger and the fire, and you saw it this game. They were on fire.
Yeah, so true. So we did, of course, crown Diamondprox the MVP. His Hecarim play was simply outstanding, as some might say. And, I think he got to about 6 or 7 kills, 6 or 7 assists before going down for the first time.
Yep.
Didn't give up many deaths, and he was always where he needed to be with
definitely.
the Hecarim.
Really good play.
Yeah, he was around everywhere. I mean, he is full tank, Randuin's Frozen Heart, Locket, Runic
Built
Bulwark.
exactly what he needed to.
And then got to the back line and just kept crushing. It was really, really awesome. But anyway, guys, that is it from us here at the Analyst Desk. Thank you very much to our special guest, Crepo.
Thank you. Wow.
Quickshot and I.
Guys, it was so much fun.
I know.
There's so much bromance. Yeah.
Anytime you hang out with me, it's got to be fun. Quickshot and I, of course, will be back later. And let's send it over to Shox, who's standing by with Diamondprox from Gambit.
Thank you. I'm standing here with Alex, and of course, the MVP Diamond. Very happy to get some insights from him. So first off, the early game didn't exactly go as planned. What went wrong?
Early game прошел не так хорошо. Что пошло не так?
Дариан, как обычно, фиданул. В принципе, как и было запланировано. Я просто пофармил. Потом парни влетели под вышку на Алекса, из-за чего... В принципе, я получил еще 1 килл и почти забрал Зеда. Не знаю, как по нему не прошел тайвер-хит, там была просто доля секунды до его смерти. Но, в принципе, early game был не так плох, с учетом того, что наш ботлейн хорошо пофармил, а у нас Кэгмарь. Так что не думаю, что можно так сказать, что у нас было все плохо.
So, Darian fed as always, as was planned. And when they dived me mid, Diamond got the kill, and last turret hit didn't get Zed, so he got lucky and got out of there. And still, like in our early game, we got Kog'Maw that was farming a lot and could farm easily because he got no aggression. And so we can't say that early game was bad for our side because we got Kog'Maw.
And then transitioning in the late game, really, it was all about the farm. As you say, you personally were 100 farm ahead, almost 100 farm ahead of Xin for the entirety of the game. So how did that allow you to pull it back in your favor?
Ты был, в принципе, вся игра в лейтгейме переросла в фарм, и ты на 100 крипов опережал к Синзао. Насколько как бы это тебе помогло?
Пожалуй, опережал я по крипам только за счет того, что моя команда была недостаточно мобильна, чтобы бегать по сторонам, как Хикарим. Это еще один из его плюсов как героя. Но, в общем-то, этот фарм помог мне собрать самые основные итемы против них. Это Аегис, Локет, Рундуин и Frozen Heart, которые просто очень сильно сказываются на их дэмэдже, их скорости атаки и прочем, очень усложняет им жизнь. И когда один из игроков вражеской команды получает такие итемы, против этой команды очень трудно становится играть 4 дэшниками с автоатакой.
So, Diamond got a really mobile hero. It is one of the advantages of the Hecarim. So our team wasn't as mobile, so he could just go to the side lanes and farm the creeps. That allowed him to get that advantage. And because of that, he could get Locket, Aegis, Frozen Heart, and Omen that are really good against their team comp. And once he got these items, it's almost it's really hard to play against him and our team because you can't do much to the player with these items with 480 damage heroes.
So you popularized Volibear, you popularized Nasus, you popularized Hecarim. What is next, Diamond?
Ты популяризировал. Короче, понятно.
Молодец. Что следующее? У меня есть пара идей, просто не хватает пока что времени их потестить и осуществить. Я думаю, что-нибудь придумаем. Спасибо, что сказали, что следующее, потому что Хикарима умные риоты понерфили уже фактически до того, как я начал им играть. Молодцы, ребята.
So Diamond says that he got some plans, but he got not that much time to test it. And Riot predicted that he will play Hecarim and already nerfed it. So it's the last week of Hecarim, I think. And still there are like a lot of strong heroes.
Okay, thank you very much, you two, and congratulations again on being MVP. Now, let's go over to our casters, Joe and Jason, one last time to take us through today's matches.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. What a great weekend we've had here in Cologne. Let's take a look over today's results. 4 amazing matches, Jason.
Amazing indeed. And even exquisite matches, you might say.
Not you. You might not say that. That's for someone else. So we start off the game, of course, with Gambit versus SK Gaming. Gambit picking up the victory in that one, looking very solid. Then Copenhagen Wolves taking down against All Authority.
And of course, Giants taking that win over the Dragonborns. And as we just saw on your screen, Gambit took the win over the Wolves.
Yeah, and Giants may be on their way up right now. Let's have a look at the league table and how it looks after this weekend's play. So, first and second position, no changes there. Fnatic in first, 15 for 3. Gambit in second at 13 for 4. Then we move down into kind of the next stage of how teams stand at this point. SK Gaming 11-8. EGU had a bye week or a week off this weekend at 10 for 8. Then the bottom 4, Giants climbing right back up there, 6 for 11, taking over the Copenhagen Wolves, who were 7 for 13. Triple 8 with 6 for 12. And of course, Dragonborns not having good times lately. 4 wins, 13 losses.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the way it's going for them, it's pretty much every team on the bottom half is just like, let's just not be 7th, because they're pretty certain that 8th place will belong to them if they keep losing like this. It's what, 7 games in a row they've lost now, we said? Or no, 8.
I think that was number 8 today. Yeah. So, yeah, something's got to change. And I don't think members is the way that they really need to go about it. Certainly, they need to gel with those 2 new players in there. But don't forget, if you want to see more info and stats from the LCS so far, as well as the latest VODs and recaps, get yourselves over to lolesports.com. And don't forget that All-Star voting starts on April the 2nd. So make sure you vote for all your favorite players to represent the different areas in that one. That's all from me and Jason here today. Thanks a lot, Jason, for joining us. It's been a lot of fun again, even with all those bad jokes in the way we managed to cram in today. Let's go over to Shocks one more time for a final word.
Thank you very much. Great stuff for again. Gambit grasping another win. The Giants on their way back up. The Wolves with another win. I said it once, I'll say it again. The league here is wide open. Now, at 10 p.m. Central European time, summertime, that's 1 p.m. Pacific, you can turn into the North American LCS. They continue their weekend with Marn versus Vulcan, CLG versus Complexity, and a lot more. As for us in Europe, the action will continue next Saturday and Sunday with 12 matches over the course of the weekend. We'll start on Saturday, April 6th at 2 p.m. Central European time with SK versus Fnatic, Gambit versus EG, and the Giant versus Wolves. And continuing with Against All Authority versus Dragonborns, SK Gaming versus Evil Geniuses, and Fnatic versus Gambit. From all of us here in the studio, thanks for tuning in. Of course, you can also tune in to the NALCS, which will be starting up at 10 p.m. Central European time. That's 1 p.m. Pacific. So just a couple of hours for your League of Legends fix. As for you guys, we'll see you back here in week 8 or the European LCS. Goodbye.